Chapter 184. He warned Feng Xin repeatedly, to let Feng Xin stay here and guard the king and queen. He left the small shabby house. As he walked, he looked back, his heart beating extremely fast. After walking for a long distance and confirming that Feng Xin really didn't follow him, he was relieved. He composed himself and walked and stopped for more than 10 miles. Xiao Yan finally picked a place that he felt was suitable, a mountain road in the middle of nowhere. He looked around and saw that there was no one. Xiao Yan covered his face with white silk, wrapped his face tightly and jumped up the tree, hiding his figure, holding his breath and concentrating. Next, he waited for the passerby to pass. Not bad. His method was the so-called robbing the rich to help the poor. In the past, Xiao Yan had only heard of this kind of story of Jianghu heroes robbing the rich to help the poor in stories and stories. He had never done it, and he had never thought of doing it. Because originally, he thought that no matter how it was beautified, no matter how justified the purpose, robbing was robbing, stealing was stealing. Otherwise, with Xiao Yan's skills, not to mention jumping onto roofs and running over walls to steal something, killing all the guards and emptying a silver vault wouldn't be a problem. But at this point, there was really no other way. If he had to say, robbing was slightly better than stealing, probably because the former was considered fair and aboveboard. After struggling for a long time, Xiao Yan still slapped his original self in the face. He planned to rob other people's wealth and help his own poverty. This was the fastest way. Xiao Yan squatted on a tree. The moon was dark and the wind was high. The surroundings were silent and empty, but his heart was beating wildly. Even when he was hunting the most ferocious demon beasts, he had never been this nervous. He took out a cold and hard steamed bun from his sleeve, his hands trembling slightly. If you could still be picky about what you ate, it could only mean that you weren't really hungry. After Xiao Yan understood this matter, he suddenly got used to the taste of steamed buns. Winter was approaching, and the night was extremely cold. Xiao Yan chewed on the cold steamed bun while exhaling white air. Because he didn't want to be seen, Xiao Yan didn't consider crowded places. He specifically chose a remote place and waited for a full 4 hours before a pedestrian slowly walked over from the end of the mountain road. Xiao Yan's spirit was roused. He stuffed the steamed bun in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and stared at the slowly approaching pedestrian. He discovered that it was an old man. Such an old man, although his clothes could be considered luxurious, he should be very rich. But of course, he was not in Xiao Yan's consideration. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. In any case, he decisively ignored him and let him pass. He continued to wait for the next person. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan squatted until his feet were numb and his lower body was almost stiff. Only then did the second person arrive. Seeing that the man was also walking very slowly, he thought, could it be another old man? When that person slowly came closer, he realized that it was not an old man, but a young man. The young man looked simple and honest, with a face full of smiles. The reason why he walked very slowly was because he was carrying a heavy sack of rice. Xiao Yan's palms were sweaty. In his heart, he said to himself, "Should I do it?" After hesitating for a moment, he gave up. The reason he gave up was that the young man's clothes were ragged. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, revealing his toes. It was obvious that his family was poor. The reason he was so happy must be because he finally had a sack of rice to eat. Maybe his family had been starving for many days. Maybe this sack of rice was exchanged by selling his family's only cow. If it was robbed, wouldn't it be hopeless? Xiao Yan let his imagination run wild. Later on, he thought that maybe he could only ask for half of the rice. But by this time, the young man had already walked far away. Therefore, Xiao Yan decisively stopped thinking and continued to wait for the next person. Just like that, he squatted on this tree and waited for several hours. He squatted from night to dawn. During this period, about a dozen pedestrians passed by on this mountain road. Every time Xiao Yan wanted to make a move, he would let them off for various reasons. There were several times when he thought, forget it. Let's go back. There was simply no robber who robbed like him. It would be strange if there was any harvest. However, when he thought that when he went back, he would have no medicine and no food. He had no choice but to continue to wait. After more than half a day, finally, on the mountain road, the last passerby came from afar. It was a middle-aged man, dressed luxuriously. He was either rich or noble. His appearance was ferocious and oily, making people feel disgusted. He didn't look like a good person. However, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think, what if this person only looks ferocious, but is actually a good person? Even if he has money, does he deserve to be robbed? Just as he was struggling to overcome the barrier in his heart, a sudden rumbling sound in his stomach woke him up. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart and said, forget it, I can't care so much. It's you. After making up his mind, he jumped down from the tree and said, stop. Halfway through, a masked man appeared. The man was startled and vigilantly said, who are you? What are you trying to do by hiding here with your face covered? The man opened his mouth wide and jumped 3 feet high, saying, someone come. Save me. Robber. After shouting, he broke into a run. Compared to letting him escape, Xiao Yan was actually more worried that his shouting would attract other people. Although this was actually a desolate mountain, it was unlikely to attract people. Even if he did attract people, he could escape immediately. However, he still had a guilty conscience and immediately said, stop. Stop shouting. How could the man listen? He fled into the forest and let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiao Yan was worried that ferocious beasts would appear in the forest and attack the man, so he hurriedly said, wait. Be careful. Unexpectedly, when he chased after the man, he was immediately stunned, and his face turned deathly pale. There were actually a few people standing in the forest, and they were all looking in his direction. Xiao Yan took a closer look and discovered that something was wrong. These people weren't people at all. This was because the middle-aged man didn't seem to see them at all. He was still panicking. Moreover, Xiao Yan was very familiar with quite a few of them. Of course they were familiar. He had seen quite a few of them in the immortal capital before. Some were from the celestial heavens, and some were from the celestial heavens. They were all heavenly officials. The man screamed just now because he had fallen. He was holding a large string of protective talismans in his hand, and he muttered, great immortals, great immortals. Quickly come and save me. Quickly save me. And the great immortals he was shouting for had really come as he wished. At this moment, several pairs of heavenly officials were staring at Xiao Yan, staring so hard that he couldn't move. Seeing that the strange masked man who robbed him was frozen on the spot, the man hurriedly crawled up and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xiao Yan couldn't even take a step to chase after him. His whole body was already stiff, and he was covered in cold sweat. His heart was filled with fear. Yes, fear. He only hoped that the white silk would wrap his face tightly enough so that these little heavenly officials he had interacted with in the past wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, things didn't go as he wished. One of the heavenly officials sized him up and said in amazement, "Isn't this His Highness the Crown Prince?" Another heavenly official was even more shocked. "Ah, it really is him. Why is His Highness the Crown Prince here? Why is he dressed like this?" Xiao Yan's heart sank lower and lower, almost sinking into the earth's core. Just now that person shouted, "Help, robbery, robber." Is there a robber chasing him? The robber is His Highness the Crown Prince? Heavens! His Highness the Crown Prince would actually do this kind of thing? Hearing these words, Xiao Yan almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know how much time had passed before he said in a hoarse voice, He wanted to say something, but it was hard to say, and it got stuck in his throat. And those heavenly officials' complexions were also very subtle. After a long time, a heavenly official patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's okay. His Highness the Crown Prince, we understand." Xiao Yan was patted a few times. It wasn't hard at all, but he almost couldn't stand still. He said again, That heavenly official laughed a few times and said, "It's not easy for you to be like this. I understand. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else." Xiao Yan found it hard to say this. After the other party had said it first, he completely didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally murmured, "Okay, thank you. Then, I'll go back. I'll go back." He also didn't know how he left. In short, when he woke up, he was already standing on an empty mountain road. He had been woken up by the cold winter night wind. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally reacted. What a frightening thing had just happened. He, Xiao Yan, the Crown Prince of Xianlu, a robber. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, Xiao Yan was incomparably regretful. Before, he must have been crazy to think of blocking the road and robbing others. Now, things had gotten out of hand. Why was it so unfortunate that he hadn't accomplished anything, yet he just happened to be caught red-handed? In his past life, Xiao Yan had never encountered this kind of thing. He simply didn't know what to do. His entire body was burning from head to toe, and his mind was in chaos. He buried his face in his hands. If he could turn back time, he would even be willing to use several years of his lifespan and cultivation in exchange. Just as he was endlessly annoyed, the corner of his eyes suddenly swept over a blurry white silhouette in front of him. Immediately startled, he fiercely raised his head and said, "Who?" When he raised his head, that silhouette instantly disappeared. Xiao Yan's whole body was covered in a cold sweat. Although he didn't see that person's face, he still felt that person's face was like wearing a mask. However, after sweeping his eyes around, he didn't see any traces of anyone. Xiao Yan couldn't help but suspect that the silhouette he saw just now was just an illusion created by his panicked state. Regardless of whether it was or not, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly descended the mountain. After returning, Feng Xian had already been waiting for him for a long time. The moment he saw him, he asked, "Your Highness, where did you go? In the end, what method did you think of?" How could Xiao Yan dare to tell him? He couldn't tell anyone else, and it was even more impossible to tell Feng Xian. Xiao Yan simply couldn't imagine what Feng Xian, who had always believed in his unparalleled virtue, would think if he found out that his method was actually to run off to rob others. This matter, he could only hope that he could forever bury it in his heart and let it rot in his stomach. Thus, Xiao Yan vaguely said, "I didn't." Feng Xian was stunned and said, "Ah. Then what were you doing out for so long?" Xiao Yan's mind was somewhat absent-minded as he said, "Don't ask. I didn't do anything." Feng Xian was extremely puzzled, but no matter how he asked, Xiao Yan wouldn't say anything. As an attendant, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. He could only say in a low voice, "Then should we go out to perform again tomorrow?" Xiao Yan, however, said, "I'm not going out." Right now, he was already in a complete mess. His mind was filled with inconceivable worries. What if he coincidentally met that middle-aged man? What if he was already wanted by the entire city? What would he do? Feng Xian also felt that his expression wasn't right. He said, "You're tired, right? How about this, Your Highness, don't go out. I'll go out alone. Just focus on your cultivation." However, he didn't know that Xiao Yan didn't even have the heart to cultivate anymore. Originally, Xiao Yan wholeheartedly cultivated because this was the only way he would have a chance to return to the heavenly court. But now, he also felt fear towards returning to the heavenly court. Although those few minor heavenly officials said that they wouldn't say anything, but would they really not say anything? Would today's matter have already spread throughout the heavenly court by now? Once he thought of this possibility, Xiao Yan simply couldn't breathe. He absolutely couldn't endure being branded with this kind of stain, having the entire upper and lower heavens, and even the entire human world poking at him. In his exhaustion, Xiao Yan drowsily fell asleep. This sleep wasn't peaceful either. He tossed and turned, having an unknown nightmare before suddenly waking up. When he looked outside the window, the sky had already darkened. Feng Xian wasn't here. Sure enough, he had gone out to perform by himself. Even now, he still hadn't returned. From the room next door, the king and the queen's low coughs and voices could be heard. Xiao Yan lay on the ground. When he woke up, he couldn't help but imagine what would happen if this matter really spread and his parents found out. How incredulous would they be? The king might fly into a rage, coughing up blood while cursing him as the shame of Xian Lu. But the queen definitely wouldn't scold him. However, she would definitely be heartbroken, because the child she loved the most had shamed them. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Yan once again found it hard to breathe. He had to find a place to calm down by himself. Thus, he crawled up from the straw mat and rushed out. Facing the biting cold wind, he ran aimlessly for more than 10 kilometers. He didn't dare stay in a place with people, because he always felt that everyone was staring at him, judging how unbearable he was. Only when he ran to a graveyard and there wasn't a single person around did he finally stop. This night was even colder than the night before. Only when he arrived here did Xiao Yan discover that his cheeks and hands were frozen stiff. His body was also trembling slightly. It wasn't just the cold, but also fear. Xiao Yan couldn't help but hug his arms and breathe out a few mouthfuls of hot air. Turning his gaze, he discovered that in front of a tombstone, there were 2 jars of wine. It seemed that the owner of this tombstone was a wine lover when he was alive. That was why after he died, people who visited his grave also brought wine for him. Xiao Yan squatted down. He had never drunk wine before, but he had heard people say that wine warmed the body and made it so that one could forget things. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly picked up the wine jar, opened the cork, and gulped it down. This wine wasn't any good wine. It was cheap, and the jar tasted very strong. Xiao Yan gulped down a few mouthfuls, choking and coughing fiercely. However, it did seem to have warmed up a bit. Thus, Xiao Yan wiped his cheeks and simply sat on the ground. Picking up the jar, he continued to gulp down large mouthfuls of wine. In a daze, he seemed to see a small ball of ghostly fire fly out of nowhere and circle around him in a hurry. Xiao Yan only cared about drinking, as if he didn't see it. That ball of ghostly fire seemed to be desperately trying to get closer to him, but because it was a flame of nothingness, every time it tried to meet him, it could only pass right through him. It would never be able to touch him. After drinking the jar, Xiao Yan had long since become dizzy. His eyes were drowsy from the alcohol. Watching it fly back and forth was truly pitiful, but it was also truly funny. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Propping his elbow on the edge of the jar, he asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 185. Xiao Yan asked, "Is this your grave? Did I drink your wine?" He was muddle-headed from drinking too much. He didn't hear the will-o-wisp answer. He thought that the owner of the grave was dissatisfied and wanted to drive him away. He muttered, "Got it. I'll leave now." Xiao Yan climbed up with the wine jar in his arms. He began to walk unsteadily. Who knew? After a few steps, suddenly, there was nothing under his feet. With a thud, his entire body fell upside down. It turned out, there was a big pit in the cemetery. It was probably dug to bury the dead. Who knew that before the dead could be buried, Xiao Yan was the first to lie down. Xiao Yan knocked his forehead on the edge of the pit. It hurt and made him dizzy. He was dizzy for a while before he struggled to get up. His hands were covered in mud and blood. He didn't know where he broke them. He raised his hand. He looked at it blankly for a while before trying to climb out of the pit. However, he had just drunk a jar of wine. His hands and feet were weak. He couldn't use his strength. After climbing several times, he slid down. Xiao Yan slumped back to the bottom of the pit. He stared at the dark clouds covering the moon for a while. He was very angry. This pit wasn't very deep. Why couldn't he climb out? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xiao Yan couldn't help but mutter. I'm fucked. Xiao Yan had never scolded anyone before. This was the first time he spat out such a word. The strange thing was that after he finished scolding, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated in an instant. Thus, Xiao Yan was like a child who had tasted sweetness. He struggled to cling to the edge of the grave, raised his voice, and scolded again, I'm really fucking fucked. He slapped the ground and shouted, Is there anyone? Is there anyone to pull me up? Of course, there was no one. There was only a faint will-o-wisp that danced without extinguishing. After Xiao Yan fell, the will-o-wisp rushed over as if it wanted to pull him up, but it could never touch him. Xiao Yan didn't care about it at all. He angrily said, Why don't someone just bury me? Scolding was scolding, but he still crawled. Panting and panting, Xiao Yan managed to climb up on his own with great difficulty. He was already in a mess, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, he flipped over and curled up with his arms wrapped around himself. Xiao Yan whispered, So cold. He spoke very softly, afraid that someone would hear him. The will-o-the-wisp heard him and flew over to stick to his body. The flames suddenly became much brighter, as if it was burning itself. However, the will-o-the-wisp was cold. No matter how close it was, it would not bring any warmth to the living even if it was burnt to ashes. In his daze, Xiao Yan seemed to hear a tiny voice. The voice seemed to be far away, like a dream or reality. It said desperately, God, please wait for me, wait for me. Please give me a little more time. Let me, Xiao Yan thought to himself, God? Are you calling me? However, it was useless even if she prayed to him. Because when he was a god, there was nothing he could do. Now that he was no longer a god, there was nothing he could do. Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness. Xiao Yan was woken up by Feng Xian. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying in a small alley. Feng Xian's face hung in the air. Seeing him wake up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, his face was dyed with anger as he said, Your Highness. What happened to you? You didn't say a word and ran out for more than 2 days. If you didn't come back, I wouldn't be able to hide it from His Majesty and the others. Xiao Yan slowly sat up and said, 2 days. The moment these 2 words left his mouth, he discovered that his throat was dry and his voice was hoarse. His eyebrows were also twitching and his head felt like it was splitting. He seemed to remember something, but at the same time, he didn't seem to remember anything. Feng Xian squatted beside him and said, That's right. 2 days. Where did you go? Why were you so crazy just now? Could it be that he was drunk for 2 days? Wasn't he in a cemetery? Why was he lying here? Moreover, listening to Feng Xian's tone, Xiao Yan had a bad premonition. He asked, What happened to me? Feng Xian unhappily said, You were possessed. Smashing stalls everywhere, beating people everywhere, and even stopping the patrolling Yong'an soldiers. I don't know what else you did before. Hearing that he actually went to stop the Yong'an soldiers, Xiao Yan was startled and said, I stopped the soldiers. Then, what about those soldiers? Feng Xian said, Fortunately, I bumped into you and pulled you back. With your appearance, they thought you were a drunkard or a lunatic. After scolding you a few times, they didn't pay much attention to you. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. What happened to you? Why do you look like you drank alcohol? Xiao Yan lowered his head to take a look. Right now, his entire body was filthy and covered in mud. Scratching his hair, he looked as messy as a criminal who was about to be dragged down and executed. Sure enough, he looked like those drunkards who slept on the streets all day. After a moment of silence, he crawled up and vaguely said, I drank a little. Feng Xian didn't react for a moment and said, What? How can you drink alcohol? How much did you drink to be drunk for 2 days? Seeing Feng Xian's face full of disbelief, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He walked forward and said, I said I didn't drink much, just a little. I don't know what to do. Why can't I drink alcohol? Feng Xian didn't expect him to answer like this. Stunned for a moment, he chased after him and said, What do you mean you don't know what to do? Why? Your Highness, have you forgotten? Because you broke your vows by drinking alcohol. You can't break your vows, or else what will happen to your cultivation? You have to ascend again. As soon as he heard about cultivation and ascension, Xiao Yan didn't want to listen anymore and quickened his pace. Feng Xian said, Your Highness. He once again caught up. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Did something happen? Can you tell me? Hearing Feng Xian ask this cautiously, Xiao Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. If he didn't find someone to say it to, he might collapse. However, he wasn't sure what Feng Xian's reaction would be if he said it. He didn't dare gamble. Seeing him sluggish, Feng Xian continued, Seriously, it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people. Your Highness, is there anything you can't tell me? Hearing, it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people, Xiao Yan immediately felt suffocated. If he had originally been a little shaken and a little fluke, then at this moment, all of that was completely shattered. Xiao Yan lowered his head, turned around, and continued walking. He vaguely said, It's nothing. It's just, I'm really tired. He was just about to make up an excuse when he suddenly noticed something on the side of Feng Xian's face. He stopped walking and asked, What happened to your face? Feng Xian casually touched his cheek. As if he had touched a sore spot, his muscles twitched. The thing on his face was a bruise. Furthermore, one of his arms was also wrapped in bandages, carefully wrapped layer by layer. These bandages definitely weren't from Feng Xian himself. However, what Xiao Yan cared about was the injury under the bandages. He asked, How did you get injured? With Feng Xian's skills, mortals wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Moreover, it was his arm that was injured. Feng Xian didn't mind and said, Oh, it's nothing. Those scoundrels just came to smash my stall. Xiao Yan was bewildered and asked, Is it those locals who were selling their arts that day? Feng Xian said, That's them. Xiao Yan asked, Why did they go to smash your stall? Then, he had an epiphany. Is it because we admitted defeat that day, but you went to sell your arts later on? Is that why they came to chase you away? That was most likely the case. After understanding the reason, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly erupted with anger. He stiffly said, You don't have to go. Feng Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care as he said, Who cares about them? I still want to go. The one who admitted defeat was you, not me. In any case, I didn't admit defeat, so it can't be considered reneging. I just want to sell my arts there. Other than sneakily throwing things and smashing my stall, what else can they do to me? This time, I wasn't prepared, but it won't happen again. If we fight, I'm not afraid of them. Hearing these words, the sudden hostility in Xiao Yan's heart immediately dispersed and was replaced by a wave of guilt. Feng Xian was like this, yet he was still here by himself, dispirited and dispirited. How could he face his loyal servant who still hadn't abandoned him after reaching this step? Thinking up to this point, Xiao Yan sighed and said, I'm sorry, Feng Xian. Feng Xian stared blankly for a moment before vigorously waving his hand and saying, "Your Highness, why are you apologizing to me? Isn't that nonsense?" Xiao Yan said, "These days, you've been earning money by yourself. It's been hard on you." Feng Xian said, "As long as you properly cultivate and ascend as soon as possible, that's more important than anything else." Hearing the two words ascend again, Xiao Yan solemnly nodded his head. The king and queen had been deceived by Feng Xian, so they only thought that Xiao Yan had been cultivating outside these past few days. When she saw him return, the queen was still happy and cooked another meal. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to see it, so he took Feng Xian's bowl and ate in his place. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Feng Xian got up early and went out, while Xiao Yan stayed behind to cultivate. However, even though he had already raised his spirit to 120%, he was still unable to concentrate. This principle was similar to how everyone knew that the only way to become outstanding was to study hard and practice hard. However, out of 10,000 people, how many could truly achieve these four words, study hard and practice hard? Similarly, even if he told himself 10,000 times in his heart to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, how could it be something that could be done just by saying it? For more than 10 days in a row, the progress of his cultivation had stagnated without any results. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. Especially when Feng Xian would drag his exhausted body back late at night and ask him together with the queen if he had made any progress today, Xiao Yan would feel an indescribable pressure. However, he didn't dare to tell the truth and could only vaguely answer that he had made progress. Thus, Feng Xian and the queen were extremely happy. This couldn't continue for long. 2 months later, Xiao Yan finally couldn't let this situation continue any longer. One day, Feng Xian returned late at night. The two of them sat at the table and ate the leftovers from yesterday. As they ate, Xiao Yan suddenly said to him, "I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a period of time." As Feng Xian ate, he was stunned. "Ah. Leave? Where do you want to go?" Xiao Yan slowly said, "I'm going to find a quiet and secluded place with abundant spiritual energy to go into closed-door cultivation." If a place for cultivation was abundant with spiritual energy, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to cultivators. Previously, Xiao Yan couldn't make up his mind to leave his parents and 2 attendants, which was why he couldn't leave. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Feng Xian didn't think too much about it and said, "That's great. Your Highness, you should have done this earlier. Quiet cultivation is the most effective." Xiao Yan nodded his head. He paused for a moment before saying, "During the time I'm gone, I'll have to trouble you to look after father and the others." Feng Xian was about to reply when he suddenly hesitated for a moment. Although it was a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan was extremely familiar with him. How could he not see this momentary hesitation? At this moment, the king inside the room said, "You can go. This king doesn't need anyone else to look after him." Feng Xian and Xiao Yan put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked into the room. The king hadn't even rested yet and had heard their conversation, so he interrupted. Xiao Yan shook his head and said in a low voice, trying to be brave again. Feng Xian smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. That's for sure." Now, he actually answered straightforwardly. However, Xiao Yan didn't forget that just now, before Feng Xian answered, he seemed to have hesitated for a moment, as if he had some other concerns. However, when he thought about it, he felt that he might have been mistaken. Apart from them, Feng Xian didn't know anyone else and didn't have any other worries. What other concerns could he have? Forgetting about it, Xiao Yan started thinking about tomorrow's itinerary. The next day, Xiao Yan carried a simple luggage and temporarily bid farewell to his parents and Feng Xian. He walked for who knew how many dozens of miles on foot, eating and sleeping outdoors for several days before finally finding a secluded mountain suitable for cultivation. After surveying the area, Xiao Yan was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. "I'm so lucky," this place's feng shui is very good. It's actually a rare paradise. After being unlucky for so long, his luck suddenly changed. Xiao Yan still didn't dare to believe it. After confirming it repeatedly, there was no doubt. This was really a treasure land with abundant spiritual energy. If he could cultivate here for a few months, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and advance by leaps and bounds. Xiao Yan seemed to see hope. His mood that had been gloomy for the past few days suddenly brightened. His heart was jumping with joy. Father, Mother, Feng Xian, wait for me. I'll be back very soon. After climbing the steep and rugged mountain path for 6 to 8 hours, Xiao Yan finally entered the depths of this spiritual mountain before sunset. Walking through the dense forest, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the source of spiritual energy. Xiao Yan's footsteps also became lighter and faster. Unexpectedly, just as he was choosing a place to cultivate, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps from behind him. There were actually so many footsteps in such a secluded place. Xiao Yan subconsciously turned around to look. He absolutely didn't expect that with this glance, the smile at the corner of his mouth would freeze. Behind him, many people actually appeared. There were about 30 or so of varying height and weight. Their appearances and clothing were all different, but without exception, they were all heavenly officials. A small number of them were the last heavenly officials of the upper heavenly court, while the majority were the same heavenly officials of the lower heavenly court. Shockingly, among them stood the few minor heavenly officials that he had bumped into and robbed last time. When they saw Xiao Yan, their expressions slightly changed. They pulled at this, poked at that, and whispered something unknown. When he saw them, Xiao Yan's hands slightly trembled. Both sides looked at each other in dismay. After a while, one of the heavenly officials coughed and said, "What a coincidence to actually meet Your Highness the Crown Prince here." "That's right. Why did Your Highness the Crown Prince also come here?" Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He tried his best to remain calm and replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I came here to cultivate." Although the current him couldn't be compared to the past, Xiao Yan still tried his best to speak with the same tone as before he was demoted. He didn't allow himself to lower his voice, nor did he allow himself to have a guilty conscience. The heavenly officials opposite him laughed and said, "What a coincidence, we also came here to cultivate." That's right. I didn't expect to bump into this place." He. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who had discovered this heavenly paradise. These dozens of heavenly officials had also taken a fancy to it. Faced with this kind of situation, Xiao Yan began to hesitate in his heart. Could it be that he had to cultivate with so many heavenly officials? To tell the truth, he was against cultivating with other heavenly officials from the bottom of his heart. First, he came here to cultivate in seclusion. If he couldn't be alone and had to be with so many people, it would be hard to avoid being disturbed. Some people liked to cultivate in groups, so that they could look out for each other. However, Xiao Yan had always quietly cultivated by himself. Second, after the robbery incident last time, whenever he saw the heavenly officials he had interacted with in the past, he would feel anxious and fearful. He always felt that their gazes were like needles piercing into him, making him feel uncomfortable. For example, right now, he had the illusion that everyone was using subtle gazes to examine him. Because of this, he simply didn't have the heart to cultivate. Although there was a rule in the matter of occupying a blessed land, it was first come first served. As long as he was forceful enough, Xiao Yan could say that he came first and that they should find another place to cultivate. However, those few heavenly officials who had discovered his robbery were right in front of him, so it wasn't good to be too forceful. Moreover, he alone occupied a blessed land and drove away so many heavenly officials. Speaking of it, it was quite overbearing. Even if Xiao Yan was against cultivating with other heavenly officials, he had no other choice. For a while, he wouldn't be able to find another place with such abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. He could only nod his head and say, "That's right, what a coincidence. Then I'll go in first. Everyone, please help yourselves." As he spoke, he wanted to leave in a hurry and find the quietest cave to hide in. Who knew that just as he turned around, a heavenly official behind him said, "Wait." Xiao Yan paused his footsteps and turned his head to ask in confusion, "What's the matter?" Among those 30 or so heavenly officials, some used their eyes to communicate, while others spoke in low voices. In a flash, a person stood out and said with a faint smile, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past. This one, why don't you give it to us?" Xiao Yan stared blankly for a while before finally reacting. What they meant was that they actually wanted him to leave by himself. Inexplicable, they were bullying people too far. A wave of qi and blood rushed to his head on the spot. Xiao Yan thought to himself, "I came here first. I didn't let you guys leave, so why do you guys want me to leave instead?" However, it wasn't good for him to rashly flare up. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan's fingers slowly tightened around the straps of his luggage. He stiffly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" One of the heavenly officials said, "This. Didn't I just say it? Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past." Xiao Yan interrupted him and said, "But what does that have to do with this? Could it be that because I've occupied a lot of spiritual lands in the past, I'm not allowed to come here to cultivate in the future?" The heavenly official was shut up by him and didn't say anything else. Xiao Yan tried his best to remain calm and collected as he said, "Besides, I don't really understand. It's not like I'm the one cultivating here, so everyone else can't cultivate here. Isn't it a very common thing to share spiritual lands for cultivation? Everyone cultivates their own, what's wrong with that? Why must I leave?" At this moment, he heard someone mutter, "Don't play dumb. There are already more than 30 people here. If you cultivate here, what else can others cultivate?" Although that person was quickly pressed down by the others, Xiao Yan still instantly understood. So that's how it is. There was a limit to the spiritual energy in a blessed land. During cultivation, if one person occupied half of the spiritual energy, the people who came later could only occupy the other half. But if one person occupied 80% of the spiritual energy, the other person could only occupy 20%. The stronger one's ability to absorb spiritual energy for their own use, the more spiritual energy they could occupy. These heavenly officials were worried that if he also cultivated here, he would occupy more than half of the spiritual energy. And if the remaining spiritual energy was divided among the 30 or so people, each of them wouldn't even have a few strands left. Once he figured this out, the blood in Xiao Yan's head rushed even more fiercely. He clenched his fists and coldly said, "I want to cultivate here." One of the heavenly officials said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are only willing to call you Your Highness the Crown Prince because we respect you. Right now, you have the body of a mortal, so why do you insist on fighting over spiritual lands with us?" Xiao Yan said, "Since I have the body of a mortal, and you are all heavenly officials, then why are you afraid of me cultivating here? If I don't leave, do you think you will forcefully drive me away? Of course that wouldn't work. If a mortal didn't commit any major crimes, and the heavenly officials used force against him, they would be punished. The heavenly officials really couldn't do anything to him." However, Xiao Yan had forgotten one thing. Just as he stubbornly confronted the 30 or so heavenly officials, a voice suddenly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has been banished to the mortal world, but your bones have become even harder. Not only do you know how to rob mortals, but you also know how to offend heavenly officials, ha ha ha." As soon as he heard this, Xiao Yan immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly raised his head, only to see that the one who had spoken was an unremarkable low-ranked heavenly official. However, he wasn't one of the heavenly officials who had bumped into him that day. Sure enough, they had long since spread the news. Just now, it wasn't Xiao Yan's misconception at all. Everyone had indeed used that subtle gaze to look at him. Everyone knew. These heavenly officials, all of them knew. Chapter 186. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too piercing under his agitated emotions. The few minor heavenly officials that he stared at hurriedly waved their hands. They said, "We didn't tell outsiders." Xiao Yan's eyes reddened as he said, "Then how did they know?" After the 30 or so heavenly officials present heard those words, not many of them revealed a surprised expression. Since so many heavenly officials knew, then how many heavenly officials in the heavenly court knew? Being questioned by him, those few heavenly officials paused for a moment before explaining, "They aren't outsiders. The people here are all familiar friends. There aren't any secrets between us. Telling them doesn't count as telling others. Other than those heavenly officials, we won't tell anyone." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao Yan sternly said, "Lies. Lies after lies. I don't believe it." Being interrupted by his stern voice, those few minor heavenly officials also couldn't keep their faces and shrank back into the crowd. At this moment one of the heavenly officials suddenly shouted, "What does it matter if you believe it or not? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you did a good deed during your demotion. It's already good enough that they didn't report you on the spot. You still want others to keep your secret? What obligation do we have to keep your secret?" How funny. Xiao Yan felt as if a bucket of ice water had suddenly been splashed in his face. His heart was once again pierced by a knife. He anxiously said, "No. Then he heard someone say, "Normally, you don't do anything shameful. You aren't afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. If you aren't clean and virtuous, how can you blame others for not keeping their promises? If someone hides this kind of unjust matter for you, then that would be dereliction of duty and lack of virtue." Xiao Yan said, "No. He wanted to say that he had a reason. I didn't want to do it either." However, he also knew in his heart that no matter what the reason was, it wasn't important. The important thing was, he had indeed robbed them. Such a stain was like a brand of shame branded on his face. It made him infinitely small in front of these heavenly officials. He didn't even dare to defend himself loudly. Seeing his imposing manner drop, a martial god stood up and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, now you should understand why we don't want you to cultivate here, right?" Xiao Yan lowered his head and clenched his fists. The martial god continued, "We aren't on the same side, and our paths are different. You should leave on your own." Seeing him speak with conviction, saying, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together," Xiao Yan suddenly understood. At the end of the day, it all boils down to wanting him to give up this spiritual land. His knuckles cracked, and he swallowed hard for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I'm not leaving. I want to cultivate here." At this moment, his anger towards these 30 or so heavenly officials had already overwhelmed his sense of shame. Since they had already come this far, they might as well throw caution to the wind. Compared to running away with his tail between his legs, he would rather be thick-skinned and stay here, making it impossible for them to succeed. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and repeated, "I want to cultivate here. This mountain is not your territory. You have no right to make me leave." Seeing his unyielding attitude, the 30 or so heavenly officials' faces darkened. Xiao Yan heard someone say in a low voice, "What's the point? I've never seen such a thick-skinned person." However, no matter what they said, Xiao Yan stood rooted in place. Even though his heart was already bleeding from the battle of words, he still stubbornly held on and remained motionless. The martial god said, "It seems that your Highness the Crown Prince is stubbornly going your own way. Do you really want to make everyone unhappy?" Xiao Yan coldly said, "If you have the ability, then come and drive me away. In any case, even if you want to, you don't have the ability." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the dozen or so heavenly officials changed, and they all pulled out their weapons. This was natural. For the martial gods, those words just now were a huge provocation. There were many martial god officials present, so how could they pretend they didn't hear it? Even though he was surrounded, Xiao Yan wasn't the least bit afraid. He didn't have a sword in his hand. He only tightly gripped a tree branch that he used as a walking stick when climbing mountains. One of the martial god officials solemnly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you immediately apologize, we can pretend that you didn't offend us just now." Xiao Yan said, "If I made you unhappy in any way, I definitely won't apologize." He gripped the tree branch and pointed it forward, saying, "Because you aren't worthy of being gods." The other side was in an uproar. Someone sneered, "We aren't worthy. Is a bandit like you, a mortal robber, worthy?" Xiao Yan couldn't bear it any longer. He didn't want to bear it in the first place, so he charged forward with the tree branch and shouted, "You're going too far." The dozen or so martial god officials also raised their weapons to meet him. A martial god official in the back said, "It's not like we told you to rob people. What reason do you have to blame us?" It was too early for them to be happy. They originally thought that since Xiao Yan didn't have any weapons or strength, he would be easy to deal with. Who would have thought that this wasn't the case at all? Although Xiao Yan was only holding a tree branch, he was using it like a poisonous blade, overbearing and powerful to the extreme. The two sides didn't clash for long before the swords of several martial god officials were almost sent flying. They didn't even dare to be scratched by the wind from the tree branch, so they hastily dodged to the back in shock. As martial god officials, they actually couldn't beat a demoted mortal. This was too shameful. At this time, a martial god official watching the battle suddenly screamed from afar. "What's that?" This shout startled the other martial gods. "What's going on?" That martial god official seemed to be in great pain as he covered his face and bent over. Just now, a ball of ghost fire hit my eyes. Was it his doing? Xiao Yan remembered that this was the martial god official who had pointed at his nose and called him a robber. He laughed in extreme anger. "What ghost fire? If you guys want to steal spiritual land, just say so. There's no need to slander me." His anger flared and his attacks became even more ruthless. A circle of martial god officials' swords, and halberds were knocked to the ground by an ordinary tree branch that wasn't too thick or too thin. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I caught it! I caught it! Look!" Xiao Yan's figure slightly froze. He saw that the martial god officials in front of him were in a mess. One of them grabbed something in his hand and raised it high. There really is a ghost fire. He's playing tricks. I caught the evidence. Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked. Sure enough, it was a small ball of ghost fire burning faintly. He angrily said, "I don't know what's going on. How can you guys catch a ball of ghost fire and say that I'm playing tricks? Will-o-wisps weren't anything rare. Is my name written on it?" The martial god official who had screamed miserably covered his eyes and said, "Why would an ordinary ghost fire attack my eyes? If you weren't the one who ordered it, then how could it be like this?" Xiao Yan rebuked, "Then I can also say that it could just be a wandering soul on this mountain. It was accidentally scared silly by you guys, so it bumped into you. What kind of evidence is this?" The martial god who had first made a move snatched the ghost fire and said, "Who cares who ordered it? This kind of harmful thing, just break it up." As he said this, he exerted force in his hand. He actually wanted to crush the ghost fire and scatter it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan blurted out, "Let it go." In the end, he couldn't bear to let that wandering soul be affected by their farce, so he rushed forward and tangled with that martial god. Because his intention was to seize the soul, he held back a bit. The two of them were in a deadlock when several martial gods behind them suddenly shouted, "You came? Come quickly. Come and see what's going on." From the sounds of it, someone had arrived. All the martial gods turned their heads and said, "You finally came. We've been waiting for you for a long time, come quickly and help. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was startled at first. In his heart, he thought, could it be that some powerful martial god has arrived? But then he thought again, who cares who it is? If they also want to make things difficult for me, then what's wrong with fighting again? I'm not afraid of anyone. Right now, he was full of resentment and was already prepared for a big battle. Unexpectedly, after the crowd parted, the person who had arrived late walked forward. However, Xiao Yan was completely stunned. He never would have thought that the person who had arrived was actually Mu Qing. Mu Qing also clearly didn't expect to meet Xiao Yan in this kind of situation. When the two of them met face to face, their faces were full of astonishment. Xiao Yan's eyes widened, and he completely forgot about the martial gods he was fighting with. He stammered. Why are you here? Aren't you? After saying a few words, he noticed something. He immediately understood and shut his mouth. What Mu Qing was wearing now wasn't the old black clothes they had been wearing when they were fleeing for their lives. Instead, it was the martial god uniform of the Celestial Court. Originally, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing acted as Xiao Yan's assistants, their abilities were praised and eye-catching. Later, when Xiao Yan was demoted, many martial gods felt it was a pity that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also demoted along with him. There were even some who secretly pulled the strings and asked if they wanted to transfer to another martial god hall to serve. If a martial god admired Mu Qing, it wasn't impossible to bring him back to the Celestial Court to be used by them. It must be like this. Moreover, he should be doing quite well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be with this group of martial gods, looking for a blessed land to cultivate in. Xiao Yan was still a mortal, but Mu Qing had already returned to the Celestial Court. This scene was indescribably ironic. On the other side, Mu Qing finally calmed down and asked doubtfully, what's going on? The martial gods all rushed to explain the cause and effect to him. Xiao Yan stood in the distance, his body incomparably stiff. He noticed that they didn't specifically tell Mu Qing about his robbery. What did this mean? It meant that Mu Qing had long heard of this matter. Mu Qing also knew that he went to rob. Drop after drop of cold sweat rolled down Xiao Yan's head. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The martial god who had confronted him just now shouted while gasping for breath, he wants to seize the spiritual land by himself and drive us away. Mu Qing, quickly come help. Help with what? Get Mu Qing to help fight him together. Xiao Yan was so angry that his scalp went numb. He was extremely shocked. It took him a lot of effort to react. He stammered angrily. You guys are really inverting black and white, shameless to the extreme. It's not like this at all. I clearly didn't. Mu Qing watched from the side. Xiao Yan fell to the ground, his eyes immediately widening in disbelief. He didn't know which heavenly official had taken advantage of his absent-mindedness to push him from behind, causing him to fall so unsightly in front of so many pairs of eyes. It was really too unsightly. Xiao Yan could hear the voices of people from all directions. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the dark ground in front of him. Very slowly, he raised his head and looked at Mu Qing, who was standing not far in front of him. Mu Qing stood in the middle of those heavenly officials. He didn't look at him, instead turning his head to the side. Like everyone else, he also didn't extend his hand to pull him up. Thus, Xiao Yan understood that no one would pull him up. After lying on the ground for a long time, he slowly climbed up on his own. The crowd of heavenly officials thought he was going to make trouble again, so they were extremely vigilant. Xiao Yan didn't make a move against anyone. Instead, he lowered his head and searched the ground for a while. He found the small package that the queen had packed for him and silently picked it up. Once again, he put it on his back and turned around. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. As he walked and walked, his pace became faster and faster. Not long after, Xiao Yan began to madly run. He held his breath and madly ran all the way down the mountain without stopping for a moment. He didn't know how far he ran, but he suddenly didn't pay attention to his feet and fell again. Only then did he spit out a mouthful of blood. In his panic, he didn't think to get up. He just sat on the ground and gasped for breath. When his breath gradually calmed down, Xiao Yan didn't think to stand up. Instead, he just sat there in a daze. Suddenly, a hand reached over. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes slowly. Following this hand, he slowly raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, it was Mu Qing again. He stood in front of Xiao Yan, his complexion slightly pale. After a long time, he stiffly said, "Are you all right?" Xiao Yan blankly looked at him, not saying anything. Perhaps it was because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by such a creepy gaze. Mu Qing avoided his eyes. However, he still stretched out his hand and said, "Get up." However, this hand was already stretched out too late. Xiao Yan didn't take his hand, nor did he get up. He still stared straight at him. The two were in a deadlock for a long time. Mu Qing's complexion became more and more unsightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Xiao Yan suddenly grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. Mu Qing didn't think he would do this kind of thing. He simply didn't know whether to call it crude or childish. His chest suddenly exploded with a ball of dirty mud. A few spots also splashed on his face. He was stunned. After a short while, his anger surged, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said in a low voice, "I also had no choice." He really had no choice. Right now, his relationship with those heavenly officials shouldn't be bad. If he just watched as his colleague was beaten by Xiao Yan and he didn't do anything to stop it, or if people thought he was standing on Xiao Yan's side, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good time. Xiao Yan seemed to not know how to speak. He only grabbed the mud on the ground and continuously smashed it at him. Mu Qing blocked a few times but couldn't stop it. He said angrily, "Are you crazy? I said I had no choice. Didn't you also have no choice?" Scram! 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 This was the only word in Xiao Yan's mind. However, he couldn't even say this word. He could only madly grab whatever he could grab at hand and smash it. He didn't care who it was that he smashed. Finally, Mu Qing couldn't take it anymore. With an ashen face, he flicked his sleeves and left. Xiao Yan took a few rough breaths. He sat back down and started to stare blankly again. He sat like this until the sky darkened. After the sky darkened, many phosphorescent lights floated in from who knew where, faintly dancing. Xiao Yan didn't seem to see them. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy. However, those phosphorescent lights seemed to be unwilling to not be noticed by him. More and more gathered around him. Xiao Yan still ignored them. Until a figure appeared in the phosphorescent lights. That person's arrival was always accompanied by a great ominous premonition. Xiao Yan sensed something and slowly raised his head. 10 steps away, a white-clothed figure stood in the countless floating phosphorescent lights. The half-mask on his face was a sinister smile. Chapter 187. In the middle of the night, Xiao Yan's pupils instantly shrank into 2 tiny dots. With a trembling voice, he said, "It's you." By Wu Xiang. Xiao Yan's hair stood on end. He jumped up and reached behind him to pull out his sword. However, he pulled out empty air. Only then did he remember that all of his swords had long since been pawned. Even the branch he had used as a weapon had been cut off. In other words, right now, he had no magic power and was unarmed. Yet, he met this thing. A few years ago, after the destruction of Xianlu, Bai Wuxiang disappeared from this world. Xiao Yan had never looked for him. He had never thought of looking for him. He only hoped that he would disappear without a trace and never appear again. Who knew that this thing would suddenly appear in front of him today? That white-clothed figure slowly approached him. Xiao Lian felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then, he reacted, I can't retreat. Running is useless. He sternly said, what do you want to do? Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. He continued to walk closer with his hands behind his back. Xiao Lian's hands and feet, as well as the white breath that came out of his mouth, were trembling. He forced himself to recall the mocking, cold, or laughing faces of those 30 or so heavenly officials. He also recalled Mu Qing's side profile. All of a sudden, he forgot his fear. With a shout, he struck out with his palm. However, this palm hadn't even reached him yet. A sharp pain came first. Unexpectedly, the opponent had predicted Xiao Lian's move. He took the initiative to flash behind Xiao Lian and kicked him in the back of his knee. Too fast. Xiao Lian's knees had already landed heavily on the ground with a thud. This terrifying thought emerged in his mind. This thing's movements were actually faster than his thinking speed. In the next moment, Xiao Lian felt something even more terrifying. An ice-cold palm spread open and covered the top of his head. He screamed, but the hand exerted a little force and lifted his head along with his entire body. Xiao Lian had no doubt that with the strength of this thing, as long as these 5 fingers closed, they could directly crush his skull, turning his head into a bloody mess of flesh and bones in an instant. He also didn't doubt that Bai Wuxiang's next step after grabbing him was to do this. Xiao Lian gasped in disarray. Thinking that he was going to die for sure, he closed his eyes tightly. Unexpectedly, the thing behind him had no intention of continuing to exert force. Instead, it withdrew its murderous aura and sighed softly. After this soft sigh, the other party did not continue to move for a long time. Amidst the deathly silence, Xiao Lian opened his eyes, bit by bit. The wisps danced wildly in the sky, and each of them was a ghost that was laughing and watching the commotion. However, most of the wisps seemed to be intimidated by something, and didn't dare to approach the 2 of them. Only one particularly bright wisp hovered above them, and it was using its own flames to violently smash into the people behind Xiao Lian. No one knew what it was doing, but no matter how one looked at it, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Suddenly, Xiao Lian's body stiffened. Bai Wuxiang had actually hugged him. Xiao Lian sat crookedly on the ground. A pair of cold and powerful hands held him in a lifeless embrace. Bai Wuxiang also sat down at an unknown time, muttering, pitiful, pitiful. Your Highness the Crown Prince, look at what you've become. As he muttered to himself, he stroked Xiao Lian's head. His movements were gentle and compassionate, as if he was stroking an injured puppy, or his own child who was about to die from a serious illness. Under the moonlight, half of the smiling face was hidden in the darkness, and only the other half of the face was crying, as if it was sincerely crying for Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian stiffly curled up, motionless. The man in white behind him raised his finger and wiped off the dirty mud on Xiao Lian's face. From his actions, Xiao Lian actually felt a strange kind of benevolence. It was like he was in the arms of his best friend, or his most familiar family member. His shivering body miraculously regained some warmth. He didn't expect that in this situation, the one who gave him this kind of love and warmth was actually such a strange thing. Xiao Lian's throat let out a suppressed whimper, and his trembling became more and more violent. The wisp flew to his chest, as if it wanted to warm him up, but it wasn't sure if it could help him dispel the cold, and didn't dare to get close. Bai Wuxiang helped him wipe off the mud on his body and said, "Come over to my side." Xiao Lian's voice trembled as he said, I. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm and attacked Bai Wuxiang's mask. The surprise attack was successful, and the mask was sent flying high into the air by his palm. Xiao Lian had already flipped over and jumped several meters away. His previous fearful appearance was completely swept away, and he angrily said in a deep voice, "Who wants to go over to your side, you monster?" That deathly pale face fell to the ground, and the will-o'-the-wisp that filled the sky seemed to have been scared silly. It suddenly went out of order, wildly dancing without end as it screamed soundlessly. Bai Wuxiang covered his face and began to laugh in a low voice. When he heard that laugh, Xia Lian's hair stood on end. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang lightly snorted and said, "You will come over to my side." His tone was firm, and Xia Lian didn't understand what he meant. In disbelief, he asked, "Which side is your side? You destroyed Xian Lu, and now you want me to come over to your side? Are you crazy? You must be sick." He didn't know how to curse people. Even if he was extremely angry, he would only say those few words. Otherwise, he would have used the most vicious and most resentful words in the world to curse this thing. Bai Wuxiang laughed out loud. Covering his face with his hand, he raised his head and said, "You will come. In this world, besides me, no one will truly understand you, and no one will accompany you forever." Xia Lian's heart trembled, but he still refuted, "Scram. Don't think you're infallible with your nonsense. Do you think there's no one just because you say there's no one?" A ball of will-o'-the-wisp flew to his side, moving up and down as if it was nodding in agreement. However, this kind of evil thing was everywhere, so Xia Lian didn't notice this one. On the other side, Bai Wuxiang warmly said, "Oh? Is there anyone? There were people in the past, but do you think there will still be people in the future?" Xia Lian asked, "What do you mean? What are you hinting at?" Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. With a cold sneer, he turned around, seemingly about to float away. He softly said, "I will wait for you here, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Of course, Xia Lian couldn't let him leave just like that. He said, "Wait. Don't go. What did you do to them? Did you touch my royal father, royal mother, and Feng Xan?" Xia Lian chased after him, reaching out to grab that white-clothed figure. Who would have thought that the other party would lightly wave his sleeve, backhandedly grabbing a ball of will-o'-the-wisp? He didn't specifically attack Xia Lian, but Xia Lian felt a terrifying force attack him. His entire body flew high into the air before crashing into a tree. A loud sound rang out, and that tree, so thick that it would take two people to wrap their arms around it, was forcefully broken by his body. If it was in the past, Xia Lian wouldn't have even furrowed his brows if he had to break 10 of these kinds of trees. However, right now, he had the body of an ordinary person. With such a collision, all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. He heavily fell to the ground and fainted. In the last moment before he closed his eyes, he seemed to see that white-clothed figure extend a hand. In that palm was a ball of raging will-o'-the-wisp. The figure laughed and said, "Ghost, tell me, what's your name? This is too interesting." After he woke up, everything was gone. Xia Lian's head was upside down, and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He was dizzy and disoriented for a good while. Suddenly, he rolled and crawled up, muttering, "Royal Father! Royal Mother! Feng Xin!" He remembered what had happened before he fainted. Not daring to delay for even a moment, he madly ran several dozen kilometers. Finally, on a late night, 20 days after he had left, he returned to the hiding place of the king and the others. Xia Lian's heart was burning with anxiety, and he was extremely terrified. He was afraid that Bai Wuxiang had already killed his family and friends. When he returned to that small, run-down house, he pushed open the door. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before he cried out involuntarily, "Royal Father! Royal Mother! Feng Xin!" Fortunately, inside the house, the miserable situation he had imagined didn't appear. Even the things inside were not messed up. It was still the same as before he had left. Xia Lian madly ran several dozen kilometers with a body full of injuries. His throat was so dry that it was about to emit smoke. Only after he slightly relaxed did he swallow his saliva and continue walking inside. He said, "Feng Xin. You guys are." The moment he pushed open the door, his throat choked. Feng Xin was inside the house. When he saw Xiao Yan return, he curiously asked, "Your Highness, why did you come back?" However, Xiao Yan didn't look at him. Instead, he stared at the person opposite him. Standing opposite Feng Xin was a man dressed in black. It was Mu Qing. When Mu Qing turned around and saw him, he pursed his lips. His complexion wasn't too good either. Feng Xin walked around him and greeted him. "Didn't you go cultivate? How is it? I thought you were going to be gone for several months. Coming back so early, did you make some big progress?" Xiao Yan stared at Mu Qing and asked, "Royal father, where's royal mother?" Feng Xin answered, "Asleep in the house. Already lying down to rest." "Why are your clothes so dirty? What's with the injuries on your face? Who did you fight with?" Xiao Yan didn't answer. Only when he heard that his parents were safe and sound did he finally relax. He asked Mu Qing, "Why are you here?" Mu Qing didn't say anything. Feng Xin answered on his behalf, "He came to deliver something." Xiao Yan asked, "What thing?" Mu Qing slightly raised his hand and pointed to the side. He was pointing to a few clean bags that should be filled with rice grains. Seeing Xiao Yan remain silent, Mu Qing said in a low voice, "I heard that you guys are lacking medicine. I'll think of a way to get some later." Feng Xin replied, "All right, then I'll say my thanks. We're currently lacking this. Heavenly officials can't privately deliver things to mortals. You should also be careful." He then moved closer to Xiao Yan's side and said in a low voice, "I'm also quite surprised that he actually came back to help. I must have misjudged him before." In short, Xiao Yan suddenly said, "I don't need it." Mu Qing's face turned ashen and he clenched his fists. Feng Xin curiously asked, "What do you mean you don't need it?" Xiao Yan said word by word, "I don't need your help. I also don't want your things. Please leave." Hearing the words "please leave," Mu Qing's face turned even more ashen. Feng Xin also sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Qing lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." After knowing Mu Qing for so many years, this was the first time he heard him say these 3 words. It was also the first time he saw him sincerely apologize. However, Xiao Yan was already in no mood to be surprised. He said, "Please leave." He somewhat lost control of his emotions and grabbed the bags and threw them at Mu Qing. The shining white rice scattered all over the ground. Mu Qing was thrown into a sorry state, but he only raised his hand to block it. He still endured it. Feng Xin pulled Xiao Yan back and said in shock, "Your Highness. What's going on? What did he do? Didn't you go to cultivate? What happened in the middle?" Xiao Yan was pulled back by him and said with bloodshot eyes, "Ask him. I went to cultivate. Why did I come back? Ask him." The commotion outside was too loud. The Empress, who had already fallen asleep in the room, was startled awake. She put on her clothes and came out, saying, "My son, is it you who came back? What happened to you?" Feng Xin hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Your Majesty the Empress, quickly go in." He forcefully pushed her back and closed the door. He asked, "What did you do?" "Mu Qing, what did you do?" "Your Highness, the wound on your face was caused by him." Xiao Yan's breathing became more and more erratic. He couldn't speak at all. Mu Qing said, "It wasn't me. I didn't hit your Highness, I only asked him to leave. Other than that, I didn't say a single harsh word and didn't do anything to him. They were determined to get that spiritual land. Under those circumstances, if you didn't leave, you wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. You In a few words, Feng Xian finally understood what had happened. He widened his eyes and pointed at Mu Qing. He couldn't say a single word. After a while, he bent down to pick up the cloth bag on the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. He roared, "Get lost! Get lost, get lost, get lost!" Mu Qing was hit in the face by the rice bag he brought and took 2 steps back. The 3 people in the room were all breathing heavily. Feng Xian said, "I say, why did you suddenly change your personality? I'm really fucked up, this motherfucker, don't let me see you again." Mu Qing said hoarsely, "Yes. I was wrong, I admit it, I apologize. But I want to solve the problem in front of me first before talking about other things. If I don't return to the heavenly court, everyone will be finished. Your parents, my mother, the 3 of us, I don't know how long we will be struggling in the mud. If I go back first, there will still be a chance." Feng Xian scolded, "You're all fucking nonsense, less nonsense. No one wants to hear your excuses, get lost, get lost." Mu Qing said, "If you and I were in the same place." Feng Xian interrupted him, "I told you to stop talking nonsense. I won't listen. I only know that no matter what the situation is, I will not do the same thing as you. There's no need to be in the same place, you're just being ungrateful." It could be seen that Feng Xian still wanted to ask about the robbery, but he was afraid that Xia Lian would lock him up again. Thus, he could only forcefully suppress it and pretend that nothing had happened. He didn't ask and pretended to be relaxed. However, he wasn't good at joking, so the jokes he made were dry and embarrassing. Honestly speaking, the taste of his Empress Mother's cooking was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the more she cooked, the more diligent she became, the more she progressed in a direction she shouldn't have. Xia Lian had also never cooked before, but the taste of his cooking was pretty good. It seemed that he could only explain it as an innate talent. Even so, Xia Lian still took the plate, sat down at the table, and obediently ate. In any case, he couldn't taste anything he ate right now. It was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Although he thought he was done for that night, they definitely hurt him. However, according to the situation these past few days, the king and the empress didn't seem to know about his robbery. Otherwise, with the king's temper, he would have long since cursed him. Feng Xian definitely wouldn't tell them, so for the time being, he could relax. Thinking of this, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. Xia Lian was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Xian picked up his bow and said, "It's time. I'm going out to perform." Xia Lian stood up and said, "I'll go too." After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Forget it. You should rest a bit more." Although Feng Xian didn't pursue the matter, Xia Lian still felt uncomfortable all over. He always felt that after Feng Xian found out about this, there was something between the 2 of them that could never go back. Feng Xian's every word and expression seemed to have a different meaning that was worth investigating. Xia Lian shook his head and sighed. "I'll tell you the truth. Right now, I'm not in the mood to cultivate." Feng Xian had more or less expected this. He lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Xia Lian continued, "Since it's like this, instead of sitting in the house, why not go out and perform? At least you can earn some money. At least you won't look like a cripple." He didn't know why, but he couldn't say the last 2 words. It was probably because in his heart, he truly felt that he was already a cripple. That was why he didn't dare to easily say those 2 words. Feng Xian still wasn't completely at ease and said, "I can do it by myself. Your Highness, you've only eaten 1 meal these past 2 days. It's better if you rest for a few more days." The more he said this, the more anxious Xia Lian was to prove himself. Turning around, he looked in the mirror and said, "It's all right. I'll tidy up a bit," and he originally wanted to tidy up his appearance. At the very least, he wouldn't look like a crazy beggar anymore. Who knew, he would see an extremely terrifying scene in the mirror. Chapter 188. Xiao Yan shouted on the spot. Feng Xian was caught off guard and jumped in fright. He said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xiao Yan pointed at the mirror with a pale face. Him. I. Feng Xian followed his finger and looked into the mirror. After a while, he turned his head with a blank expression and said, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yan was scared out of his wits. He held on to him tightly. With great difficulty, he was able to say a few more words. My face. Can't you see? There's something on my face. Feng Xian stared at his face. He sighed. Xiao Yan was still wondering why he didn't react when he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Highness. Did you just realize there's a wound on your face?" Xiao Yan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Why? How could this be? Why would Feng Xian say that? Could it be that Feng Xian couldn't see the mask on his face in the mirror? Xiao Yan blurted out, "Can't you see? There's something on my face." Feng Xian asked doubtfully, "What is it? What do you mean specifically?" "I can't see it." Xiao Yan looked at the mirror again. Impossible. However, when he looked again, the mask on his face in the mirror had disappeared. His panic-stricken face was still reflected in the mirror. His face was crisscrossed with bruises. He looked like he had lost his soul and was in an extremely sorry state. He looked like a laborer who had been beaten up by a rich man. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He tried to touch the edge of his face. He thought, "This is me." At this time, he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Highness. Are you too tired? Or were you angered by that stinking brat? Listen to me. Don't go out for a while. It's better to rest more." Xiao Yan finally came back to his senses. He saw Feng Xian carry his bow and stool and was about to leave. He hurriedly said, "No. Feng Xian pushed the door open and turned his head. "What else?" The words reached his mouth, but he swallowed them. That was because a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Their current days were already very difficult. If they were to tell Feng Xian that Bai Wuxiang might come back to haunt them, what would Feng Xian do? Feng Xian's shadow in Bai Wuxiang's heart was not shallow. What would he do? Would he want to retreat and leave like Mu Qing? While his imagination was running wild, Feng Xian had already left the room. Xiao Yan was awakened by the sound of the door closing. He had no choice but to shrink back into bed and cover himself with the quilt, planning to sleep again. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell. Xiao Yan got up. At first, he thought that the queen was cooking again, or that a mouse or something had died in the corner. He got up and looked around, but in the end, he found that the source of the strange smell was actually him. Only then did Xiao Yan remember that he hadn't changed his clothes or washed up for dozens of days, so of course he would smell. Xiao Yan held his breath as a wave of disgust towards himself welled up in his heart. Thinking that his parents and Feng Xian must have sensed it but didn't tell him, he felt ashamed again. He sneakily opened the door and saw that there was no one outside. He then found a new set of clothes and planned to boil water for a bath. After tossing and turning, he finally managed to soak in the bathtub. He sank his entire body into the water and suffocated until he almost fainted. Only then did he resurface and fiercely wash his face a few times. After scrubbing his entire body, Xiao Yan reached out to grab his clothes. He absent-mindedly shook them open and was about to put them on when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. These weren't his clothes at all, but rather Bai Wuxiang's deathly white mourning clothes. Xiao Yan only felt that the hot water he was soaking in had instantly turned into a pot of ice. His hair stood on end as he involuntarily cried out, "Who? Who did this? Who had secretly changed his clothes while he wasn't paying attention?" He jumped out dripping wet and knocked over the bathtub. With a loud noise, the entire room was immediately flooded with water, scaring the king and queen in the neighboring room. The queen supported the king and came in to see Xiao Lian's naked body lying on the ground, covered in water. She was so frightened that she threw herself at him and hugged him, saying, "My son, what happened to you?" Xiao Lian's hair was dripping wet and disheveled. He raised his head and hugged her back, saying, "Mother, ghost, there's a ghost pestering me. He's been following me the whole time." His current appearance was no different from a madman. The queen couldn't take it anymore and hugged her son, her heart aching as she cried. The king also looked at Xiao Lian in a daze. He was in his 40s, but now he seemed to be over 60. The cold winter air caused Xiao Lian to shiver. He pointed and said, "Clothes. Quickly look at those clothes." However, when he looked at those clothes again, how was that some white mourning clothes? Wasn't it still his white Taoist robe? Xiao Lian suddenly felt a burst of anger. He punched the wooden tub and roared, "What the hell do you want? Are you playing with me?" The queen held back her tears and hugged him, saying, "My son, don't be angry. Put on your clothes first. Put them on, don't catch a cold." That day, Feng Xian also returned very late. The weariness on his face was also deeper than before. Xiao Lian had already waited for him for a long time. He impatiently said, "Feng Xian, I have something very important to tell you." Although Bai Wuxiang was too strange and powerful, and even if he told Feng Xian, warning him ahead of time would probably be useless, he still thought that this matter shouldn't be hidden from Feng Xian. Thus, he decided to tell him the truth. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian didn't immediately ask him what the matter was. Instead, he said, "It just so happens that I also have something I want to tell you." Xiao Lian thought that the matter of confirming Bai Wuxiang was more important. Important matters should be left for later. Sitting at the table, he asked, "You first, what is it?" Feng Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, you should speak first." Xiao Lian also didn't have the heart to decline. In a low voice, he said, "Feng Xian, you must be careful. Bai Wuxiang has returned." Feng Xian's expression suddenly changed. "Bai Wuxiang has returned? Why do you say that? You saw him?" Xiao Lian said, "Yes. I saw him." Feng Xian's face paled. But that's not right. How could you see him? How could you be safe and sound after seeing him?" Xiao Lian buried his face in his hands and said, "I also don't know. But not only did he not kill me, he even, like a loving elder, he even hugged him and patted his head. He even said to him, 'Come over to my side.'" After listening to him talk about the strange encounters of the past few days, the shock on Feng Xian's face gradually faded and was replaced by confusion. What does he want to do in the end? Xiao Lian said, "In any case, he definitely doesn't have good intentions. Furthermore, he seems to have been following me. In short, you have to be careful. Help me remind Imperial Father and Empress Mother to be careful as well. But don't scare them." Feng Xian said, "Okay. I won't be going out for the next few days. The things that brat brought over should be able to last for a while." It was really embarrassing to talk about it. When Mu Qing left, he still left behind all the things he brought. Although Xiao Lian had lost control of his emotions at that time and had smashed him, saying that he didn't need his things and help, after calming down, he still gloomily picked up all the things. Xiao Lian sighed and nodded. He then said, "Oh right, what did you want to tell me?" When he mentioned this, Feng Xian hesitated again. After pausing for a moment, he opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, he actually hesitated. While grabbing his hair, he said, "Actually, Your Highness, do you still have money? Or something that can be pawned? Xiao Yan didn't expect that he would actually ask such a stupid question at this time. Stunned, he said, "Ah. Why are you asking this?" Feng Xian braced himself and said, "Nothing. It's just that if there is, can you lend me some first?" Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think there will be more?" Feng Xian also sighed and said, "I think so too." Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, "But didn't I give you a golden belt before?" Feng Xian muttered, "That's not enough." "It's far from enough." Xiao Yan was shocked and said, "Feng Xian? What did you do? How could a golden belt not be enough? Did you hit someone outside and need to pay for it? Tell me about it." Feng Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "No. Don't take it to heart, I'm just asking." After asking again and again, Feng Xian guaranteed that nothing was wrong. Xiao Yan worriedly said, "If there's anything, you must tell me. We can think of a solution together." Feng Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I won't be able to think of a solution even if I keep thinking. Your Highness, you should first solve the problem on your side." As soon as he mentioned this, Xiao Yan's heart sank again. Just as he expected, in the next few days, that thing continued to pester him like a haunting ghost. Xiao Yan could always see that sad and happy face in many unexpected places, or a faintly discernible white figure. Sometimes it was at the head of his bed in the middle of the night, sometimes it was a reflection in the water, sometimes it was at the door that suddenly opened, and sometimes it was even behind Feng Xian. Bai Wuxiang seemed to take pleasure in scaring him. Moreover, he deliberately let only him see it. Every time Xiao Yan couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him, the others would rush over or turn their heads, and he would disappear. Xiao Yan lived these days in fear and anxiety. In his heart, he hated that he couldn't catch this thing and cut it into 8 pieces. However, he couldn't even step on the other's shadow. It was inevitable that day and night would turn upside down, and his body and mind would become exhausted. One day, he woke up in the middle of the night, feeling an uncontrollable thirst. He remembered that he hadn't had a good drink all day, so he got up and prepared to go out and drink some water. However, he heard faint voices and a faint candlelight coming from outside. Xiao Yan was startled and immediately hid behind the door. His heart was madly thumping. Who is it? If it's Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian, why would they need to be so sneaky? Who knew that this sneaky person really was his Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian? Feng Xian's voice was extremely low. Is His Highness resting? The Queen also whispered, He's sleeping. The King said, it wasn't easy for him to fall asleep. Tomorrow, don't wake him up too early. Let him sleep a bit more. These words made Xiao Yan's heart ache. Immediately after, he heard the Queen say, "AI. If this goes on, when will my son get better?" Xiao Yan felt that there was something wrong with these words. At this time, Feng Xian said in a low voice, "He's been too tired recently, that's why he's like this. Too many things have happened. I'll have to trouble your majesties to keep a closer eye on him. If there's anything wrong with His Highness, you must immediately tell me. However, don't let him sense it. Also, don't say anything that will provoke him." Xiao Yan hid behind the door and listened. His mind was blank, and his blood rushed to his head. What did this mean? What did this mean? He roared in his heart, I'm not crazy. I'm not lying. What I said is the truth. Xiao Yan raised his hand and slammed open the door with a bang. The 3 people in the room were all startled. Feng Xian stood up. Your Highness. Why aren't you asleep? Xiao Yan smacked him in the face. You don't believe me? Feng Xian was startled. Of course I believe you. You. Xiao Yan interrupted him. Then what did you mean by those words just now? Are you saying that everything I saw was an illusion? That it was my own delusion? The king and the queen wanted to interrupt, but Xiao Yan immediately said, "Don't talk, you don't understand." Feng Xian said, "No. I believe you, Your Highness, but it's also true that you've been too tired recently." Xiao Yan looked at him and didn't say anything. However, somewhere in his heart, a cold wind was blowing. He believed that, on the whole, Feng Xian still believed him. At least 80%. He didn't completely believe him. After all, Xiao Yan's recent days were really too crazy. If it was any outsider, they would definitely judge him as a madman. What qualifications did he have to be completely trusted? But it shouldn't be like this. In the past, Feng Xian would have unreservedly believed him. Even if there was only 20% doubt, it was still unbearable. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger and resentment. He didn't know who it was directed at. Towards Bai Wuxiang, towards Feng Xian, towards everyone, and towards himself. He didn't say a word and turned around to leave. Feng Xian chased after him and asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Xiao Yan forced himself to remain calm. "Don't worry about me. Don't follow me. Go back." Feng Xian said, "No, but where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Xiao Yan made up his mind and suddenly sprinted. Feng Xian's speed wasn't as fast as his, and in a short while, he was left far behind. He could only shout from behind. The king and the queen also came out to shout at him, but Xiao Yan turned a deaf ear to them and ran faster and faster. He had to take the initiative to attack. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to kill Xiao Yan, Feng Xian, or his parents, it would be as easy as turning his hand. But he didn't want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to play with him like a toy, and then treat him like a joke. As Xiao Yan sprinted, he faced the dark night and roared, "Come out! You monster in the gutter! Come out!" Bai Wuxiang had come for him alone. Therefore, he believed that Bai Wuxiang would definitely follow him out. However, after cursing the heavens and the earth, there were no traces of sneers that floated out from an unexpected dark corner as usual. Nor was there a figure that leisurely appeared behind him and abruptly placed a hand on his head. After sprinting for several kilometers, Xiao Yan finally exhausted all his strength. He bent down deeply and used both hands to support his knees. Panting heavily, the smell of rust permeated his chest and throat. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and continued to walk forward. In a low voice, he said, "You want to waste time with me, right? Fine, I'll slowly waste time." He didn't know how long he had been walking alone in the barren mountains and wild ridges, but the fog gradually thickened. All around him, the pitch-black old trees were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. All of them were leaning forward, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was as if they were inviting him to step into a forbidden land of no return. Xiao Yan knew in his heart that what lay ahead was not good, but he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, he definitely had to settle this. It would come sooner or later. Thus, he continued to walk forward with a calm face. As he walked, in the white fog in front of him, a row of sparkling objects faintly appeared. It was like a glowing wall. Xiao Yan had never seen this kind of thing before. Slightly frowning, he stopped walking. And that wall was actually slowly approaching him. Xiao Yan became vigilant. He broke off a branch and held it in his hand, ready for battle. When that wall was less than 2 meters away from him, he was stunned to discover that it wasn't a wall at all. Instead, it was countless netherworld ghost fires. Because there were too many of them, from afar, it looked like a wall of fire or a large net. Although those ghost fires were strange, they didn't have any killing intent. They just silently floated in front of Xiao Yan, not letting him continue forward. Xiao Yan tried to bypass them, but these ghost fires immediately changed directions and blocked in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, he heard many voices saying, "Don't go over. Don't go over. There's something bad in front. Go back, don't continue walking." These voices were wooden and dense, like a tide, causing chills to run down people's backs. Xiao Yan was surrounded by them. He noticed that among these ghost fires, there was one that was particularly bright and quiet. Although ghost fires didn't have eyes, when he looked at that ghost fire, he seemed to be able to feel a scorching gaze greeting him. Chapter 189. Xiao Yan coldly said, "Get out of my way." The will-o'-the-wisp remained motionless. Xiao Yan asked, "Why are you guys stopping me?" The will-o'-wisp did not answer. Meanwhile, the other little will-o'-the-wisps were still repeating, "Don't go over." Xiao Yan didn't want to be entangled with these things at all. He waved his hand. Broke them up. This palm strike didn't shatter his soul. It merely dispersed the ghostly flames that had formed a blocking formation, as if they were a group of fireflies or small goldfish. Xiao Yan quickly passed by, the withered branches and withered leaves rustling as he stepped on them. However, when he looked back, the will-o'-wisps quickly followed suit. It looked like they were going to form another formation. Xiao Yan warned, "Don't follow me." The brightest and hottest ball of will-o'-the-wisp flew in front, turning a deaf ear. Xiao Yan raised his hand as if he was about to strike. He said fiercely, "If you continue to follow me, be careful that I don't destroy your souls." Such a threat. Many of the will-o'-the-wisps were frightened. Shuffling back. The leading ghostfire froze in the air for a moment. He was still less than 5 steps behind him, which made Xiao Yan feel that, it seemed to be saying, "It doesn't matter if my soul is destroyed," or perhaps it knew. Xiao Yan wouldn't really hit it. Xiao Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable anger. In the past, when he shouted, which kid dared to pester him again? They had long since fled with their tails between their legs. Now, not only did people dare to trample on him at will. Even a tiny ball of nether flame didn't listen to his words, and didn't take his threat seriously at all. His eyes turned bloodshot as he muttered under his breath. "Even a little brat like you is like this. All of you are like this. Not a single one of you isn't like this." It was a little funny to be angered to this extent over such a small matter, but at this moment, Xiao Yan was truly filled with resentment. Unexpectedly, after he muttered these words, the ball of ghost fire seemed to understand that he was angry and sad at the same time. It froze in the air and no longer moved forward. Instead, it brought the hundreds of small balls of ghost fire and slowly retreated. Not long after, they all disappeared into the night. Xiao Yan exhaled, turned around, and continued forward. After 700 or 800 steps, he could vaguely see a few flying eaves in the fog ahead. It seemed to be an ancient monastery deep in the mountains. Xiao Yan walked closer and took a closer look. His eyes widened slightly. This was a Crown Prince temple. Naturally, it was the dilapidated Crown Prince temple. It had already been looted by the thugs. The signboard fell to the ground and broke into 2 halves. Xiao Yan paused at the entrance of the temple for a moment, then lifted his foot to step over the broken horizontal board and entered the temple. Some were alone, some were in groups of 2s and 3s, and some were dragging their families. Most of them were lost, but the way they got lost was extremely strange. Some people could even get lost while walking on the main street. It was extremely inconceivable. Inside, Xiao Yan also saw the entertainer who wanted to compete with him in breaking a boulder on his chest. His complexion wasn't very good. It seemed that the last competition had seriously injured him. The 2 of them met face to face. Without saying anything, they nodded. It was obvious that these were all ordinary people. Moreover, they were all people that Bai Wuxiang had deliberately brought to this deep mountain forest. The alarm in Xiao Yan's heart grew louder and louder. However, he didn't bat an eyelid. He took out a cold steamed bun from his sleeve and forcefully took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. He needed to conserve his strength as much as possible in order to deal with the upcoming battle. 2 hours later, the inside and outside of this Crown Prince temple was packed to the brim with people who had lost their way. Xiao Yan secretly counted and found that there were about 100 people. Not a single person could walk out of this forest. Once there were more people, the scene became noisy. Everyone started talking at once. You also came out of nowhere? This is too strange. Someone suggested, why don't we look around again? Someone immediately agreed, let's go, let's go. I don't believe that with so many people, not a single one can walk out. Xiao Yan, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head and said, it's useless no matter how you walk. You can't get out. Everyone looked at him, why? Xiao Yan said coldly, because you were all led here by a monster. You are all his toys. Do you think he will let you go so easily? Some people thought that he was being alarmist, some thought that he was being paranoid, and some thought that he should not be underestimated. One person stood up and said, who are you? Why do you say that? He seems to be the first person to come. When I came, he was already sitting here. Strange, yes, and he even covered his face. Do you have any proof? Xiao Yan said indifferently, I don't have proof. Whether you believe it or not, that monster definitely did not lead you here to treat you to a meal. Be careful, I don't need to say more. As soon as he said that, before anyone could respond, there was a burst of rapid footsteps coming from afar. Everyone's spirit was immediately lifted. Someone is coming again. Even if some people wanted to go out and take a look, they quickly slipped back the moment they stepped out of the temple. That was because, along with the sound of running, there was also a burst of crazed yelling. This yelling simply didn't seem like it could be made by a human. Everyone's expression greatly changed as they all retreated into the temple. My God, who is this person? It can't be some wild beast, right? As the figure in the fog ran closer and closer, Xiao Yan squinted his eyes and said, no, that is indeed a person. However, as that person ran in this direction, he was howling loudly and covering his face with both hands. Seeing that he was about to run into the Crown Prince temple, Xiao Yan squeezed out of the crowd and stood outside, wanting to see what was going on. However, that person seemed to have no eyes and ran straight into a tree at the entrance of the Crown Prince temple. With a pang, he was bounced back a few feet and fell to the ground, unconscious. Everyone was shocked. Squeezing into the temple, they stretched their necks and anxiously said, What's going on with this person? Including that street performer, there were a few brave people who wanted to go over to take a look. Xiao Yan immediately said, don't go near. A few people were frightened by his strict tone and said, then what should we do? Just let him lie there. Xiao Yan said, I'll go and take a look. Everyone said, then you should be a bit more careful. Xiao Yan nodded his head and slowly walked towards the tree. He squatted down and was just about to remove the hands that covered the person's face when that person suddenly jumped up and let out 2 sharp screams. That's right, it was 2 sharp screams. Moreover, it was 2 screams that were emitted at the same time. One was emitted from this person's mouth, while the other was emitted from his face. On this person's face, there was even a face. Human face plague. Xiao Yan immediately got goosebumps all over his body and his pupils suddenly shrank. Everyone in the temple was also scared silly by this terrifying scene. After that person jumped up, he spread out his hands and was about to rush towards the crowd. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had sharp eyes and quick hands. With a palm strike, that person with the human face plague was immediately sent flying several feet away. Xiao Yan hurriedly retreated a few steps and blocked the entrance of the temple. The people behind him were extremely frightened as they said, isn't this disease only found in the imperial city? So many people have died in the imperial city, isn't this disease already extinct? It's fake, right? It can't be real, right? Is that really a human face on his face? What was even more frightening was that in the next moment, more screams came from all directions. A dozen or so figures swayed as they gathered towards the Crown Prince temple. They didn't even need to look to know that they were all people with the human face plague. Someone shouted, "Everyone, run! Spread out! Don't let them get close!" Xiao Yan shouted, "Don't spread out. We don't know how many more there are in the forest. If there are even more outside, then we're done for. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for them to come and catch us like a turtle in a jar. Isn't this just waiting for death?" The branch that he had snapped on the way here was still pinned to Xiao Yan's waist. He pulled it out and held it like a sword as he said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to come over. Whether or not they can get close to this place is naturally up to me." This was his territory, the Crown Prince Palace. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Xiao Yan flew out. With a shwa 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 sound, a few branches instantly knocked the people with the human face plague to the ground. For Xiao Yan, this wasn't a difficult task at all. He did what he said he would. Sure enough, not a single one of these freaks were able to get close. Everyone in the temple was panting non-stop, trembling with fear as they watched. When they saw him win, they all cheered and loudly thanked the heavens. It was unknown when, but in the night sky of the forest, many will-o'-the-wisps swam over, dancing chaotically in the air. He didn't know if they were helping to drive away the people with the human face plague, but in any case, Xiao Yan felt that they weren't a hindrance to him. After sweeping through the area, he habitually wanted to put his sword back into its sheath. Only when he did so did he realize that he wasn't holding a sword, but rather a branch. After a moment of awkwardness, he saw a white silhouette waving at him from not too far away. Xiao Yan had just fought a round, so his blood was boiling. He immediately chased after him. "Don't even think about running away." The group of will-o'-the-wisps also rushed after him, as if they were illuminating the path ahead for him. Bai Wuxiang naturally wasn't trying to escape. He walked at a moderate pace, appearing very calm. However, he was always faster than Xiao Yan by 7 or 8 steps. Xiao Yan chased after him for a few steps before his heart lit up. He immediately turned back. Seeing that Xiao Yan wasn't chasing, Bai Wuxiang actually didn't leave. He said, "Why aren't you following me?" Xiao Yan turned his head and said, "You just want to lure me away and spread the human face plague again. Why should I follow you and let you succeed?" Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, "No, you're wrong. My goal isn't to lure you away. My goal is you." Although he was wearing the mask of sorrow and joy on his face, Xiao Yan didn't know why, but he could feel that Bai Wuxiang was smiling. Luring the tiger away from the mountain indeed didn't make sense. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to spread the human face plague again, he could spread it all over the world. Xiao Yan wouldn't be able to stop him. So why did he have to spread it deep in the mountains? Xiao Yan paused his footsteps and said, "Then what exactly do you want to do?" He had asked this question countless times, so he was about to lose his patience. Bai Wuxiang said, I want you to come over to my side." Xiao Yan pulled out a branch and pointed it at Bai Wuxiang. Would he still be alive? At this time, Bai Wuxiang said in a low voice, "I really can't kill you. I also won't kill you. However, don't be too confident right now. In the future, don't regret this." Regret? Why would he regret? Before Xiao Yan could figure it out, a knife hand suddenly chopped at his neck. His vision suddenly fell into darkness. In the darkness, there seemed to be light and heat coming from far ahead. Xiao Yan followed the light and slowly regained consciousness. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was a ball of will-o'-the-wisp above him. It seemed that the light and heat that he felt while he was unconscious was this. Seeing that he had woken up, the will-o'-the-wisp immediately stuck close to him. Then, as if it felt that being too close to a person wasn't good, it slightly retreated. Xiao Yan felt that this will-o'-the-wisp seemed to be particularly unusual. If he remembered correctly, it was this will-o'-the-wisp that blocked him on the way here. He wanted to stretch out his hand to take a look, but unexpectedly, his hand couldn't reach out at all. Xiao Yan was stunned and instantly sobered up. When he looked down, he discovered that the reason why he couldn't reach out his hand was because his hands and feet were tied up. Chapter 191. Xiao Yan didn't know if he was awake or asleep. If he was awake, he didn't react to anything in the outside world. He also didn't have any memories. If he was asleep, his eyes were open the entire time. When he woke up, Bai Wuxiang had already put the black sword on his waist, like an elder rewarding a child. He said, "This is my gift to you." As he said that, he patted the hilt of the sword. He said meaningfully and gently, "It is definitely sharper than the ones you collected in the past and the ones Junwu gave you." Xiao Yan let him help him put on the sword. He didn't speak, he didn't resist. Because any resistance was useless. Just like that, he changed into a new set of clothes. He put on a new treasured sword, dragging a body that looked like it had been reborn. He walked out of the pitch-black Crown Prince Palace. Bai Wuxiang said from behind him, "Wait." Xiao Yan stopped in his tracks. Bai Wuxiang silently came to his side. He placed a white silk in his hand and said, "You forgot about this." That was what he had used to cover his face and the white silk that had been tied up later on. Alone, Xiao Yan staggered down the mountain. It was already daytime. The sun had also come out, but when the sun shone on his body, Xiao Yan didn't feel warm at all. On the way down the mountain, he saw a small stream. Ding dong, it was very clear and lively. Walking to the side of the stream, the water reflected his appearance. Xiao Yan stared at that pale face. His face was smooth and white, without a trace of a scar. His neck was the same, so his chest, abdomen, and all other places must be the same. But after looking at it for a while, he couldn't look anymore. He buried his head and scooped up a few mouthfuls of water from the stream, washed his face, and drank a few more mouthfuls. As he drank, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something upstream. He slowly raised his head and saw that on the shore not far away, next to a large rock, there was a corpse. Looking at the clothes, it was the man who performed. This person didn't go down the mountain, but died on the road. There was a particularly obvious pool of blood on the large rock. It looked like he had died from hitting the rock in pain or fear. The corpse was already rotten. Half of it was soaked in the water and emitted a foul stench. It was motionless, but a few small deformed human faces grew on the half-rotten face, and they were still wriggling. Xiao Yan lay by the side of the stream and vomited for half an hour. He vomited until he saw blood. After descending the mountain, he walked for a long time, wandering aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and pulled him into the alley. Xiao Yan turned around, but before he could see the man's face, he saw a fist flying towards him. "Where have you been these past few days?" Behind the fist was Feng Xian's furious face. By the time Xiao Yan saw it, he had already fallen to the ground with a plop. Feng Xian had not expected that Xiao Yan would be defeated so easily. Looking at his own fist, then looking at Xiao Yan on the ground, he stared blankly for quite a while. Before he could go over to help Xiao Yan up, Xiao Yan had already climbed up on his own. Feng Xian's expression changed, but he still didn't calm down. He said again, "What a temper you have. You ran out after saying that and disappeared for 2 months. But do you know how worried His Majesty and the others were?" Xiao Yan wiped away the blood from his nose that had flown out from his punch and said, "I'm sorry." Seeing the blood on Xiao Yan's face getting dirtier and dirtier, Feng Xian sighed heavily and said, "Your Highness. It's fine if you're sorry, there's really no meaning in us talking about these things. But you, what happened to you? What have you been doing for so long? What happened that you can't tell me?" He noticed the black sword on Xiao Yan's waist and asked, "Where did you get that sword?" Xiao Yan wanted to say it. However, when he thought of the dispute he had with Feng Xian before he left, the hesitant expression on Feng Xian's face, and the experiences he didn't even want to think about, he only said, "I'm sorry." The two of them returned to their original hiding place. When the queen saw Xiao Yan, she hugged him and cried. The king seemed to have aged quite a bit. Originally, he was looking for white hair in his black hair, but now he was looking for black hair in his white hair. However, he didn't fly into a rage. After saying a few simple words, he didn't open his mouth. Probably because they were afraid that he would run away again for 10 days to half a month without a trace, the three of them were very careful with their words and actions. Feng Xian. After a simple and crude meal, Xiao Yan untied the black sword on his waist and handed it over. He said, "This sword is for you. Take it and pawn it." Feng Xian felt the hand holding the sword tremble, but he couldn't guess why it was trembling. He asked, "Why do you want me to pawn it?" Xiao Yan said, "Didn't you want money before?" Hearing this, a pained expression suddenly flashed across Feng Xian's face. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for it now." Xiao Yan no longer said anything. He threw the black sword to the side and no longer cared about it. Then, he fell asleep. When he returned this time, Xiao Yan acted as if nothing had happened. He hoped that he could return to his original state as soon as possible and strive to return to normal. Soon, he and Feng Xian went out together to set up their performances. Originally, Feng Xian was still worried and said, "Forget it. You should rest for 2 more days." Xiao Yan said, "I've been resting for almost 2 months. If those performers come looking for trouble again, the two of us can easily deal with them." However, Feng Xian said, "Those performers stopped coming a long time ago. It wasn't because the previous performer had died and there was no one to lead them. Rather, it was because Feng Xian had been stationed here for a long time. When they first arrived, everyone still felt that it was a novelty. However, after a long time, people had more or less lost that novelty. There was no difference between looking at him and looking at other local performers. Compared to before, Feng Xian had lost his competitiveness. Since he wasn't a threat anymore, the other performers also didn't come looking for trouble. In any case, everyone earned about the same amount of money. Therefore, no matter how much effort Feng Xian put into his archery, no matter how excellent his archery skills were, the number of people coming to watch and reward him decreased by more than half. It wasn't even 1/10 of the original number. After half a day, Feng Xian was so tired that his forehead was drenched in sweat. He sat to the side. Xiao Yan said, "Let me go." Feng Xian said, "You can't, right?" However, Xiao Yan went up on his own. Seeing that it was a different person, the passers-by became interested again and asked, "What unique skill does this little brother have?" Xiao Yan didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a tree branch and started to practice a sword technique. Although he was using a tree branch, his sword technique was executed beautifully. The sound of the wind breaking also carried a sharp sword intent. Thus, there were some people who gave him face and applauded. Feng Xian watched from the side with a complicated expression. After watching for a while, he turned his head away. Xiao Yan didn't feel any shame, nor did he feel any psychological burden. He continued to practice his sword seriously. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone shout from the crowd, "Not good, not good. So unsightly. Who wants to see you holding a tree branch and blindly poking around?" Feng Xian suddenly stood up and shouted, "Watch your mouth." Xiao Yan's movements slightly froze as he looked over. He saw a man in the crowd eating a melon while spitting out the seeds. It was obvious he was here to watch the show. He shouted towards Feng Xian, "I came to watch you perform. You can say whatever you want. You're just a person asking for rewards, yet you still dare to care about our rewards. Change to a real sword. Change to a real sword, then I'll consider whether or not I should reward you with a few coins." When he shouted, the others also followed suit and shouted. Feng Xian was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a white shadow flash. Xiao Yan had already appeared beside that person, grabbed him, and tossed him high into the air. The moment he made a move, his strength was strangely great. That idler was tossed several feet into the air, and his melon skin fell to the ground. Everyone was so shocked that they all opened their mouths wide. That person landed heavily on the ground with a peng sound. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices as he loudly screamed. However, Xiao Yan didn't stop there. He once again went up and grabbed him. In a flat and emotionless voice, he said, "I don't have a real sword, but I do have a real sword. Do you want to see it?" The surrounding crowd was so frightened that they scattered in all directions. One of them shouted, "Someone come. Save me. Murder." Feng Xian was even more alarmed. "Your Highness." Xiao Yan turned a deaf ear and was about to toss that idler a few more feet into the air, allowing him to fall to the ground. Feng Xian went up and pressed him down. He even forgot to conceal his identity as he roared, "Your Highness. Wake up. This person is going to be beaten to death by you." Black flames burned wildly in Xiao Yan's eyes. He slapped away Feng Xian's hand and pressed that person into the ground. That idler's 2 legs stretched out, no longer moving. Just as Feng Xian was about to pounce on him, he heard someone at the end of the street scream, "It's them. They're over there." Not good. The Yong and soldiers had arrived. Feng Xian broke into a run, but he saw that Xiao Yan was still standing in his original spot, staring at those Yong and soldiers as if he wanted to go up and fight them. Thus, Feng Xian turned back and pulled Xiao Yan, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and run." The 2 of them hid here and there along the way before finally escaping and returning to the small house they were hiding in. As soon as they entered the house, in front of the queen, Feng Xian shouted, "How could you do such a thing?" The original Feng Xian naturally wouldn't have dared to be this impudent in front of the 2 emperors. However, after such a long time, many things had already changed. Xiao Yan said to the queen, "Return to the house." The queen said, "Imperial son, what exactly?" Xiao Yan said, "Return to the house." The queen wanted to ask but didn't dare, so she returned to the house. Xiao Yan then turned towards Feng Xian. "What did I do?" Feng Xian angrily said, "You wanted to beat that person to death." Xiao Yan retorted, "It's not like he died. Furthermore, so what if I beat him to death?" Feng Xian was stunned. "What did you say? What do you mean by so what if I beat him to death?" Xiao Yan said, "Who told this lowly commoner to seek death? Since he was seeking death, I helped him. What's wrong with that?" As if stunned by his choice of words, Feng Xian only spoke after a while, "He did commit a crime, but that doesn't warrant killing him, right? It's fine to just give him a palm, but just because of this sentence, he deserves to die." Xiao Yan interrupted him and said, "Yes. If he dared to say that, then he must pay the price." Feng Xian said in disbelief, "How could you say such a thing?" Xiao Yan asked, "What words?" Feng Xian said, "You would never use the word lowly commoner in the past. You have never used this word." Xiao Yan said, "In the end, what do you mean? It's not like I'm an immortal, can't I be angry? Can't I hate?" Feng Xian choked. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words, "That's not what I meant, but no matter what, it shouldn't be, Xiao Yan didn't want to listen anymore, so he didn't continue talking to him. He entered the house and slammed the door. As soon as he closed the door, he shouted loudly and knocked himself onto the bed. Deceiving himself. He was simply deceiving himself. No matter what, it was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened, and it was impossible to return to how it was originally. In the evening, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Yan thought it was Feng Xian, so he didn't answer. After a long while, he heard the queen's voice say, "Imperial son, it's Imperial mother. Let Imperial mother come in to see you, okay?" Xiao Yan originally wanted to lie down and not move, but after lying down for a long while, he still got up and opened the door. He said tiredly, "What is it?" The queen carried a plate and stood at the door. She said, "Imperial son, you haven't eaten anything, right?" Xiao Yan looked at her and endured for a long time. Only then did he swallow down the words, "I haven't eaten anything, and I don't want to eat anything you make," that had already bubbled up in his throat. He moved aside to let his mother enter. The queen placed the plate on the table and said, "Look." When Xiao Yan saw it, he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He asked, "What is this?" As if she was presenting a treasure, the queen said, "Look, this is twin wings and branches pill, this is flower and moon round soup. The one called twin wings and branches looked like a corpse with 2 lives, while the one called flower and moon round soup was uneven." Xiao Yan had no choice but to interrupt her. "How come these things even have names?" The queen said, "Don't all dishes have names?" Xiao Yan replied, "That's the imperial palace's imperial cuisine. Ordinary people don't give names to dishes. The palace, the imperial cuisine, and the ordinary people." The queen paused for a while, then smiled and said, "No one stipulated that one must eat royal food to be given a name. Just take it as an auspicious sign. Come on, try it. Imperial mother spent a lot of time making this for you." As she spoke, she handed over the chopsticks. Xiao Yan didn't smile, nor did he move his chopsticks. The queen smiled as she sat for a while. Her smile gradually faded as she said, "My son." Xiao Yan asked, "What?" The queen said, "Why did you quarrel with Feng Xian again?" Xiao Yan didn't want to explain at all, nor did he have the strength to explain. He said, "Just stay in the house, don't worry about this." The empress hesitated for a moment and said, "I know I shouldn't say this, but during the days you weren't here, Feng Xian has been taking care of him." Xiao Yan asked, "Imperial mother, what exactly do you want to say?" The queen hurriedly said, "My son, don't be angry, I am not criticizing you. It's really not. I know it's been hard on you too. I'm just saying that Feng Xian has always been with us, and it hasn't been easy for him to follow you. I can feel that it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but the reason he stayed until today is all because he remembers your friendship." Hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up and said, "Who's easy? Am I that easy? Imperial mother, can you guys stop asking? If you guys don't understand, can you guys not get involved?" Seeing him rush out of the door, the queen panicked. She stood up and chased after him, saying, "My son, where are you going?" "I won't say anymore, Imperial mother won't say anymore. Come back." Xiao Yan sternly said, "I know. It hasn't been easy for everyone, don't worry. I'll go right now and make it easier for everyone." The queen couldn't keep up with him and was soon thrown off. It wasn't until late at night that Xiao Yan returned carrying a few bags. When he opened the door, he saw that no one had slept and were all waiting for him. Their expressions were all very bad. Xiao Yan closed the door behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" The king seemed to have already scolded the queen, as the rims of her eyes were still red. When she saw Xiao Yan return, she let out a long sigh of relief. Forcing a smile, she said, "My son, you're back. From now on, I won't ask anymore. Don't suddenly turn around and leave. If there's anything, Imperial mother will definitely listen to you." Everyone was afraid. They were afraid that if he turned around and left, they wouldn't see his shadow for another 2 months. However, Xiao Yan said, "You guys are thinking too much. I'm not leaving. You guys can just go in and rest." After waiting for the king and queen to enter the house, he was silent for a moment. Then, Feng Xian said, "Even if I asked you where you went, you wouldn't answer, right?" Xiao Yan didn't say anything. He threw the few bags on the ground, making a crisp sound. Feng Xian asked, "What's this?" Xiao Yan opened the bag and turned it upside down. From inside, a large pile of gold and silverware fell out, practically lighting up the entire house. Feng Xian immediately stood up and said, "You. Where did you get this?" Xiao Yan didn't even raise his head. He sat on the ground and counted as he said, "There's no need to be like this. I just went to a big family in the city. Don't worry, no one noticed." Feng Xian's eyes widened. "You." He remembered that the king and queen were still next door. Lowering his voice, he said, "You stole things." Xiao Yan said, "You don't need to look at me like that. It's not easy for everyone. With these things, it'll be much easier." Feng Xian said, "But you still can't steal things, right? We can perform as entertainers." Xiao Yan said, "Performing for an entire day is tiring to death. How much money can we earn?" Feng Xian took 2 steps back. This was the first time Xiao Yan saw him have this expression of someone about to faint. Feng Xian finally stood up with great difficulty. After confirming that he hadn't heard wrong, he muttered, "You, how did you become like this?" Xiao Yan raised his head and asked in reply, "Like what?" Feng Xian angrily said, "I don't want to talk about you. Look at what you look like right now. I'm already not asking you about the robbery, so why are you becoming even worse?" Xiao Yan sneered and said, "As expected." Feng Xian asked, "As expected?" Xiao Yan stood up and said, "As expected, you've always remembered the robbery. You wanted to ask me, but you were too embarrassed to ask, right? You must have imagined what happened 1,000 times in your heart. There's no need to think, I'll tell you." Step by step, he forced his way in front of Feng Xian and said, "It's true. I robbed." Feng Xian was forced to take a step back and said, "You." He took another step forward and angrily said in a low voice, "Why did we suffer so much? If you were willing to do this kind of thing, we would have done it a long time ago. Why did we have to endure until today? What do you mean by this? Are all our previous efforts wasted? Are you still the crown prince of the past?" Xiao Yan said, "Yes. But, why did you have to suffer until today?" Feng Xian stared blankly. Xiao Yan continued, "What was I like in the past? Not retaliating when scolded? Not retaliating when hit? Overestimating myself? Saving the common people? What is this? Isn't this an idiot? Do you think it's good to be an idiot like that? Do you think I have to be like that? The moment I'm not, you'll suffer a huge blow, right?" Feng Xian was alarmed. "Are you crazy? Why are you saying that?" Xiao Yan said, "You're wrong. I'm not crazy, I just suddenly became clear-headed. Then, I discovered that the previous me was the crazy one." Feng Xian muttered, "How can you be like this? When did you become like this?" I really don't know, I'm like this, why I'm following you." Xiao Yan said, "Then don't follow me." Feng Xian still hadn't reacted. "What?" Xiao Yan said, "I said, then don't follow me." After he finished speaking, he slammed the door and left. 4 hours later, a rustling sound came from outside the house, along with the sound of low voices. It seemed that Feng Xian was saying goodbye to his imperial father and imperial mother. Feng Xian's voice was extremely low, the empress's words were choked with sobs, and the king didn't speak much, mostly coughing. Not long after, the door opened and closed. Feng Xian's voice disappeared, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Feng Xian had left. Xiao Yan shut himself in the room, expressionless. After a long while, he closed his eyes. He had finally left. Ever since Mu Qing left, Xiao Yan had always been afraid of this matter. One day, Feng Xian would also leave. Because he was too afraid. Today, Xiao Yan could no longer endure being tormented by this fear. Rather than slowly wasting time like a knife being sharpened, slowly whittling away those feelings of gratitude and friendship bit by bit until both sides hated each other, it would be better to explode sooner. Before Feng Xian left, he was afraid. But after Feng Xian left, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, even though he wasn't afraid anymore, he was in even more pain. Originally, Xiao Yan still held a tiny bit of hope in his heart. He hoped that even if he admitted that he did something he shouldn't have done, even if he became this terrible to the extreme, Feng Xian would still stay. After all, ever since he chose Feng Xian to be his personal attendant when he was 14 years old, the two of them had practically been following each other like shadows. They were master and servant, and even more so, good friends. Other than him, the crown prince, Feng Xian didn't have anyone else he needed to care about. At most, he would bring the king and empress along. However, Feng Xian had really left. Xiao Yan had long guessed this result, and he could completely understand this result. However, he still couldn't bear it for the time being. At this moment, the empress' voice came from outside the silent room. She said, "Imperial son, I'm sorry." Xiao Yan crawled up from the bed, opened the door, and went out. Tiredly, he said, "It's not your fault." The empress and the king both sat at the shabby table. The empress said, "It's imperial father and empress mother who dragged you down. They made you do bad things for us, and even made you quarrel with Feng Xian." Xiao Yan forced a smile and said, "What's bad about it? Aren't there always stories of robbing the rich to help the poor in those legendary stories? It's fine if Feng Xian left, it's fine. It's good that he left. Both sides are relaxed. You should first treat your illness before we talk about other things. Tomorrow, you can buy the best medicine." However, the king glared at him and said, "I don't need this money." The empress secretly pulled him back. Xiao Yan said, "What do you want?" The king coughed a few more times and said, "You, go chase after Feng Xian. I don't need this money." Although the empress was pulling him back, she still said, "That's right, you go chase after Feng Xian. He's your most loyal attendant, and also your good friend." Xiao Yan said, "I don't have any more loyal attendants. If you have money, just take it and use it. Don't ask about other things. As I said, you guys don't understand these things." After a long silence, the empress finally said, "I'm sorry, my son. Father and mother can see that you're struggling very bitterly by yourself. However, father and mother are only mortals, so they can't help you at all. They still need you to take care of them." Xiao Yan didn't have the strength to say any more. He casually comforted them with a few perfunctory words before sending them back to their rooms. In order to wake himself up, Xiao Yan took off all his bandages and clothes. After taking a careless bath, he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he thought in a daze, "Why didn't Feng Xian wake me up?" Only after a while did he remember that Feng Xian had already left. Xiao Yan turned over and sat up. After staring blankly for a while, he thought of another matter. Even if Feng Xian had left, what about his imperial father and empress mother? Why didn't his imperial father and empress mother come in? Usually, at this time, the king's coughing would have long since been audible. However, today, it was extremely quiet. For some reason, Xiao Yan felt a wave of unease. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. After grabbing twice, he realized that the white silk he used to cover his face was gone. Pushing open the door to the next room, he said, "Imperial Mother, did you see my..." As soon as he pushed open the door, his pupils instantly shrank into two tiny dots. His white silk had been found. The white silk was suspended above the sorghum, and there were still two motionless figures of old people hanging from it. They had long since become stiff. It was his imperial father and empress mother. Xiao Yan suspected that he was still in a dream. He swayed and barely managed to support himself against the wall. He swayed back and forth, but he didn't manage to hold on and slid down the wall. He sat on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, he had difficulty breathing. Crying and laughing and crying, he said, I. It was unknown who he was talking to, but after a while, he said again, "No, I didn't. Wait, I can't, I." In the end, he couldn't even say a complete word. He turned around and screamed, slamming his head against the wall a dozen or so times. He should have thought of this earlier. His father was such an old-fashioned monarch, and his mother was the kind of mother who couldn't bear to see her loved ones suffer, especially for them. Both of them were nobles who lived like princes. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. After Xiao Yan slammed his head against the wall a few hundred times, he muttered, "Feng Xian, my imperial father and empress mother are gone." No one was listening. Only then did he think of putting his parents' bodies down. After putting them down, Xiao Yan seemed to have nothing to do. He paced around the room and saw a few cold and ugly dishes on the table. He didn't eat them last night and let the queen take them away. Now, he picked them up in a daze and ate them all. He didn't dare to miss a single dish, for fear that he would miss a grain of rice. After eating, he started to vomit again. Suddenly, Xiao Yan grabbed the white silk and threw it on the beam, putting it around his neck. Waves of suffocation assaulted him, but he was still conscious. Even if his eyes were bloodshot and his neck bones were cracking, he was still conscious. Moreover, he didn't know why, but as he hung, the white silk automatically loosened. Xiao Yan fell heavily on the ground. In his dizziness, he found that the white silk was actually moving without any wind, like a poisonous snake, slowly coiling up. This thing actually gave birth to its own soul. It was infused with magic power, stained with Xiao Yan's blood, and even hanged two members of the royal family. If Xiao Yan could die, then it would be three. Such a white silk, with such deep resentment and evil energy, it would be strange if it didn't become a monster. This little monster that had just come to this world was completely unaware of the desperate situation under which it was born. It happily swam towards the person who gave it its soul, as if it was looking forward to an intimate action. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, it did not exist at all. He held his head and roared, Who will kill me?" He only hoped that someone would immediately come and take his life, and help him get rid of this endless pain and torture. At this time, there was a deafening sound of gongs and drums in the distance. Xiao Yan breathed heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he thought, Who? What is it? Some kind of force drove him to stagger up, and he went out to investigate. After walking for a long time, he finally discovered that it was the sound of celebration for the establishment of Yong'an, the relocation of the royal capital, and the completion of the new palace. The whole world was celebrating. The old citizens of Xianlu country were now cheering for Yong'an. On the streets, the smiles on everyone's faces were so bright, so familiar. Xiao Yan remembered, during the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the people of Xianlu country also cheered like this. Xiao Yan staggered back and sat paralyzed on the ground. Why did they let him see the laughter of the people of Yong'an when the corpses of the Xianlu country's ruler and empress were lying at his feet? Xiao Yan buried his face in his hands, crying and laughing, ha 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 ha, sob sob sob. After a while, he said with a smile, It's not that easy. A voice flashed in his mind, the human-faced plague, it's resentment. The method to create the human-faced plague is, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said in a soft voice, "Don't think you'll have it easy." The expression on his face seemed to be crying and laughing, happy and sad. He slowly stood up along the wall, saying, "Yongan, Yongan. Don't even think about it. Don't ever think about it. I curse you all. I curse you all. I want all of you to die, absolutely die." Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Laughing and laughing, Xiao Yan rushed out like a gust of wind. When he passed by the mirror, he suddenly paused and turned his head back. His appearance in the mirror had completely changed. What he was wearing was not that white Taoist robe that had been washed to the point of being worn out, but a snow-white mourning robe. His face was also no longer his own face, but a face that was half crying and half laughing, full of sorrow and joy. If it was the Xiao Yan of before, seeing his current appearance in the mirror, he would definitely scream in fright. But now, he was not the least bit afraid. He turned a blind eye to it, laughing madly without end. Stumbling, he knocked open the door, and ran out. The old Xianlu country's imperial city was now an unbearably dilapidated ruin. Near the ruins, there were still residents who had luckily survived and refugees who had nowhere to go. Ever since the outbreak of the human face plague and the destruction of the imperial city, this once magnificent capital had often been filled with chilly winds that caused people to tremble in fear. But today, it seemed to be especially chilling. Several beggars in ragged clothes ran away like a wisp of smoke, looking up at the sky as they ran. Everyone felt that something terrible was about to happen, so it was better not to stay any longer. In front of the imperial city's dilapidated gate was the battlefield. Usually, no one dared to go there. Now, only an old Taoist was running here and there, catching those wandering souls. He stuffed them into his bag and prepared to make lanterns. As he was catching them, he suddenly discovered that, at some unknown time, a strange figure in white had appeared at the end of the battlefield. It was really strange, really strange. He was wearing mourning robes with wide sleeves. A piece of white silk was rolled up on his sleeves, fluttering in the wind as if it was alive. On his face was a deathly white mask. Half of his face was crying, while the other half was smiling. That old Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, his legs had already brought him out of the battlefield. His heart was still in a state of shock, so he stopped and looked back. The man in white didn't say a word as he strolled on the battlefield. The cold wind blew, and with every step he took, he stepped on the corpses of the dead. Countless souls struggled and wailed on this piece of land, so much so that even the air was black with resentment. The man in white said coldly, "Do you hate?" The undead howled in grief. The man in white took a few more steps and said, "The people you swore to protect are now citizens of Xian country. Do you hate?" The wails of the souls were mixed with screams. The man in white said slowly, "They have forgotten you who died on the battlefield, forgotten your sacrifice, and cheered for the people who took your lives. Do you hate?" Among the screams, there were hisses and roars. The man in white said sternly, "What's the use of just screaming? Answer me, do you hate?" Countless voices full of resentment and pain echoed in the sky above the battlefield. "Hate, so hate, kill. I want to kill them." The man in white opened his arms towards them, stretched out his hands, and said, "Come to me." He said word by word, "I promise, those who live in eternal peace, will never find peace." Amidst the heaven-shaking screams, and roars, the souls of the Xianlu soldiers and the souls of the people infected with the man-face plague resonated with each other. Within the black fog that covered the sky, they took shape. The old Taoist who was watching from afar saw this scene and trembled in fear, This is. In an instant, only 4 words appeared in his mind. White clothes calamity. At this time, the man in white heard the voice of a young man behind him, "Your Highness." Chapter 192. The reason why he said it was a youth was determined from his voice and figure. He was dressed neatly as a martial artist. His figure was tall, but it was like a newly plucked bamboo, not losing the inexperienced feeling of a youth. His black clothes were like ink, and his hair was also like ink, tied up. A knife hung from his waist, slender. He slowly raised his head, his face was also covered by a snow-white mask. On the mask was a curved smiling face. One after another, balls of black energy took shape amidst the hissing sound. They were all sucked into the universe creator's sleeve by the white-clothed man. It was as if a river was being poured into a small jade bottle. And that youth remained motionless in the violent black wind. The white-clothed man said, "Who are you calling?" The black-clothed youth was still kneeling on one knee as if he was submitting and as if he was making an oath. He replied, "I'm calling you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The white-clothed man coldly said, "I'm not Your Highness the Crown Prince." That black-clothed youth said, "You are." "I won't forget your voice and figure." The white-clothed man's voice was tainted with a few traces of anger. "I said, I'm not." This white-clothed man was naturally Xiao Yan, who was wearing mourning clothes and a sorrowful and joyous mask. His face was hidden behind the mask, no one could recognize who he was. He also didn't want to be recognized. However, this black-clothed martial artist wandering on the battlefield had directly called out his identity. Suddenly, the white silk wrapped around Xiao Yan's sleeves leaped out like a poisonous snake. It pounced towards that black-clothed youth. Although it looked like a soft white silk, its attack was very fierce and overflowing with evil energy. Seeing that the black-clothed youth was about to be caught by it, he raised his hand and firmly grabbed onto that white silk. One end of that white silk wrapped around Xiao Yan's wrist, and the other end wrapped around the black-clothed youth's wrist, slowly tightening. It wasn't that it didn't want to break free, but that black-clothed youth continued to firmly hold onto it, as if he was firmly pinching the weak point of a poisonous snake. His hand constantly emitted threads of cold air. Without a doubt, this was a departed spirit. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful departed spirit. After sensing the power transmitted from the other end of the white silk that couldn't be underestimated, Xiao Yan asked, "What's your name?" After a moment of silence, the youth in black said, "I don't have a name." Xiao Yan didn't ask any further and said, "No name means no name." The black-clothed youth said, "You can address me in any way you wish." Xiao Yan asked again, "Are you the soul of a soldier who died on this battlefield?" Nameless said, "Yes." Only then did Xiao Yan withdraw his hand. The white silk immediately leapt back onto his body. Xiao Yan stepped through the door and looked down. Sure enough, as expected, there were some charred remains scattered on the ground. Xiao Yan took a bit and smelled the scent of fragrant grass and talisman paper. He glanced at that black-clothed martial artist. Sure enough, this ghost was powerful. These burnt remains showed that someone had set up a protective array inside the door. Moreover, the defensive power wasn't weak. If ordinary little ghosts wanted to force their way in or pass through the door, they would most likely be burned to death. However, this black-clothed martial artist had completely destroyed this array in an instant. He didn't know if it was because it was newly built, but this Yong'an Imperial Palace wasn't that gorgeous. On the contrary, it was a bit shabby, far inferior to Xianlu Imperial Palace. This wasn't strange at all. What was strange was that along the way, there were practically endless obstacles. All kinds of defensive items that could ward off evil and set up traps were unending. However, every time Xiao Yan sensed something blocking the way ahead, that black-clothed martial artist would take the initiative to break the obstacle and clear the path for him. Therefore, his journey was still unimpeded. An hour later, above the Yong'an Imperial Palace's tall main hall, two slender figures stood on the roofs, overlooking the area below. Both of them were wearing masks. That white-clothed person's large sleeves fluttered in the wind, holding a piece of white silk. On the other hand, that black-clothed person was capable and nimble. A long sword hung from his waist as he guarded the side of the white-clothed person. Both of them were staring in the same direction. Under the moonlight, this scene was strange, treacherous, and strange, yet harmonious. Chapter 193. Nameless said, "Your Highness, I'll open the way." However, Xiao Yan said, "No need, I'll do it myself." After saying that, he leaped down like a white flower blown off the branch by the wind, landing silently in front of the palace. Just as he was about to push open the door of the palace, the sound of a baby crying floated out of the palace. Lang Ying didn't have a concubine, his son had died a long time ago, how could there be a baby in his palace? Xiao Yan didn't care about this. Not to mention that there was a baby, even if there were thousands of troops hidden inside, he was still fearless. He raised his foot and kicked open the door of the palace. The strange thing was, there was only one person in the main hall, there was no second person, nor was there a baby. When he saw who it was, that person raised his head, he said, "You're here. I'm looking for you." The person in the hall was Lang Ying. Although he was already the king, he didn't wear luxurious clothes and sat woodenly on a throne. Xiao Yan found it strange for a moment why he had such a reaction, then he understood that he was wearing a mask and mourning clothes at the moment. Lang Ying had mistaken him for Bai Wuxiang. There was also a formation in this palace. When Xiao Yan stepped in, he clearly felt that something was blocking him. However, he exerted a little force with his feet and stepped on the ground inside the hall. The sound of something being crushed could be heard in the air. The cold winter and night outside the hall rushed in, causing Xiao Yan's sleeves to be filled with strong wind. He said sinisterly, "Why are you looking for me?" Hearing his voice, Lang Ying's expression changed slightly and he said, "It's you." Xiao Yan slowly walked towards him, his snow-white boots stepping on the cold stone ground step by step. He said, "It's me." Lang Ying was a boorish man who had led troops to destroy Xianlu. With the aura of an emperor, ordinary evil spirits couldn't get close to him. But at this moment, Xiao Yan had brought thousands of souls that had died in battle. He didn't believe that such a large number of vengeful spirits with such strong resentment wouldn't be able to do anything to Lang Ying. As expected, the vengeful spirits were restless. They couldn't wait to break free and parasitize the enemy's fresh flesh and blood. It was impossible for anyone not to hear that restless voice, but Lang Ying did not turn pale with fright. "Are you here to kill me?" Xiao Yan didn't answer. In the next moment, he flashed in front of Lang Ying, grabbed his hair, and pressed him into the ground. Success! The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth unconsciously curled up. As expected, as expected. He could defeat Lang Ying. Originally, he was bound by his identity as a divine priest and had no way to deal with this person who had the fate of an emperor. However, after abandoning his identity as a divine priest, he could finally defeat Lang Ying. Xiao Yan's heart thumped wildly. Just as he was about to make his next move, his expression suddenly changed. "What's that sound?" "Ee, woo woo," he heard that tiny cry of a baby again, but there was clearly no baby in this hall. He checked again. Something was wrong. That cry came from his subordinate Lang Ying's mouth. To be more precise, it was Lang Ying. Xiao Yan tore off his clothes. His eyes widened as he stood up. "What is this?" Lang Ying slowly sat up and said, "Don't be afraid." This sentence wasn't said to Xiao Yan, but to the thing on his body. On Lang Ying's chest, there were two faces. Each face was the size of a real person, and there was a huge tumor protruding from it. The face of the older one was beautiful, and vaguely resembled that of a woman. The face of the younger one was wrinkled, like that of a baby. The intermittent cries came from the mouth of this baby. Human face plague. Xiao Yan was stunned. "How can you have a human face plague?" Lang Ying said, "This isn't a human face plague." Xiao Yan said, How is this not a human face plague? If this isn't a human face plague, then what is? Lang Ying said, these are my wife and son. It's not the kind of thing you're talking about. As he spoke in a low voice, he raised his hand and gently stroked the two faces on his body. It really was the appearance of a husband and father caressing their wife and child. However, those two faces either couldn't open their eyes or only knew how to cry with their mouths open. They had the shape of a human, but they didn't look like a human. In a flash, Lang Ying raised his head and said, where's Bai Wuxiang? He said that my wife would come back like this, but it's already been so long. Why can't she speak? What's going on? Quickly tell him to come find me. Hearing this, Xiao Yan understood and said, you, let Bai Wuxiang raise the resentful spirits of your wife and son on your body. So it was like this. Along the way, those arrays in the imperial palace weren't meant to guard against external things, but to prevent the things hidden inside from escaping. Lang Ying, who had already become the king, was actually using his own flesh and blood to secretly feed these two resentful spirits. Xiao Yan still wanted to find him to settle accounts, but who knew that he didn't even need to do anything. Lang Ying had already planted the human face plague on himself. Those two infected faces had definitely been growing on his body for a long time. Even their tiny hands and feet had grown out, and they hung down cumbersomely. They were deformed and terrifying. Moreover, they had already sucked all the nutrients from their host. Lang Ying's 2 rows of ribs were abnormally protruding, and his lower abdomen had also shrunk. His skin was waxy yellow, and his figure was haggard. He looked as if he didn't have many days to live. He was a completely different person from the brave and fierce martial artist he was on the battlefield. It seemed that even though he had won the war and become the king, his life wasn't that great. Xiao Yan didn't feel happy at all. He grabbed Lang Ying and angrily said, what kind of joke is this? He hadn't even taken his enemy's life, but his enemy was already about to die. What was this? What should he do? With this grab, something fell from Lang Ying's body. It glowed with a red light, bounced off, and rolled far away. Lang Ying grabbed Xiao Yan's hand. It seemed that even doing this movement was difficult for him. Panting, he said, bead. That bead. Xiao Yan turned his head to look. The thing rolling on the ground was actually the red coral bead he had given to Lang Ying. Lang Ying said, I've always wanted to say thank you for your bead. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yan stared blankly. He didn't expect Lang Ying to suddenly say these words. It was as if something had risen in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said, you. In a low voice, Lang Ying said, it would have been fine if you had given it to me earlier. Unfortunately. Before he could finish speaking, the body that Xiao Yan was grabbing sank. Lang Ying's eyes were wide open as he collapsed. Before Xiao Yan could react, Wu Ming said, Your Highness, he's dead. Xiao Yan asked, dead? Lowering his head to look, Lang Ying's pupils had already begun to slacken. He really was dead. Xiao Yan muttered, how could he die like this? He hadn't done anything to Lang Ying yet, so how could he die? Moreover, speaking of which, he had died quite satisfactorily and happily. He had completed his revenge against Xian Lu. He had brought along his loved ones and was preparing to meet them in the Yellow Springs. He had suffered enough torment in this world, so dying was actually a kind of release. Death was the end of everything. On the contrary, Xiao Yan now didn't even have a target to take revenge on. His chest full of grievances and resentment finally transformed into a feeling. Hateful, hateful. This was really too hateful. Lang Ying collapsed and stopped moving. However, the 2 human faces on his chest seemed to know that their host had already died. Suddenly, they began to cry in unison. Woo woo ee ee, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. It was even more unbearable than the sound of fingernails scraping against metal. Xiao Yan was already about to go crazy from anger. He pulled out his black sword and was just about to swing it down to shut them up when the black-clothed martial artist pulled out his blade with a clang. The blade flashed, and Lang Ying's corpse was instantly chopped into several pieces. Dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Before Xiao Yan could make a move, he was already one step ahead of him. In a cold voice, he said, "Who told you to do this?" Wu Ming said, "There's no need to dirty your highness's hands." At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A youth's voice shouted, "Uncle!" "Who?" Xiao Yan turned his head and saw that the door to the hall was wide open. A teenager stood at the doorway and was currently looking in his direction. He was originally all smiles, but when he walked in, he saw that the ground was littered with pieces of corpses. He was immediately stunned. Xiao Yan was indifferent as he asked, "Who are you?" The youth said, "I." His gaze turned and saw the pieces of corpses on the ground. He exclaimed, "Uncle." At this moment, someone outside shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Don't run around. The king said that you can't run around in the palace. Don't make things difficult for me in the middle of the night." "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Lang Ying's son was already dead. This youth called Lang Ying uncle, so he must be the crown prince that Lang Ying had set up, Crown Prince Yong'an. This crown prince also reacted, and said in horror, "Ghost. There's a ghost. Come." Before he could shout more than a few words, the black-clothed martial artist struck his neck, and this crown prince Yong'an fainted in a pool of blood. However, the shout had already spread out, and there was a commotion outside. "What? Did you hear that? Guards! Guards!" Xiao Yan's gaze shifted, and the black-clothed martial artist bowed his head slightly, indicating that he would deal with it. He then flashed out. In an instant, the commotion outside was completely cut off. Stepping out of the palace hall, a large number of imperial guards fell to the ground, unable to get up. The black-clothed martial artist stood in the middle, a slender sword dripping with blood. He had actually dealt with it with a single slash. In the distance, there was a new commotion. A new batch of imperial guards had arrived, shouting, "Protect the king! Protect His Highness the Crown Prince!" Xiao Yan indifferently turned around, ignoring them. Sure enough, in less than a moment, those voices seemed to have been harvested by a blade, completely annihilated. Following which, the black-clothed martial artist silently followed behind. Xiao Yan slightly tilted his head, saying, "Burn the palace." Wu Ming nodded, "Yes." A raging fire ignited, and two tall, pitch-black silhouettes stood in front of the raging fire. The shadows on the ground constantly twisted, deformed, and elongated. After such a big ruckus, the palace servants in the Yong'an imperial palace had long since been roused. Some were fighting the fire, some were running away, and some were cursing. Cries and shouts filled the sky, exactly the same as when the Xianlu imperial palace was burned. The black-clothed martial artist said, "Your Highness, what do you want to do next?" The white-clothed martial artist coldly said, "Go to Lang Bay." Before the destruction of Xianlu Empire, Xiao Yan had gone to Lang Bay countless times. Every time he went, it was to save people in the rain. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and his steps were heavy. This time, he came for the complete opposite purpose, but he was completely relaxed. After enduring the drought and obtaining the strong support of the new king, Lang Bay had long since recovered its vitality. The streets and alleys were filled with joy, and the passers-by were all in high spirits. It was completely different from the gloomy scene of a few years ago. Only one place was as gloomy as before, and that was the Xianlu Crown Prince's palace. No one would come to the ruined Crown Prince's palace, so Xiao Yan chose this as his resting place. At this moment, he was meditating in the palace. These resentful spirits should have quickly found their host, the target of their curse. However, because Lang Ying was already dead, they were still bitterly struggling. They unwillingly cried and screamed at Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan closed his eyes and casually waved them away. He frowned and said, "Wait, don't be anxious. I will free you all." At this time, a voice called out, "Your Highness." Chapter 194. His emotions were still immersed in the screams of those vengeful spirits. For a moment, he couldn't come back to his senses. Under the mask, his face was covered in cold sweat. In a daze, he said, "Don't call me that." Every time he heard someone call him that, it was as if they were reminding him of something, making him exceptionally irritated. Every time he called out, he was startled. However, Nameless said, "Your Highness will always be Your Highness." Xiao Yan looked over. Of course, he couldn't see the face of this black-clothed martial artist. He could only see a smiling face. And when the other party looked at his face, he could only see a deathly white mask. He coldly said, "If you call me that again, I'll make your soul scatter. Don't think that you're really that strong." That black-clothed youth bowed his head in silence. Xiao Yan calmed down. He said, "Go investigate the area around Lang Bay. Find the most suitable place to set up the array." Nameless said, "Yes." Xiao Yan closed his eyes and paused. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at that black-clothed martial artist and frowned. "Why haven't you left yet?" That black-clothed martial artist said, "The location has been decided." "Then what about the time?" "Time? The vengeful spirits can't wait any longer. We must help them find the target of the curse. We can't delay it for too long." Indeed, he couldn't delay it for too long. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan said, 3 days from now." Nameless asked again, "Why 3 days from now?" For some reason, Xiao Yan felt a little impatient when he talked to him. 3 days from now will be the night of the full moon. At that time, the power of the human-faced plague will increase greatly. You ask too many questions. Just hurry up and leave." Nameless nodded and left without a sound. Xiao Yan closed his eyes again. He covered his forehead, hoping to relieve this headache. At that moment, he heard a few cold mockery coming from behind him. When he heard this familiar sneer, all the blood in Xiao Yan's body seemed to freeze. He suddenly turned around. Sure enough, behind him sat a snow-white figure wearing a sorrowful and joyous mask and a wide-sleeved mourning robe. The figure's hands were tucked into his sleeves as he looked at him from the altar. "By Wu Xiang." Xiao Yan unsheathed his sword and stabbed forward. With a ding sound, the man in white caught the sword with 2 fingers and sighed, "As I expected, this appearance really suits you." If they didn't take off their masks, the two of them would look exactly the same from head to toe. After fighting for a while, the two white-clothed people exchanged blows back and forth. Outsiders wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Bai Wuxiang easily dodged Xiao Yan's sword while saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you buried your parents in that kind of barren and desolate land. Don't you feel that you wronged them?" Xiao Yan's heart sank. "You touched my imperial father and imperial mother's corpses. You destroyed their corpses." Bai Wuxiang said, "No, it's exactly the opposite. I helped you bury them." Hearing this, Xiao Yan stared blankly. Bai Wuxiang continued, "I helped you bring them to the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum. I even helped them wear rare and precious jade garments that can protect their corpses from rotting for 1,000 years. This way, the next time you visit them, you will still be able to see their lifelike appearances." He told Xiao Yan the location of the Imperial Mausoleum and the method to enter. This should have been told to Xiao Yan by the Emperor and the State Preceptor, but before they could do so, they either died or scattered. Xiao Yan was bewildered and asked, "How do you know the method to enter the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum?" Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, as long as it's related to your highness the crown prince, there's nothing I don't know. Xiao Yan cursed, what the hell do you know? When such vulgar and explicit words came out of his mouth, he still wasn't used to it. Bai Wuxiang seemed to have seen through his thoughts. After sizing him up for a moment, he warmly said, it doesn't matter. From now on, there won't be anything that binds you. No one will have any unnecessary expectations of you, and no one will know who you really are. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, a strange feeling involuntarily arose in Xiao Yan's heart. What was this monster looking for him for? To express goodwill. Yes. Although it sounded ridiculous, Xiao Yan's intuition told him that this thing was here to express goodwill. Whether it was burying his imperial father and imperial mother, or comforting him, it was all for this purpose. He must be very, very happy, happier than any other time Xiao Yan had seen him. It was as if seeing Xiao Yan like this made him especially happy, and he couldn't help but become gentle and intimate. This kind of intimacy actually made Xiao Yan want to shed tears of gratitude, but immediately after, he felt even more disgusted. Xiao Yan coldly said, don't be happy too early. Don't think that I'll allow a thing like you to stay in this world. Wait until I destroy Yong'an, then prepare to find you to settle accounts. Bai Wuxiang spread out his hands and said, you're extremely welcome, extremely happy. Even if you want to kill me, I'll still be here waiting for you. When you're strong enough to kill me, then you can graduate from your apprenticeship. However, the smile under his mask seemed to vanish as he said, will you really destroy Yong'an? Xiao Yan asked, what do you mean? Bai Wuxiang said, you can obviously make your move now, so why did you specifically choose 3 days later? Could it be that at the last moment, you're hesitating? Could it be that you've reached the point where your country has been destroyed, yet you don't even have the courage to take revenge? Am I going to see another failure of His Highness the Crown Prince? The word failure was extremely ear-piercing. Xiao Yan raised his sword to hack down, but he was kicked by a foot, causing him to fall to the ground. Bai Wuxiang didn't know how he managed to seize the black sword in his hand, but his gentle and amiable tone suddenly turned to contempt as he said, do you know what you look like right now? Xiao Yan grabbed the snow-white boots in front of his chest, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move an inch. He was firmly stepped on and couldn't turn around. Bai Wuxiang slightly bent down and said, you're just like a child in a fit of pique. You haven't made up your mind yet. Xiao Yan angrily said, who said I haven't made up my mind yet? Bai Wuxiang said, then what are you doing now? What about your curse? What about your death ray, death extermination? Your imperial father and imperial mother, your soldiers, and your citizens are really pitiful to have a god like you. You couldn't protect them when they were alive, and after they died, you couldn't even avenge them. You trash. Bai Wuxiang exerted force with his foot, and a few strands of blood immediately overflowed from Xiao Yan's throat. Bai Wuxiang's hand hung down as he held his sword. The black jade-like tip of the sword pressed against Xiao Yan's throat, cutting through that shackle and awakening some of Xiao Yan's memories. He said, do you want me to help you review the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart? The excessive fear made Xiao Yan hold his breath, and he didn't dare to move. After scaring him, Bai Wuxiang once again became amiable. He moved his boots away and helped Xiao Yan, who was frozen on the ground in fear, sit up. He tilted Xiao Yan's face and made him look in a certain direction. Look. This is how you look right now. What he wanted Xiao Yan to see was the ruined statue of a god on the ruined altar. The flower and sword in the crown prince's statue's hands had long since disappeared. It had been burned by raging flames, hacked by hatchets, and thrown to the ground. Half of its body was scorched black, and it was incomplete. It was a tragic sight to behold. It was indeed very similar to the version of himself in Xiao Yan's remaining memories. Bai Wuxiang said, who gave you this appearance? Do you think it was me? Xiao Yan's brain seemed to have been forcefully washed by him, and then repeatedly poured in new things. He became more and more confused, and more suspicious. He even forgot his anger, and said in confusion, "What is your goal? Why do you want to pester me?" Bai Wuxiang said, "I'm here to teach you. The third thing I'm going to teach you is, if you can't save the common people, then exterminate them. Trample them under your feet, and only then will they worship you." After he said this, Xiao Yan's head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. He hugged his head and shouted. It was those vengeful spirits. Countless vengeful spirits screamed and wailed in his brain. Xiao Yan's head hurt so much that he wanted to roll on the ground. Bai Wuxiang laughed at the side, and said in a warm voice, "They can't wait any longer. 3 days later, if you can't activate the human face plague and can't give them the target of their curse, then the target of their curse will become you. Do you know, at that time, what will you become?" Xiao Yan felt that cold black sword being shoved into his hand again, and a voice said in his ear, "You won't have the chance to turn back." When that wave of headache slowly faded, Xiao Yan let go of his hand and opened his eyes. In the tattered Crown Prince Palace, there was still only him. The other white-clothed person that looked exactly like him had long since disappeared. He didn't know how much time had passed, but night had already fallen, and the Crown Prince Palace was dim without light. Xiao Yan's heart moved, and he realized something. Of the 3 days, 1 day had already passed. At this time, in the pitch-black Crown Prince Palace, there seemed to be a flash of white. Curiously, Xiao Yan turned his head, and when he saw clearly what that flash of white was, the pupils under the mask shrank. He snatched that thing, and said, What's with this flower?" It was a fresh and delicate little white flower, and it was placed on the damaged, charred left hand of the deity statue. It looked especially white as snow, and also especially miserable. It looked as if the statue had become riddled with scars in order to protect this bouquet of flowers. Xiao Yan didn't know why he was so angry when he saw this scene, and he shouted, "Ghost, come out." Not long after, the black-clothed martial artist with the sword appeared. Before he could say anything, Xiao Yan said, "What's with this flower? Who made it?" "You made it." Wu Ming slightly bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the flower in Xiao Yan's hand that seemed to be suffocating. Finally, he said in a low voice, "It wasn't me." Xiao Yan said, "Then who put this thing here?" Wu Ming asked, "Why does your highness feel so irritated when you see this flower?" Xiao Yan's face darkened, and he threw the flower on the ground, saying, "This kind of prank is disgusting." Chapter 195. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yan felt as if he was suddenly slapped in the face. Looking at him, he asked, "Are you mocking me?" Wu Ming replied, "No." Xiao Yan said, "Then don't say such nonsense. How could there be that kind of thing?" After a pause, Wu Ming said, "Not necessarily." Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, "Enough, what are you trying to say? Aren't you a soldier of Xianlu? I didn't wake you up from the battlefield to listen to you speak for the people of Yong'an. You only need to listen to my orders." The flower on the ground pierced his heart. It pierced his eyes. It made him suddenly embarrassed. As if to vent his anger, Xiao Yan rushed up and trampled it to pieces. After trampling it, he found this action inexplicable. Why was there a need to be so angry at such a small flower? He immediately rushed out of the Crown Prince Temple. The cold wind blew, then gradually calmed down. Behind him, the black-clothed martial artist also followed. Xiao Yan said, "You've already explored this area. Is there anything unusual?" Wu Ming said, "No." Xiao Yan said, "Are you sure? To activate the human face plague, there can't be a single mistake." Wu Ming said, "Indeed." Xiao Yan was speechless. He looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, have you thought of how to activate the vengeful spirit plague?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm thinking." He looked down at the black sword hanging at his waist. Thousands of vengeful spirits were sealed by him in this black sword, but it could only be sealed for a while. At this time, Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Wu Ming said, "I hope your Highness can give this sword to me and let me activate the human face plague." Xiao Yan turned around and asked, "Why?" The eyes of the black-clothed martial artist behind the mask stared at him. He said, "My beloved was seriously injured in this war. His life is worse than death. I watched helplessly as he suffered and struggled in pain." Xiao Yan said, So, I hope I can be the person holding the sword and avenge him." His reason was very reasonable, but Xiao Yan didn't really trust him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I think you're a little strange." He turned around and walked around Wu Ming. He said coldly, "As far as I can see, you don't look like a vengeful person. Are you really asking me this for the sake of starting the human face plague? That being said, if it wasn't to start the human face plague, then what could it be for?" The nameless black-clothed martial artist bowed slightly to him and said, "Your Highness, I wish for these people to die more than anyone else. Moreover, I hope that they will die by my hands. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now." Xiao Yan asked, "How do you want to prove it?" The black-clothed martial artist placed his hand on his saber and slowly retreated. When he took 3 steps back, Xiao Yan suddenly realized what he wanted to do. He was going to kill someone to prove that he had the heart to take revenge. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Stop." As expected, Wu Ming stopped. After examining him for a moment, Xiao Yan resolutely said, "No. I want to start it myself." The black-clothed martial artist lowered his head and was still wearing his mask. It was unknown how he would react. Xiao Yan also didn't care about other people's reactions. He turned around and softly said, "However, before that, I still have one more thing to do." As he said this, Xiao Yan raised that jade-like black sword and stared at the edge of his hand. A strange light flashed through his eyes. The black-clothed martial artist sensed something was wrong and said, "Your Highness, what do you want to do?" He had no time to stop him. In the next moment, Xiao Yan reversed the edge of the sword and stabbed that black sword into his abdomen. The next day, on the streets of Lang-er Bay. Recently, the weather hadn't been good. It was gloomy and filled with yin energy. Sometimes there would be violent winds, and other times there would be an evil rain. Speaking of which, recently, everywhere hadn't been peaceful. It was said that the newly built imperial palace was also on fire. The king and the crown prince were both seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. They were so sick that they couldn't even see anyone. It was a complete mess, full of ominous signs. Only the young children didn't understand anything. They were carefree and still chased and played around. A gust of cold wind swept past, blinding people's eyes. Then, a loud bang suddenly came from the fork in the street, and a figure fell from the sky. Everyone on the street was stunned by the sudden loud bang and looked toward the other side of the street. They saw a human-shaped pit on the ground, and a person was lying flat in the pit. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his white clothes were horribly mottled. In an instant, everyone on the whole street gathered over. "Who is it? Oh my God, where did he fall from?" "From the sky. He fell to his death." I don't think so. He seems to be moving. How can he not fall to his death?" "Wait, what's that on his chest? Is it a sword?" When the crowd got closer, they gradually saw the person's appearance. Although his hair was disheveled, his face was quite fair and handsome. However, his eyes were staring straight at the sky, and he didn't look like a living person. But to say that he wasn't a living person, he was still breathing. His chest and abdomen, where the black sword had pierced into his internal organs, rose and fell weakly. At this time, someone said in surprise, "Wait, isn't this, that His Highness the Crown Prince?" Hearing this, other people also recognized him. It really is. It's the original Crown Prince, Xian Li's Crown Prince. I saw him from afar before. Chapter 196. Xiao Yan forcefully retorted, "I know no one will come. It's none of your business." Bai Wuxiang leisurely asked, "Then why did you poke a hole in yourself and leave it like this? Are you angry with someone? Right now, no one will feel sorry for you." Xiao Yan continued to retort, "I'm happy. It's none of your business." Bai Wuxiang said, "If someone comes to help you, what will you do? No one will help you, what will you do?" Xiao Yan scolded, "Why do you have so much nonsense? I'm going to vomit." "It's none of your business, none of your business." His words became more and more vulgar and rude, and his tone became more and more irritable. However, he could only scold these few words. Bai Wuxiang seemed to be amused by him and laughed out loud. He sighed, "Silly child." He turned around and said, "Forget it. Anyway, there's only one day left. There's no harm in letting you struggle like an idiot. In any case, no one will come to give you a cup of water or help you pull out this black sword. Remember." Bai Wuxiang reminded him again, "Tomorrow, after the sun sets, if you haven't started the human-faced plague, the curse will descend on you." Xiao Yan listened quietly, not moving a muscle. On the third day, Xiao Yan was still lying in the human-shaped pit at the fork in the road. Even his posture didn't change. Today's crowd was no different from yesterday's crowd. They all walked far away from him. Each went their own way. Although the matter of the strange man descending from the sky had already been reported, when the other party heard that it was likely to be a god of plague, he didn't do anything. He was just lying there like a dead man. He didn't want to go. He said perfunctorily that he would go in a few days. This basically meant that he didn't care anymore. Who knew what would happen in a few days? A few young children curiously ran over and squatted beside the pit to look at the man in the pit. They picked up a branch and secretly poked him. Stealthily poking and prodding, Xiao Yan was like a dead fish, unresponsive. They were very curious and wanted to throw something at him to try, but they were discovered by a few parents. They were scolded and locked back home. The water vendor from yesterday also kept glancing over. Xiao Yan hadn't had a drop of water for a day and a night. His lips were covered with a layer of dried dead skin. The peddler felt sorry for him and scooped up a bowl of water. He wanted to bring it over, but his wife poked him with her elbow and the bowl flipped over. No one knew if the sky wanted to join in the fun, but after noon, it began to drizzle. The peddlers on the street hurriedly packed up their stalls, and the passers-by also shouted to go home as they rushed about. After a while, the rain became heavier and heavier. Xiao Yan's face was washed by the rain and became even paler. His entire body was drenched. Noiselessly, a figure in white appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The other people on the street did not seem to notice this strange figure. Bai Wuxiang looked down at him from above and said, "The sun is about to set." Xiao Yan was silent. Bai Wuxiang said, "You are not the god of plagues, but they would rather believe that you are than believe that you are not. Back then, you went against the heavens to rain for Yong'an, but now they don't even give you a cup of water. 100 swords piercing through your heart, it's fine. But now they are not even willing to do something as simple as pulling out a sword for you. They find it difficult." He said with pity, "I told you, no one will help you." There was a voice in Xiao Yan's heart that was screaming hysterically. Admit it. What he said was right. No, no, no. There really was no one, not a single person. As if he heard the scream in his heart, Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the black sword. He said, "But, it doesn't matter. If they won't help you, I will." With that, he used a bit of force and pulled out the black sword from Xia Lian's abdomen. With a dang sound, he threw it to Xia Lian's side. Then, the white-clothed figure in the rain chuckled softly, as if he had succeeded and retreated, leaving the rest to Xia Lian alone. Then, he disappeared. After pulling out the black sword, Xia Lian's wound was completely exposed. Being washed away by the rain, the pain that had long been numb once again spread. This was the only thing he could still clearly feel. Thud, 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 a burst of rushing footsteps could be heard. It seemed like there were pedestrians rushing over in the rain. However, Xia Lian was no longer secretly concerned about it like before. He slowly sat up. Who knew that just as he got up, he would hear a blood-curdling scream. Someone beside him fell heavily to the ground. That person was carrying a big basket and wore a bamboo hat to shield him from the rain. Probably because the rain was too heavy, he did not see clearly that there was a person in a pit on the road. When he was near, Xia Lian suddenly sat up and realized it. In addition, this person ran very fast and braked very fiercely. This fall was also very heavy. With a somersault, he sprawled on the side of the human-shaped pit that Xia Lian was lying in. He immediately cursed, "Fuck your mother." The bamboo hat flew away. The basket on his back also flipped over. The shining white rice spilled all over the ground. That person sat on the ground and shouted in annoyance. With a slap, the wet mud and rice on the ground splashed onto Xia Lian's face. He was extremely furious. He jumped 3 feet high and pointed at Xia Lian's nose. "What the hell? I worked so hard to earn some money to buy some rice, and now it's all gone. How many lifetimes of bad luck did I have? Pay up. Don't play dead, pay up." Xia Lian did not pay attention to him. He did not intend to pay attention. That person did not let him go. He grabbed Xia Lian's collar and said, "Do you want to die? I ask you." Xia Lian coldly said, "Yes." That person spat, "Then why don't you fucking roll to the side and die quietly by yourself? Blocking someone else's way in the middle of the road, you should know your place." How immoral. Xia Lian let him grab his collar and shake him. His face was expressionless and incomparably numb. "Curse, curse. It doesn't matter. Curse all you want. In any case, it would all disappear soon." The sun was about to set. That person grabbed the unresponsive Xia Lian and forced him to pay up. If he didn't pay up, he cursed at him. After pushing and shoving for a long time, he finally picked up his bamboo hat from the ground and put it on. Then, he walked forward while cursing. Xia Lian was thrown back into the pit with a thump. Gradually, he heard a noise even louder than the sound of the rain. It was the screams of the tens of thousands of undead sealed in the black sword. As the sun set, they crazily screamed in Xia Lian's mind, cheering for their upcoming freedom and revenge. Xia Lian raised his hand and covered his face. Just as he tremblingly reached out his other hand to grab the black sword on the ground, he suddenly discovered something strange. The rain seemed to have stopped. No. It wasn't that the rain had stopped. There was something covering his head, helping him block the heavy rain. Xia Lian suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. He saw a person squatting in front of him. That person had placed his bamboo hat on his head. It was actually the person who had just cursed at him. He glared at the other person, and the other person also glared at him, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? What, you really want to die after I cursed you a few times?" As he said this, he spat on the ground and said, "Isn't it bad luck to have such a mournful face? That person had just revealed his ferocious appearance, but now that he thought about it, he felt a bit guilty. After muttering a few words, he defended himself, saying, "Fine, fine, just now it was my fault. But I cursed you because you deserved it. Who told you to act up? Besides, who hasn't been cursed before?" Xiao Lian's eyes widened, unable to say anything. That person impatiently said, "Fine, fine, fine. Consider it my bad luck. I don't need you to pay for the rice. Why are you still lying here? You're not a child anymore. Are you waiting for your parents to come and pull you up? Get up, get up, get up." As he urged, he pulled and pulled Xiao Lian up. Then, he forcefully slapped his back twice and said, "Stand up, hurry up and go home." Just like that, Xiao Lian was pulled out of this human-shaped pit. The two slaps almost made him fall to the ground, leaving him in a daze. By the time he came back to his senses, that person had long since left. Only the straw-woven bamboo hat was left on his head, reminding him that he had just been pulled out. It wasn't an illusion. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Wuxiang once again appeared behind him. This time, he wasn't smiling, and his tone wasn't as leisurely and contented. On the contrary, he seemed to be faintly unhappy and uneasy as he said, "What are you doing?" The rain was still pouring down, and Xiao Lian was wearing the bamboo hat that someone had given him. Although his body had long been drenched, at least his head and face were no longer drenched. However, his cheeks were still drenched. Seeing that Xiao Lian didn't answer his question, Bai Wuxiang once again said in a low voice, "The sun is about to set. Pick up your sword. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Xiao Lian didn't even turn his head as he softly said, "Fuck you." Bai Wuxiang's tone carried a trace of coldness as he said, "What did you say?" Xiao Lian turned towards him and calmly said, "Did you not hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again." Suddenly, he ferociously raised his leg. With a thunderous kick, he kicked Bai Wuxiang back several feet. As soon as his leg landed on the ground, Xiao Lian covered his wound with one hand and pointed in the direction that Bai Wuxiang flew out. Using his loudest voice, he exhausted all of his strength to curse, "Fuck you. Who do you think you are, to dare talk to me like that? I'm the Crown Prince, Your Highness." On his face, 2 streams of tears had already flowed out. One person. Just one person. Chapter 197. Bai Wuxiang was sent flying with a kick. He flipped twice in the air. He steadily landed on the ground and shouted, "Are you crazy?" He was furious. After so long, this was the first time Xiao Lian had seen such a strong emotional fluctuation from this thing. This made him very happy. He grabbed the black sword on the ground and attacked. He said, "I'm not crazy. I'm just back." That kick just now was because he was caught off guard. The next attack wouldn't be so easy. As Bai Wuxiang dodged, he coldly said, Have you forgotten? How your parents left you, how your citizens treated you, how your believers betrayed you. Just for one person, an insignificant passerby. You've forgotten all of this?" Xiao Lian said, "I haven't forgotten. But..." He swung his sword and angrily shouted, "None of your business." Bai Wuxiang grabbed the edge of the sword. He held it extremely tightly. Blood flowed down and his joints made cracking sounds. He lost some control. Then he muttered in disbelief. "Trash, trash. You're really trash. At this step, you can actually go back on your word and turn back." Xiao Lian also forcefully pushed the edge of the sword down. He gritted his teeth and said, You disgusted me. So, I absolutely don't want to become as disgusting as you." Bai Wuxiang seemed to calm down a bit. He once again recovered the tone of having everything under his control. He said, "Forget it. This is just your final struggle. Did you forget what I said to you?" Xia Lian gasped for breath. Bai Wuxiang said word by word, "The undead on the battlefield have already been recalled by you. Now, it's already too late. They are unstoppable." In the pouring rain, the black sword in Xia Lian's hand emitted a sharp buzzing sound. The sound caused his ears and brain to feel a stabbing pain. Bai Wuxiang said, "What do you plan to do? Is it worth it? Bear the eternal curse for these people?" From the moment he kicked him, Xia Lian had been in a state where his blood was boiling and his brain was in a feverish state. He swung his sword and spoke from his heart. He didn't think about what to do next. Hearing him ask this, he didn't know how to answer. He said, "You can't see what I plan to do. Before that, I'll deal with you first." Bai Wuxiang grunted coldly and said, "You overestimate your ability." Just as he finished speaking, Xia Lian felt his body become light, and his whole person flew up. He immediately calmed his mind and looked for his center of gravity, but before he could find it, a white shadow flashed above him, and another fierce attack came. It was as if Xia Lian had turned into an iron ball and was heavily thrown down. With a loud bang, he smashed deep into the ground. If it was said that Xia Lian was still holding on to the idea that he could win with a burst of power, then this attack had completely sobered him up. He couldn't win. It was too strong. To him, this thing was overwhelmingly strong. This. What are you saying? Is he crazy? Stab him with a sword. Seriously? What does he want to do? Bai Wuxiang burst into laughter and said, "Have you lost your mind, or have you not tasted enough of the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart? No, this time, I'm afraid it will be 10,000 swords piercing your heart. Open your eyes and look at the sky." He suddenly stopped laughing and pointed at the sky. "The resentful spirits have covered all of Yong'an. In other words, if you want to save the common people, you will need everyone in Yong'an to stab you with a sword. Within a day, you will become a pile of meat paste. How is this stupid method different from when you went against the heavens to pray for rain? Do you think you can save all of them?" Xia Lian turned his back to him and said, "If one day isn't enough, then 1 month. If 1 month isn't enough, then 2 months, 3 months. If 10,000 can't be saved, then 1,000. If 1,000 can't be saved, then 100, 10, even 1. Bai Wuxiang angrily said, "Why?" Xia Lian raised the sword with both hands and shouted, "No, why? Because I want to. Even if I tell you." He turned his head slightly and said with contempt, "A piece of trash like you won't understand either." The contempt in his eyes was too obvious and too deep. Bai Wuxiang seemed to involuntarily raise his voice and said, "What did you call me?" Xia Lian ignored him and calmly turned to the crowd and said, "1 stab and it'll be fine. I won't die. You all have seen it these 2 days. But each person is only allowed to do it once, and you are not allowed to do anything reckless. Listen to me. Otherwise, I will blow up the head of whoever does anything reckless. Believe me, I can blow up 100 of you with 1 hand." Bai Wuxiang said in disbelief, "You are a piece of trash that caused your country to fall and your family to perish. You dare to call me a piece of trash?" No one dared to take the sword in Xia Lian's hand. But they didn't dare to take it and they didn't dare to run. Bai Wuxiang was ignored by him and became even angrier. He said coldly, "Fine. Then I will see with my own eyes what will happen to you if you insist on doing things your own way. But no matter what happens, you asked for it. Don't break down and cry in the end, saying that you regret it and then come find me." After pushing and shoving for a while, the black cloud in the sky became heavier and heavier as if it was about to collapse. Countless people's screams were still ringing in his ears. Finally, a father couldn't take it anymore and dragged a child over to take the sword. He said, I will take my Xiao Bao to try first. The others were still hesitating. Seeing this, they said in shock, you really want to try? That father was actually also hesitating. He braced himself and said, this, he really doesn't seem to die. I'm sorry, big brother, I'm really sorry. Xiao Bao. As he said that, he used his hand to cover the eyes of the child in his arms and let him hold the black sword. Bai Wuxiang didn't interfere. He only laughed coldly at the side. Xiao Yan slightly clenched his fist, waiting for the next attack of pain. In his heart, he said to himself, it's okay. It's already hurt too many times. I'll get used to it very quickly. Who knew? Just as the black sword was about to pierce his lower abdomen, with a clang, it was knocked down by someone. Xiao Yan didn't wait for the expected sharp pain. Instead, he waited for a resounding no. He suddenly turned his head to look. The one who knocked down the black sword was actually that water vendor. That vendor was mixed in the crowd. It seemed that he really couldn't stand it anymore. He stood out and said, I say, this really isn't very good, right? Look at his stomach, it's so bloody. Is it really possible that he won't die? Even if he won't die, won't he bleed? That father frowned and said, that water vendor's wife secretly tugged at him in the crowd again. That vendor turned his head and said in a low voice, stop tugging. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when we get back. Then he turned back and said, moreover, we don't even know if stabbing him with the sword will really prevent him from getting sick. It's better not to stab blindly, right? That father pointed to the sky and said, but, immediately, at this time, the child in his arms began to cry. That vendor immediately pointed and said, look, you told your son to stab someone with a sword. Your son is crying from fright. Sure enough, as the child cried, he threw the black sword in his hand to the ground. He probably didn't understand what his father wanted to do, but he just felt afraid. At this point, that father's thoughts were completely dispelled. He hugged his son and went back into the crowd. A few people were already eager to try. But seeing the first person being thwarted, those behind naturally didn't dare to come out. So they shouted in the crowd, didn't you hear what he said? The human face plague is coming again soon. He's the god of plagues, bringing it to our heads. That vendor said, but if he's the god of plagues, he wouldn't do such a thing voluntarily, right? He kept talking, and some people became impatient. You also know that he's doing it voluntarily, so what's the problem? Do you want everyone to die together? You just sell your water. You're usually short weight, why do you have to stand out now? That vendor's wife had been secretly tugging at him. When she heard this, she immediately exploded. Her face turned red as she scolded, bullshit, who's short weight? Come out and say it again. Everyone scattered in all directions. But how could they fall as fast as the vengeful spirits? Soon, the screams of the living and the screams of vengeful spirits came from all directions. After those vengeful spirits caught up to the living, they were like surging black smoke, entangling endlessly. They were everywhere, slowly merging into their bodies. Xiao Yan did his best to drive them away, but there were still too many vengeful spirits. He couldn't drive them all away by himself. He watched as countless people were chased in front of him until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The water vendor couple and the fat chef were also entangled by the black smoke, causing them to roll all over the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Wuxiang was standing not too far away, sneering incessantly as he watched with folded arms. Xiao Yan was angry and anxious. He steeled his heart and simply roared towards the place where the vengeful spirits were the most concentrated, "Hey!" After all, he was the main person who had awakened these vengeful spirits. With such a loud roar, those things naturally noticed him. Xiao Yan opened his arms towards them and said, "Come to me." The vengeful spirits that had already entangled the living hesitated, not knowing whether they should go over or not. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits that were still in the air immediately changed their direction and rushed towards Xiao Yan. Success! Xiao Yan's heart was beating so fast that it was about to stop. He didn't know what would happen. He also didn't know what he would become. However, with a sudden surge of hot blood in his brain, he rushed forward. He felt that even if he had to fight in front of that despicable monster, even if he was beaten black and blue, he absolutely couldn't retreat. Even if there were 1,000 times more vengeful spirits, he would still be invincible. Do you want to see me wallow in self-pity and despair? I won't. Never. The overwhelming black tide surrounded Xiao Yan. A vengeful spirit wailed as it passed through his body. In that instant, Xiao Yan's heart seemed to freeze as his entire body shivered. Immediately after, a second one, a third one, these things were like wind blades as they fiercely passed through Xiao Yan's body. Every time they passed, they would take away some of his remaining warmth. Xiao Yan's complexion became paler and paler, but he persisted and didn't retreat. There were only a few hundred of them. He had only persisted for a short while, but there would be more coming soon. The black clouds that filled the sky were all of them. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and prepared himself to bear the wrath of all the vengeful spirits with his own strength. Who knew that the next vengeful spirit wouldn't come even after a long time? Puzzled, he opened his eyes and suddenly discovered that the overwhelming black tide that surrounded him had disappeared. This was because they had all turned into rolling black streams and were being sucked in another direction. In his astonishment, Xiao Yan turned his head to look. He saw a black-clothed martial artist standing at the end of the long street. And in his hand, he was holding a black longsword. Nameless? Xiao Yan had already told him beforehand to let him go by himself and wait for him to activate the human face plague. Why would he appear here now? Xiao Yan wasn't sure what the situation was, nor did he know what the black-clothed martial artist was here for. After being stunned for a while, he immediately ran towards him, shouting as he ran, "Wait! What are you doing? Don't touch! Give me the sword!" That black-clothed martial artist seemed to hear his voice and slightly raised his head. Xiao Yan couldn't see his real face. He could only see a drawn smiling face. But, he had a strange feeling. He felt that the face under the black-clothed martial artist's mask really seemed to be smiling. But, this feeling was fleeting. The enormous black tide and the screaming tide formed a whirlwind that converged in that direction. In an instant, it swallowed that black-clothed martial artist. At that moment, Xiao Yan heard a heart-wrenching scream. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. He must have heard this voice somewhere before. Pain. It was so painful that he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. It was so painful that it was better to die than to live. It was so painful that his body and mind were torn apart. It was so painful that his knees fell heavily to the ground. He held his head and screamed, "Ah!" That burst of pain in his heart came and went suddenly. He didn't know how much time had passed before the surroundings quieted down. Xiao Yan's hands, which were holding his head, slumped down. He raised his head absent-mindedly and looked around. There were people lying on the ground in all directions. Most of them were unconscious, and the vengeful spirits that had been bothering them had all disappeared. This scene left him bewildered. What happened to the human face plague? What happened to the vengeful spirits? What had happened to him? The black torrent had long since vanished into thin air. As for the place where the black-clothed nameless ghost originally stood, only a black sword was left on the ground. Beside the blade of the sword, there was also a small white flower. Xiao Yan staggered to his feet, walked forward, and picked up the flower and sword. He touched his face and looked at his arms. He did not feel anything different on his body. It did not seem like he had suffered some kind of powerful curse. In the midst of his bewilderment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ah! Xiao Yan turned around. Bai Wuxiang stood behind him with his hands folded in his sleeves. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yan still hadn't realized what was going on, but he had a faint bad premonition in his heart. Bai Wuxiang glanced at him and chuckled. That bad premonition became even stronger. Xiao Yan frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang asked instead, "You still don't know what happened?" Xiao Yan asked, "What?" Bai Wuxiang asked, "Do you know who that ghost was?" Xiao Yan said, The undead of the battlefield?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Yes. But at the same time, he was also your last believer in this world. Now, he's gone." Believer? In this world, he actually still had believers? After a long while, Xiao Yan was finally able to say a few words. He said with difficulty, "What do you mean, gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said, "His soul flew away and scattered." Xiao Yan found this a little hard to accept. How did his soul fly away and scatter? Bai Wuxiang said, "Because he was cursed in your place. The undead you summoned back ate him until not even a scrap was left." The undead he summoned back? He was cursed in his place. Bai Wuxiang then said, "Ah, that's right. This isn't your first time seeing him." Xiao Yan stared at him blankly. Bai Wuxiang said with great interest, "This ghost seems to have been following you. At first, I saw that he had a deep grudge, so I grabbed him and asked him about it. Who knew? The results were very interesting. Hungry Ghost Festival, Lantern Night, Ghost Fire Soul. Do you still remember?" Xiao Yan muttered, "Hungry Ghost Festival. Lantern Night? Ghost Fire Soul." Bai Wuxiang leisurely hinted, "This ghost, when he was alive, was a soldier under your command. After death, he became an undead that followed you. Because of you, he died in battle. Because of you, 100 swords pierced his heart and turned him into a malicious spirit. Also, because of you, he activated the human face plague and died." Xiao Yan seemed to vaguely remember something. However, he hadn't even seen this believer's face. He didn't even know his name. What could he possibly remember, and how much could he possibly remember? Perhaps there really are believers of your highness who are worshipping you in this place. Yes. There are. Furthermore, he's the only believer. Bai Wuxiang seemed to say a lot more, but Xiao Yan was in a trance and didn't hear anything. Finally, Bai Wuxiang said, "A god like you is pitiful and laughable enough. Being your believer is even more pitiful and laughable to the extreme." Previously, Xiao Yan hadn't reacted to Bai Wuxiang's ridicule. But now that he heard this thing's self-righteous evaluation of his believer as pitiful and laughable, Xiao Yan felt as if he had been stabbed by a sword. He rushed forward, but was captured in a single move. Bai Wuxiang coldly said, "You won't be able to defeat me like this. How many times do I have to repeat myself before you recognize the truth?" Then, he solemnly said, "Then, I ask you to banish me to the mortal world once again." Hearing this, Jun Wu's smile disappeared. He asked, "Why is that?" Xiao Yan honestly said, "I did something wrong. The second human face plague was started by me. Although the consequences didn't seem too severe. That was because it was just a nameless ghost that disappeared. And in this world, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would care about such a nameless ghost. Therefore, it seemed that the consequences weren't too severe." Jun Wu slowly said, "If you know what's wrong, then you're already right. However, Xiao Yan shook his head and said, just knowing isn't enough. If you do something wrong, then you should be punished. However, for my mistake, the one who will be punished in my place is. He raised his head and said, therefore, as a punishment, I ask Dijun to bestow me another curse. No, two. One to seal my magic power, and the other to disperse all of my luck. Junwu slightly frowned and said, disperse all of your luck. Then wouldn't you be extremely unlucky? Wouldn't you really become a god of plagues? In the past, Xiao Yan indeed cared a lot about being called a god of plagues. He was extremely resistant to it, feeling that he was greatly insulted. But now, he didn't care. He said, if I'm a god of plagues, then so be it. It's fine as long as I know I'm not. After he dispersed his own luck, it would naturally be distributed to other people who were too unlucky. This could be considered compensation. Junwu reminded him, it'll be very embarrassing. Xiao Yan said, if it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. To be honest, I feel. I'm almost used to it. Although he didn't want to get used to this kind of thing, once he got used to it, he would really be immune to hundreds of poisons. Junwu looked at him and said, Xianlu, you have to understand. Without magic power, you aren't a god. Xiao Yan sighed and said, Dijun, I understand this better than anyone. Pausing, he was a bit vexed and disappointed as he said, people say that I'm a god, so I have magic power. But in reality, I am not the god they think I am, and I may not be invincible like they wish. Would a god fail like this? He wanted to protect his own people, but he let their corpses litter the land. He wanted to take revenge, but he stopped at the last moment and failed at the last step. Bai Wuxiang wasn't wrong about this failure. If it's not, then it's not. Junwu carefully stared at him. After a long time, he said, Xianlu has grown up. These words should have been said by Xiao Yan's elders. Unfortunately, his imperial father and imperial mother didn't have the chance to say this. After a while, Junwu said, since this is the path you chose, then fine. However, if you want me to demote you to the mortal world, there must be a reason. He couldn't casually demote a heavenly official like it was child's play. What did he think the heavenly court was? This Xiao Yan actually had an idea. He said, Dijun, I don't think we've ever fought with our full strength. Junwu immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, Xianlu, I'm injured. Xiao Yan said, I'm also injured. Let's call it even. Junwu nodded and said, if that's the case, then I won't be lenient. Xiao Yan smiled and his eyes flashed with eagerness. He said, I won't either. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was demoted again. After the spectacular second heavenly tribulation, Xianlu Crown Prince Xiao Yan aggressively returned to the heavenly court. However, he only ascended for less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before he was beaten down by the martial god emperor. All the heavenly officials couldn't understand what this person was trying to do. However, Xiao Yan also couldn't understand what the other heavenly officials wanted to do. Was there a need to be so curious? They watched him every day. They pretended to be mortals and animals. They had been peeping at him for a few days. Was a big man moving bricks and pasting mud so good to watch? Just as he was wondering, the foreman behind him shouted, Newcomer, it's you, I'm talking to you. Work honestly, don't be lazy. Xiao Yan hurriedly sat up and loudly responded, oh. He grabbed a broken palm leaf fan and fanned himself. In front of him, there was a small stove built with bricks. On the stove, a big pot of rice was cooking. This was the construction site where he moved the mud. However, the bricks had already been moved. Not far away, 2 new temples had already been built. Now, his task was to cook. While he was cooking, 2 carriages pulled 2 tall statues of gods over. Xiao Yan absent-mindedly threw things into the pot. While he was busy, he took the time to look. The two statues were carried into two different shrines. The one on the left cheered, "Hello, General Xian Zhen." General Xian Zhen is kind-hearted. Xiao Yan was speechless. Using the word kind-hearted to praise Mu Qing, was this group of believers serious? However, they seemed to have a good reason for it. After all, everyone knew that Mu Qing ascended because he had cleaned up the stubborn remnant resentful spirits in Xian Li's old imperial city. It wasn't impossible to understand it as kind-hearted. In any case, everyone in the old imperial city was very grateful to him. Not to be outdone, the person in the room on the right shouted, "Greetings, General Zhu Yang." General Zhu Yang is brave and invincible. Xiao Yan nodded. He didn't have any objections to this point. However, when it came to women, it wasn't necessarily the case. The believers on both sides roared at each other, trying to drown out the other. Their roars made Xiao Yan's ears hurt. He sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. In his heart, he thought, why bother? If they hated each other so much, wouldn't it be fine if they didn't build their temples in front of them? The answer was, of course not. This was because this was the most popular place in the city with the best feng shui. The believers of these two heavenly officials naturally wouldn't give up on such a fertile piece of land just to avoid each other. Of course, they would steal each other's incense and do their best to disgust each other. Not long after, the two believers in the back had already gone from cursing each other to fighting. On this side, Xiao Yan felt that it was about time. He tapped the lid with his spatula and shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting. Come eat." The fight was in full swing, so who cared about him? Xiao Yan shook his head and opened the lid. The aroma wafted 10 miles away. This time, everyone immediately stopped fighting. One after another, they howled. "Fuck me. What's that smell? Who's cooking shit? And it's the smell of rice crust." Xiao Yan defended himself, "What? This is the imperial family's top secret collection." The foreman covered his nose and came over to take a look. His face turned green as he jumped up and said, "Top secret collection bullshit, what kind of imperial family is this? You? Get out, get out, get out. Stop disgusting people." Xiao Yan compromised and said, "Fine, you can get out, but I'll have to trouble you to first pay me." The foreman angrily said, "You still dare to talk about pay? You say it. You. Ever since you came. How much have I lost? Ah. When it rains, the lightning doesn't strike anywhere but on your body. The house caught fire 3 times. And it even collapsed 3 times. You're practically a god of plague. You still dare to ask me for pay? Quickly get out. If you do it again, I'll hit you again." Xiao Yan said, "You can't say it like that. You already said you came for me, but aren't other people fine every time? I think you're trying to renege on your debt." Before he finished speaking, the foreman and his workmates could no longer stand the smell coming from the pot. Like a whirlwind, they ran away without a trace. Xiao Yan said, "Wait a minute." Turning his head, he saw that the two groups of people who had been fighting had long since left due to the smell. Xiao Yan was speechless and muttered to himself, "If you don't want to eat, you still want me to cook such a big pot. Do you think you can casually waste money?" Shaking his head, he pondered for a moment before scooping up 2 big bowls of rice. One big bowl was placed in Juyang Palace Hall, while the other big bowl was placed in Xianzhen Palace Hall. Finally, he felt that he had made the best use of everything. Clapping his hands together, he felt perfectly satisfied. Outside, he tidied up his things before earnestly rolling up the straw mat on the ground. Tying it together with his sword, he carried it on his back. The white silk wrapped around his wrist stealthily rubbed a few times before Xiao Yan patted it. Chapter 199. Xiao Yan lay on the ice-cold ground. His face was covered with a half-crying, half-smiling, sorrowful face. At the side, Bai Wuxiang seemed to be admiring his appearance, which was exactly the same as himself. That sad and happy mask used a strange force to stick tightly to Xiao Yan's face. No matter what he did, he couldn't pull it off. Bai Wuxiang said, "Wear it. Don't struggle in vain. Do you want to go out? As long as you do as I say, you will be able to quickly break through the copper furnace." Xiao Yan pretended that he didn't exist. Bai Wuxiang was always getting snubbed by him, but he was never willing to give up. He sighed and said, "We could have become the strongest master and disciple, and the best of friends. Why must you be so rebellious?" Xiao Yan finally stopped moving. He said in disgust, "Don't lecture me like you've seen through the vicissitudes of life. I really don't want to have a teacher and friend like you." His disdain was clear as day. Bai Wuxiang sneered, "I know. In your heart, the one who can teach you one was the imperial advisor. One is Junwu, isn't it?" His tone was strange. He seemed to be somewhat disdainful and amused. Xiao Yan didn't want to argue with him about this. He asked something else. "The first crown prince of Yongan Kingdom?" Lang Ying was from Yong'an and had suffered from the human face plague before. That little crown prince was the only candidate Xiao Yan could think of. Bai Wuxiang said, "That's right. After you hacked Lang Ying's corpse into 1,000 pieces, you knocked him unconscious and threw him into the Yong'an imperial palace. You even set fire to him, the crown prince." Crown Prince Yong'an was Lang Ying's nephew. It was probably at that time that the remaining human-faced plague virus on Lang Ying's body infected him. Xiao Yan asked again, "Why didn't his human face plague spread to others?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Because the people of Yong'an imperial palace found out that he was infected. In order to prevent him from infecting others, I sent someone to secretly suffocate him with a blanket, but he managed to escape." On the other hand, Yong'an Kingdom announced to the public that the king of Yong'an Kingdom and the crown prince had died of a serious illness. However, there was some internal strife, and Lang Ying's other nephew was appointed as the crown prince. This was Lang Qianqiu's ancestor. Xiao Yan asked, "How did you trick him?" Bai Wuxiang said, "I did not lie to him. I only told him the truth, who was the culprit that turned him into this monster. As long as he lends me something, I will avenge him." Xiao Yan said, "You call this borrowing something from me? You swallowed him whole as nourishment." Bai Wuxiang said indifferently, "His appearance is neither human nor ghost. No one treats him sincerely. Staying in this world is just torture." Suddenly, Xiao Yan asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" In that instant, Xiao Yan felt that the thing wanted to respond. However, he held back. Therefore, Xiao Yan asked again, "You are Prince Wu Yong, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the hot air in the cauldron freeze. From the moment Xiao Yan fell in, he had been thinking about this problem. The reason why he was able to understand the human language spoken by the corpse-eating rats must be because one of the three, Jun Wu, imperial preceptor or Bai Wuxiang, had implanted a certain memory and emotion into him. In other words, at least one of them was from Wuyong. Jun Wu was born after the fall of Wuyong, so the imperial advisor and Bai Wuxiang were the most suspicious. Why was Hua Qing rejected by the cauldron? It wasn't because he was extinct, because Xiao Yan had confirmed with him that a ghost king who had already become extinct could also enter the cauldron again, just like how a heavenly official who had already ascended could once again go through heavenly tribulations. But he still disappeared halfway through. The most direct reason Xiao Yan could think of was that this cauldron listened to Bai Wuxiang's instructions. Then, what was the most likely identity of Bai Wuxiang? After a long while, the darkness was deathly silent. Xiao Yan repeated with certainty, "You are Prince Wu Yong." Finally, Bai Wuxiang was no longer silent. He suddenly grabbed towards Xiao Yan, the wind from his palm incomparably swift and fierce. This time, it was Xiao Yan's turn to dodge. He jumped up and said while dodging, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, let me ask you a question. Why do you never show your true face to others?" Bai Wuxiang said in a low voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm warning you not to call me that." Xiao Yan said, "You can call me Your Highness the Crown Prince, why can't I call you that? If you don't answer, I'll guess it myself. There are only two reasons why you don't want others to see your true face. Either you're someone I know, or I don't know you, but as long as I see your true face, I'll be able to easily find out who you are. Or, your true appearance is extremely ugly, so ugly that even you can't stand it. For example." With two ka sounds, a burst of pain came from his arm. Bai Wuxiang ruthlessly pinched him and said, "Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, is it because if I treat you a bit more kindly, will you feel that you don't need to fear me anymore?" This voice overflowed with coldness. Amidst the pain, Xiao Yan still remained clear-headed. Bai Wuxiang seemed to be really angry. With one hand holding that black sword, he approached Xiao Yan and said, "You named this sword Fragrant Heart." Helplessly watching that eerie sword edge get closer and closer to his throat, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change. He said, "Can't I?" Bai Wuxiang snorted and said, "You don't know how to name things. Listen well, this sword's original name is Executioner." Suddenly, Xiao Yan opened his eyes wide and said, "Who?" Bai Wuxiang didn't even turn his head and said, "To deal with me, you still want to use this kind of trick to deal with children?" Xiao Yan was flabbergasted and said, "You didn't notice?" Bai Wuxiang coldly said, "There's nothing there. What do I need to notice?" He didn't notice, but Xiao Yan did. Just now, the blade of Fragrant Heart's sword had reflected the fire on the ground. That fire had flashed past the stone wall above the two of them. In that instant, Xiao Yan saw a face. Xiao Yan dared to guarantee that he absolutely didn't see wrong. What he saw was definitely a human face, an enormous human face. Bai Wuxiang's cultivation was only higher than Xiao Yan's, not lower. How could he not notice it? Unless, it was something even more frightening than Bai Wuxiang. The amount of time he saw that face was too short, but the vision still remained in his memory. That face had all five senses, moreover, it was somewhat familiar. Xiao Yan felt his blood run cold and said, "There's something else in the copper furnace." However, Bai Wuxiang said, "In the copper furnace, aside from you and me, there's only stone and magma." Xiao Yan was about to say something when he suddenly thought to himself, "Wait a minute, stone? Face? Familiar?" With a flash of inspiration, he suddenly understood what he was looking at. So that's how it was. Once he understood, Xiao Yan's hands quickly formed a seal behind his back. Bai Wuxiang noticed his unusual movements and said, "It's useless." Even if you, unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, a loud rumbling sound came from above and behind the two of them. At the same time, rocks and dirt fell down like a rainstorm. Bai Wuxiang sensed that something was attacking him and quickly dodged. His dodging was indeed fast enough. No one could move faster than him, so he should have been able to perfectly avoid it. Unfortunately, the thing that was attacking him was too enormous. It was a giant hand. Its 5 fingers formed a fist, and it heavily smashed down, smashing right into Bai Wuxiang. This hand was a giant stone hand. It was really too big. Just its fist alone was comparable to a large house. The fire on the ground could only illuminate this part of the hand. Everything above the wrist was completely submerged in darkness. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it turned its hand towards Xiao Yan with its palm facing up. Although it was enormous, its fingers were slender with slender knuckles. It could be used to pick up flowers or hold a sword. Xiao Yan snatched the sword, rolled up from the ground, and jumped onto the palm. Just as the hand was about to lift him up, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. He hurriedly said, "Wait." He jumped down again, grabbed his bamboo hat, and jumped back up again. Then, the giant hand rose up, getting further and further away from the fire. The outline of that stone statue's face was soft and beautiful, with long eyebrows and beautiful eyes. The corners of its mouth were slightly raised, as if it was smiling yet not smiling. It could be said to be affectionate, but not frivolous. It could be said to be heartless, but not cold. It was a merciful and handsome face. It was Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan looked up at its face and said softly, "This is what you said, the best statue you have carved, right?" Hua Cheng also looked up at it. After a long time, his gaze fell back on Xiao Yan and he said, "Yeah. This giant stone statue must have been carved by Hua Cheng when he was trapped in the copper furnace, hammered thousands of times, and in extreme pain. For hundreds of years, it had always been hidden in the depths of the copper furnace, and part of it was even covered by green vines. The cauldron was its natural and perilous grotto, and it was the only god in the most magnificent grotto. It was one with the copper furnace, and the material was also the same. Otherwise, if it was just a statue chiseled out of ordinary stone, it wouldn't have been able to break out of the copper furnace. It would only have been smashed to pieces. If it wasn't Xiao Yan himself, or if Hua Cheng hadn't given Xiao Yan enough power before they jumped down, they wouldn't have been able to summon this statue. Chapter 200. At this moment the two of them suddenly felt a tremor at the same time. Both of them retracted their smiles and became alert. Xiao Yan asked nervously, "What's wrong? Was it the statue that was shaking? It's not going to collapse, is it?" After all, the top of the copper furnace was also a huge rock full of evil energy. If this huge stone statue really fell apart because it broke through, then he would be extremely regretful. After all, this was the best statue that Hua Cheng had carved for him. Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry. It's fine. It's the entire mountain that's shaking." As expected, the snow below collapsed like a torrent. In some places, the mountain had already been exposed. It seemed that something was about to rush out of the copper furnace. Hua Cheng stood in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, "It's by Wuxiang." Of course, he didn't think that this huge stone statue could kill Bai Wuxiang with one punch. At most, it could only stun this thing for a while and make it extremely vigilant. But after a while the two of them felt a wave of scorching air hit them in the face. That scorching air was spewing out from the bottomless crater of the volcano. There was also the smell of sulfur. Xiao Yan instinctively had a premonition that danger was approaching. Hua Cheng also said in a deep voice, "Brother, leave." Xiao Yan flipped his hands and immediately, together with Hua Cheng, he jumped up the wrist and arm of the huge stone statue and stood on its shoulder. The statue obeyed his orders. He took large strides. Following the rolling snow flow, he slid for several miles. Snow waves flew all around him. But because he had freed his hands, he was able to maintain his balance even though his body weighed 10,000 pounds. However, they had only slid halfway up the copper furnace when the entire mountain trembled even more violently. The statue was also shaken until it almost staggered. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng looked up and heard a loud bang. At the top of the copper furnace, a pitch-black pillar of smoke spewed out. This earth-shattering sound, coupled with the earth-shattering pillar of smoke, caused Xiao Yan's entire person to be stupefied. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by thick black clouds and smoke. In the black clouds that covered the sky, countless faces, hands, and feet were rolling and entangling. It was a terrifying scene. Xiao Yan had seen this scene hundreds of years ago. Now, he was finally seeing it again. Xiao Yan asked, "Those are?" Hua Qing said, "The dead souls of the Wuyong kingdom." Perhaps all the Wuyong people who had been buried by the volcanic eruption were there. Suddenly, Hua Qing said, "Big brother, 30 meters below us." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yan had already controlled the statue's right hand to slap down. 10 zhang away from the snowy ground, within the vast expanse of whiteness, stood a white-clothed figure. It was by Wu Xiang. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. A cool and carefree feeling instantly filled his chest and flowed through his limbs. His entire body seemed to have become alive. This kiss was very short. After a moment, Hua Qing parted his lips and said, "Brother, try again." Xiao Yan instantly came back to his senses. He made another hand seal. Just as the huge stone statue was about to fall face down, it suddenly stretched out both its hands and supported itself on the ground. The next step was to stand up again. It turned out that this huge stone statue didn't look like it was out of strength. In fact, it really was out of strength. The amount of magical energy needed to control such a gigantic statue of a deity was extremely frightening. The wave of magical energy that Hua Qing had lent to Xiao Yan had already been completely burned away. Naturally, the statue's speed had slowed down and it was on the verge of collapsing. Only when it was injected with mana again, did it come alive again. This time, it ran even faster than before. Its movements were also more agile. Hua Qing said, "Brother, run faster." Xiao Yan also wanted to run faster, but he was worried that this method of controlling the statue would consume too much mana. He said uncertainly, "Can I hold on no matter how fast I run? What if I don't have enough mana?" Hua Qing confidently said in his ear, "That won't happen. Just keep running. Don't ever be afraid, I'm right here." Hua Qing stood behind him, his hands holding onto his waist firmly. With just this one person, it was as if the entire world was standing behind him. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Okay." In a flash, he stretched out both his hands and released all of his mana. He made the strongest hand seal and shouted, "Run!" Boom! 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 The huge stone statue ran like crazy. Each step it took was a few miles. It crossed over ravines and leaped over hills. As expected, it left the black clouds and lava far behind. It was truly a huge object that couldn't be ignored. Every step it took was like a meteorite falling from the sky, creating a strong shockwave. Countless demons and ghosts scattered around Bronze Cauldron Mountain felt the ground shake violently. They were shocked. When they looked up, many of them saw the black clouds in the sky. They were a little surprised, but they didn't really care. Anyway, they were in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so it wasn't strange to see strange things. In any case, weren't those vengeful spirits in the black clouds? They were almost the same as vengeful spirits. They saw many of them every day, so what was there to be afraid of? What was that? Immediately, there was a wave of ghostly wails and godly howls. "What a big man!" They had never seen such a big statue before. It was too scary. Xiao Yan originally wanted to circle around Wuyong Imperial City so that his statue of God wouldn't trample these 2,000-year-old houses into ruins. However, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "San Lang, are General Pei, Lord Rain, and the others nearby?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, come back, come back. I forgot something. Pick it up and take it away." Thus, the huge stone statue that ran past took a few steps back. Just as he was about to turn back, Xiao Yan suddenly felt his whole body shake. The soles of his feet were empty, and his whole body flew up. Only when he was in midair did he realize what had just happened. The statue had fallen. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng landed steadily on the chest of the statue. Xiao Yan urged it to stand up again as he looked forward. What made the huge stone statue fall wasn't him, but something else. A towering mountain. Of course, this mountain was far from being as tall as Bronze Cauldron itself. But compared to the huge stone statue, it was still taller. When Xiao Yan came, he remembered very clearly that they hadn't climbed over this mountain. Thus, he looked past the mountain and behind it. Sure enough, behind it, there were two mountains that were about the same height. Three huge mountains stood in front of the giant stone statue. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed. However, they retreated and were about to attack again. Xiao Yan's hands changed 5 or 6 seals in an instant. Don't block my way. The giant stone statue rose into the air and landed on the top of the two mountain monsters. At the same time, it placed its hand on the hilt of the sword at its waist. It drew the sword. This series of movements was as smooth as flowing water. The giant stone statue completed it extremely smoothly. Its momentum was like a rainbow, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. It was completely no different from a real person. With a spurt of energy, Xiao Yan shouted, "I'll chop." I won't chop first, wait a moment." He was already prepared to use a magnificent sword strike to split mountains. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pulled out his sword, he felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he immediately blushed with shame. The giant stone statue had indeed pulled out its sword, but why was there only a sword hilt in its hand? Where's the blade? Xiao Yan was confused. Hua Cheng, on the other hand, placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. I didn't carve the blade of this statue together. It's my mistake." Of course. Hua Cheng carved the statue on the rock inside the bronze furnace. The giant stone statue's clothes were layered, and the sword at its waist was hidden under its sleeves. Therefore, only the sword hilt was carved. After the statue was infused with mana and moved, it naturally couldn't make a blade appear out of thin air because it didn't specially carve the blade. Hua Cheng frowned slightly and said with a serious expression, "I miscalculated. It's still not detailed enough. Next time, I'll carve out every detail." Xiao Yan felt that he was serious. He hurriedly said, No. It's already very detailed." Really? In short, without the blade, there was no way to split the mountain. Thus, Xiao Yan immediately changed his strategy. He broke into a run. He hurriedly controlled the giant stone statue to jump down from the top of the 2 mountain monsters. He threw the useless stone sword hilt behind him and continued to run. The 2 of them stood on the jade crown on top of the statue. The wind whistled in their faces, and their black hair, white clothes, and red sleeves fluttered in the wind. Even if they were running, the scene was still beautiful. A silver butterfly flew to Xiao Yan's ear. Several voices came from inside. He hurriedly grabbed it and said, "Is that Feng Xian Mu Qing? And Lord Rainmaster and General Pei?" Sure enough, a familiar voice came from the silver butterfly. Pei Ming said, "I say, Your Highness, you don't need to ask a question so loudly." Xiao Yan said, Sorry, I have too much mana right now. I'll control it." Mu Qing's voice also came over, "What? You said you have too much mana. You?" Xiao Yan said, "You've all gathered together, right? Where are they now?" Mu Qing said, "We met up with General Pei, Little General Pei, and the others. Right now, Everyone is in the forest near Wyong River. We're preparing to retreat together. Feng Xian's voice said, "What happened on your side?" Just now, the copper furnace seemed to have emitted a very strong movement. "Do you want us to go back and help?" Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "No need. You guys just stay there. We'll immediately go pick you up. We'll talk when we meet." "Ah, we're already here." In front of them was the dried-up Wyong River. The giant stone statue crossed the ravine and squatted down beside the dense forest. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing walk out of the forest. They looked around as if they were looking for someone. However, they were looking in the wrong direction. Moreover, they didn't think to look up, so they didn't see Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng. Feng Xian said to the silver butterfly, "Your Highness, you still haven't come. Where are you?" Xiao Yan cupped his hands around his mouth and directly shouted down, "I'm already here. Up, look up. I'm above you." Only then did the two of them discover that they were shrouded in a gigantic shadow. They slowly raised their heads. Thus, at the same time, they saw an incomparably gigantic Xiao Yan squatting beside the forest and looking down at them. On its face, there was even an extremely kind and gentle smile on Xiao Yan's face. Hua Qing didn't even bother to look at the two people below. He stood to the side with his arms crossed, his expression lazy. Xiao Yan waved down and said, "Do you see it? Over here." However, because the visual impact of this gigantic Xiao Yan was too great, when they first saw it, it was really hard to notice anything else. Mu Qing's entire line of sight was already completely occupied by this face. He muttered, "I'm afraid I've gone crazy." Feng Xian's two eyes were also completely occupied by this face. He muttered, I'm really fucking, what the fuck is this thing?" Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be restraining himself from giggling. To be honest, no one had ever seen such a large and lifelike statue before. The largest statue before this was Jun Wu's, but it was only half the size of this gigantic statue. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were too shocked, causing Xiao Yan to shout a few times before he noticed where the statue was. The others also walked out of the forest one after another. When they raised their heads, almost all of them almost twisted their necks and sprained their ankles in fright by this gigantic statue. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had the gigantic statue place its hand on the ground and spread out its palm. He said, "The copper furnace volcano has erupted. I'm afraid the fire will reach here in a while. There are still 3 mountain monsters who are going to catch up to us. Quickly come up, I'll bring you guys away." Everyone climbed up the statue's hand and found their own spots. Xiao Yan smelled the strong smell of sulfur in the air. He turned around and saw that the black smoke and flying ash were spreading rapidly. He put away the giant statue's palm and stood up, continuing to stride forward. Pei Ming and the others recovered from the shock, but Feng Xian and Mu Qing still hadn't recovered from their shock. It was probably because they were all too familiar with this gigantic statue's face, expression, and figure. So when it was magnified so many times, the impact was especially great. Feng Xian was already standing on the statue's shoulder, but he still couldn't believe it. Who did this? Who carved it? Why have I never seen this thing before? Never heard of it before. Hua Qing faked a smile and said, "There are too many things you haven't seen before." Although no one said it explicitly, almost everyone, especially Feng Xian and Mu Qing, locked onto the answer at the same time. It was done by this person. Mu Qing said, "This is unbelievable. How did you make it move? How much magic power do you need? Do you have enough? Didn't you have no magic power at all?" This time, Hua Qing didn't answer. Xiao Yan glanced at him and pressed his fist against his mouth. He said vaguely, about this." Pei Ming said, "I can borrow it if I don't have it." right? It's so simple. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Along the way, the demons and ghosts saw lava flowing backward and fire spewing out. They also realized that things were bad. Seeing many people climbing up the statue, they quickly said, "Wait for me too." Me too. Bring us along, bring us along. Hua Qing said, "Scram." A wave of silver butterflies flew out, shining with cold light and wailing like ghosts and wolves. Yin Yu hugged the snoring Guzi and said from below, "City Lord. Your Highness." Just now, those empty shell people and corpse-eating rats suddenly moved in groups. They seemed to be rushing out of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Rain Master rode on the black bull and looked at the sky. He said, "The things in the black clouds seem to want to fly out too." That was true. The things struggling in the black clouds were all vengeful spirits. They thirsted for fresh human bodies to possess and become the human-faced plague. There were no living people in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. They were either demons or priests that they couldn't invade, so they naturally wanted to fly out. Tens of thousands of twisted human faces with long smoky tails circled in the sky like deformed snakes. Xiao Yan's hands trembled, but he still said, "Bronze Cauldron Mountain has a boundary. Those outside can't come in and those inside can't go out. Those vengeful spirits shouldn't be able to fly out for now." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Hua Qing suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed him and said, "What?" Did I expend too much energy? Sorry, I should have used it sparingly. Hua Qing covered his right eye. No, brother, don't worry about this. The boundary of Bronze Cauldron Mountain has been broken. Xiao Yan was stunned. What? Broken? He just said there was a boundary and there was no need to worry. Chapter 202. If they really let these vengeful spirits fly out, wouldn't there be a third human-faced plague? Xiao Yan immediately said, "We have to think of a way to stop it." Mu Qing's black robe and black hair were blown into a mess. What can we do to stop it? The giant stone statue stopped in its tracks, stirring up sand and dust. Xiao Yan said, "Everyone, hold your breaths." After saying that, the black smoke and ashes that were closing in on him caught up. The giant stone statue raised its hand and slapped. The wind from the palm was earth-shattering. If it was on the ground, it would be a hurricane that could uproot a 100-year-old tree. However, a portion of it was still scattered. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think to himself, "If only I had a sword." It was as if Hua Qing had seen through his thoughts. "Brother, there's a way." "It's not like there's no way." Xiao Yan asked, "What way?" Hua Qing said, "That depends on whether your celestial advisors are willing or not." Feng Xian said, "If you have a way, just say it. Don't talk nonsense to him." Xiao Yan more or less guessed it. "You're saying that, let General Pei and the others work together and use their bodies as swords?" Hua Qing said, "That's right. The heavenly officials in Bronze Cauldron Mountain have limited mana. However, there were several martial gods here. If 4 of them transformed into their avatars, if 4 of them used their Dharma bodies, they should be quite powerful." Pei Ming was the first to respond. "I think this idea is feasible." Mu Qing was still doubtful. "Is this really feasible? How many martial gods are there here?" 3. Pei Su and Yin Yu lost all their mana. Master Yu wasn't a martial god. The only ones who could replace him were Pei Ming, Feng Xian, and Mu Qing. Pei Ming said, "No, it's 4. Qi Ying is here too." Ah. Yin Yu hesitated for a moment. She held the grain in one hand and flipped out a roly-poly with the other. Who knew that before she could undo the seal, the roly-poly would shake violently and let out an extremely noisy scream. Everyone felt a piercing pain in their ears from its barking, and they all covered their ears. The guiding jade quickly sealed it again and took out another roly-poly toy. Sorry, I took the wrong one. That was Green Ghost Chi-Rong. This one is. As he spoke, he tossed the roly-poly into the air, causing a burst of red smoke to erupt. The figure of a youth appeared in the smoke and fell down. The gigantic stone statue raised its hand to catch the young man. The young man flipped over and landed on its palm. He scratched his curly hair that was a mess of blood. When he raised his head, he saw a large group of people and was at a loss. Yu had already sneakily hid behind someone else, but she was discovered by Kuan Yizhen. Kuan Yizhen jumped up and shouted, "Senior brother." Kuan Yizhen immediately rushed over. Yu felt a headache when he saw him. Maybe he would rather listen to Chi-Rong's screams for 3 days and 3 nights than to talk to Kuan Yizhen. Luckily, Pei Ming grabbed Kuan Yizhen and said, Come, let's get to work, Qi-Ying. Let's catch up after we're done." Kuan Yizhen was baffled. In addition to the fact that he had a lot of opinions towards Pei Ming, it seemed like he wanted to casually punch Pei Ming, but when he raised his head, he saw Xia Lian on top of him. Xia Lian put his palms together and said to him sincerely, "It's been hard on you, Qi-Ying." Even though he was completely unclear of the situation, he scratched his head and still joined in. It wasn't that he didn't have any objections to Mu Qing becoming another martial god's sword, but since there were 4 of them, he couldn't say that Mu Qing was the only one to suddenly wash his hands of the task, so he was speechless. Thus, on the palm of the statue, the 4 of them lined up in the order of Pei Ming, Feng Xian, Kuan Yizhen, and Mu Qing. Hua Qing propped his elbow on the edge of the jade crown platform, took a glance and said, "Isn't the order of the last 2 people reversed? According to reason, it should indeed be Pei Ming, Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Kuan Yizhen." Because comparatively speaking, Kuan Yizhen's magic power wasn't too stable. If he was in the middle of the sword formation, he might just snap midway if he swung too fiercely. Xia Lian wiped his sweat and said, "No, it's not reversed. Feng Xian and Mu Qing definitely can't be lined up together, because they might start to fight each other if they swung their swords, so there must be someone else in between." Hearing this, Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. His expression seemed to be asking them to beat the other party to death. Looking down, the 4 of them emitted a spiritual light that grew stronger and stronger, extending out and connecting into one. In the end, it transformed into a sword of spiritual light. Once the sword was formed, the huge stone statue tossed it up and reached out to grab it. With the sharp sword in hand, Xia Lian was like a tiger that had grown wings. His aura surged as he slashed forward. The resentful spirits with billowing black smoke trailing behind them screamed incessantly when they were slashed by this sword of spiritual light, then abruptly stopped. Taking advantage of his victory, Xia Lian brandished the sword wildly, slashing tens of thousands of ghosts into pieces like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Everywhere the sword blade swept past, it was as if fireworks had exploded in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. The demons and ghosts below were all dumbfounded. Only when the huge stone statue's heavy boots stomped over did they remember to scatter in all directions. Just as he was slashing, the huge stone statue suddenly staggered, as if it was about to fall again. Xia Lian hurriedly used his sword to support himself, barely managing to stabilize it. The martial gods that formed the sword formation all asked, "What's wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince? Keep fighting." They're gathering again. Xia Lian had been controlling this huge stone statue for so long and he felt slightly tired. His forehead was covered in sweat and his mind was also highly tense. He said, "I'm fine." But it was just that his magic power had been burnt up again. He abruptly turned his head and saw that Hua Cheng was standing right behind him, as if he was about to reach out to him. Thus, Xiao Yan threw caution to the wind. He rushed over and held Hua Cheng's face in his hands. Standing on his tiptoes, he closed his eyes and pressed his lips against Hua Cheng's face. Feng Xian was speechless. Mu Qing was speechless. Quan Yizhen, ? Pei Ming, he. Cupping Hua Cheng's face wasn't enough. Since things were already like this, Xiao Yan thought he might as well suck more of Hua Cheng's face. Thus, he wrapped his arms tightly around Hua Cheng's neck and kissed him even deeper. The tiredness from before was swept away, and his whole body was filled with spiritual energy. At the same time, a series of shouts and shouts came from the sword in the hand of the statue. Feng Xian exclaimed in shock, "What is this? What are you doing? Your Highness." Xiao Yan accidentally choked. Only then did they separate. He didn't even dare to look down as he shouted towards the sky, borrowing magic power. I'm only borrowing magic power. It's very proper. Mu Qing was also shocked. Borrowing magic power doesn't need to be like this, right? You can even make an oath by slapping palms. Xiao Yan didn't know what he was talking about and just randomly said, "Ha ha ha ha. You guys saw through me. Actually, I'm not borrowing magic power. Ha 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 ha." Seeing him like this, Hua Cheng also laughed out loud. Holding Xiao Yan's face with both hands, he lowered his head and kissed him on the forehead. Then, he softly said, "Don't be nervous, Gidge." Speaking of which, it was strange. After this kiss, Xiao Yan suddenly became normal. He pretended not to hear Feng Xian and Mu Qing's voices. With a solemn expression, he put his hands together. That huge stone statue pulled out the sword of spiritual light from the ground and madly hacked and slashed, as if its entire body had inexhaustible energy. Quan Yizhen suddenly felt admiration. "So just now, you were really borrowing magic power. You suddenly became stronger." Mu Qing couldn't help but say, "Simply bullshit, what do you know?" Then, he probably thought that this kind of thing didn't need to be taught in detail to a big child like Quan Yizhen, so he forcibly changed his words. "Yes, that's right, you're borrowing magic power." Pei Ming laughed and said, "That's right, but you can't just casually borrow magic power like this. Do you understand, Qi Ying? Feng Xian?" "What are you guys talking about? You guys actually believed it?" However, although its power had increased, those resentful spirits still covered the sky. There wasn't a huge net that could cover the sky that could capture them all. Seeing how powerful this giant god was, they all turned around and fled one after another. Swinging their tails in the air, they swam far away like giant human-faced tadpoles. Xiao Yan said, "Chase." Unexpectedly, after chasing for a few steps, that huge stone statue suddenly slanted without any warning and fell to the side. Just now, he had clearly absorbed enough magic power and Xiao Yan's state was also extremely good, so there was no reason for this to happen. Just as it was about to fall, Xiao Yan looked down. Only then did he discover that on one of the statue's legs, there was actually a big hole. Broken rocks were rolling down from the hole. A white-clothed figure floated down from the statue's body. Leisurely landing, he immediately disappeared. He truly came and went like a ghost, leaving no traces behind. It was by Wuxiang. He actually broke one of the statue's legs with his bare hands. The huge stone statue crashed down. Fortunately, the people riding on the statue weren't ordinary people. Their reactions were extremely fast and they jumped down first, safely landing on the ground. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng jumped onto the statue's chest. Xiao Yan tried to get it to stand up, but it was extremely difficult. That huge stone statue laid on the ground and slowly struggled. It seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Within the sword array, Mu Qing said, "How is it? Can you still stand up?" Quan Yizhen said, "You don't have any magic power again? Do you still need to borrow more?" Pei Ming said, no. This time, it's not a problem with magic power. Qi Ying, don't remember this anymore. Just forget about it. Xiao Yan said, I'm afraid the injury is a bit serious. It's not suitable to move anymore. Although the stone statue didn't feel pain, if it was forced to stand up and continue to attack, it was very likely that this injured leg would fall off. This wasn't just a problem of its attack power being greatly reduced. After all, this was Hua Chang's most painstakingly created masterpiece. It was also Xiao Yan's favorite statue. If it was really destroyed to such an extent, it would be hard to not feel heartache. Seeing their enemy fall, those resentful spirits in the sky danced in joy and scattered in all directions. Could it be that they were going to watch helplessly as they escaped like this? He looked to the side and saw that Hua Cheng's expression was filled with anger. It was anger towards Bai Wuxiang. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, Gidge, right at this moment, a strand of dazzling white light penetrated through the densely packed black clouds. It was as if something had lit up above the clouds. They looked over and saw that it was the Wuyong Divine Hall underground. Originally, these things had nowhere to hide under the strong light and would disappear sooner or later. However, after a large number of vengeful spirits surged into the underground Divine Hall, it was as if they had been sucked dry, disappearing completely. Mu Qing was stunned. What's going on? Xiao Yan had a bad feeling in his heart and said, It's Bai Wuxiang. He used thousandly shrinking and sent all the vengeful spirits away. With a wave of his hand, Junwu flipped over the roof of the temple, along with a large piece of land. However, there was nothing inside except for a formation that had just been drawn. Feng Xian asked, what is he trying to do? Where did he set up the array? Where did they go? If it was in the past, Lingwen Palace Hall would have gone up at this time. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Lingwen Palace Hall would have reported the location. However, they didn't know which one gods were temporarily replacing them. At this critical juncture, they actually couldn't find anyone. Feng Xian was so angry that he cursed, motherfucker, they usually boast about themselves so much that they fight to show their faces. Where did they go when they should show their faces? In the future, I won't say that Lingwen Palace Hall is inefficient anymore. At this time, Hua Cheng's voice came over. In the Imperial City. Everyone turned to look at him. Coincidentally, Hua Cheng removed his 2 slender fingers from his temples and said, he sent those things to 7 or 8 different cities. Currently, he only found the Imperial City because the demonic energy there suddenly rose sharply. The immortal capitals when gods were useless. They actually had to rely on the head of the ghost realm to help them determine the location of the fleeing evil beings. The few heavenly officials present couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, the situation was critical, so this feeling of embarrassment was fleeting. Mu Qing said, Bai Yi's intentions couldn't be clearer. He specifically sent those things to places with a lot of people. Once the human-faced plague breaks out, it will also spread extremely quickly. The Imperial City is the most densely populated, so it's only natural that he wouldn't let it go. Pei Ming also said, hurry up and deal with it. There's no time to lose. Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the consequences will be unthinkable. Jun Wu was also speechless at the headache of the Lingwen Palace Hall's substitute when gods. He turned to Hua Cheng. Your Excellency, are you able to find out the detailed location of the other cities? Hua Cheng said, I'm currently investigating. It won't be long. Yin, connect with him. Yin hurriedly said, yes. He had originally been demoted by Jun Wu. Although Junwoo was only doing official business, Yin still couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Junwoo. After communicating with his subordinates at the ghost city for a moment, he cautiously reported the specific location. 300 li south, 270 li north, Junwoo said to Feng Xian, Nanyang, you go south. Feng Xian didn't immediately respond. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. Xiao Yan guessed that he wanted to find Jianlan and her son. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Xian responded and walked to the side to draw an array. Pei Ming consciously said, I'll go north. Junwoo said, naturally you'll go. Pei Ming nodded, turned around and walked a few steps. Pei Su followed, so he turned back and said, your injuries haven't healed and the poison hasn't been cleared yet. It's better if you follow Master Yu first. Pei Su asked doubtfully, General, I'm not poisoned. Pei Ming patted his shoulder with pity and said, you haven't recovered from your broken sentence yet, and you still say you're not poisoned? After saying that, he slightly tilted his head, nodded to Master Yu, and left on his own. Junwoo said again, Qi Ying, go west. Remember not to act recklessly. Quan Yizhen asked doubtfully, why are you going west? What are you doing right now? He couldn't be blamed for not understanding what had happened. He reckoned that he was puzzled along the way. Why was he beaten? Why was he buried in the wall? Why was he turned into a tumbler? Why did he turn into a giant sword? He simply couldn't understand the situation at all. Seeing this, Yin sighed and said, I'll bring him there. We'll talk on the way. He reckoned that the others didn't have the patience to tell him what was going on. Quan Yizhen said, sure. Mu Qing waited for a long time, but he still didn't see him. He couldn't help but ask, Emperor, what about me? Junwoo looked at him and said, Xianzhen, haven't you forgotten something? Mu Qing was puzzled. What is it? Junwoo said, you're still in confinement. Mu Qing's face instantly turned green. He had really forgotten about that. And it wasn't just him. Almost everyone had forgotten that Mu Qing escaped from the celestial capital under the suspicion of using sorcery to create a fetus spirit. He hadn't even been cleared of suspicion yet. Junwoo said, you don't have to. When we return to the celestial capital later, we'll lengthen your confinement. Mu Qing said. Emperor, it really wasn't me. Junwoo said, once the matter is investigated and the truth comes to light, I'll naturally let you out. Otherwise, I'll let you out to wander around. What a scandal. Mu Qing was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only say in a low voice, yes. Seeing Mu Qing's grievance, Hua Qing didn't hide his laughter at all. Mu Qing glanced at him, then looked at Xiao Yan beside him. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his face turned even more green. Now it seems that he still escaped in the end. Aside from Bai Wuxiang, there was actually someone else who could escape from Junwoo's hands. Xiao Yan had always thought that the state preceptor had escaped because of the chaos of the war. He never expected that it was actually Junwoo who personally made his move. Xiao Yan said, then why did you make your move against him? And why didn't you tell me after you were sure? Junwoo said, these two questions of yours are actually one question. Xiao Yan said, what is it? Junwoo said, if I tell you, perhaps you will feel disappointed after hearing it. However, perhaps the current you, even if you are disappointed in others, you can still hold on. Xiao Yan's heart beat faster and faster. He couldn't help but tightly grab onto one of Hua Chang's hands. Hua Chang's other hand also covered the back of his hand. Chapter 204. Xiao Yan said. What is it? Junwoo seemed to have some misgivings. After considering for a while, "What's wrong, Xian Lu? Why did you suddenly ask about your master? Did you encounter something in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Is it related to him?" Xiao Yan came back to his senses. Just as he was about to give a simple explanation, he suddenly heard a noise from the other side. Jun Wu said, "I saw the 3 mountain monsters you were talking about. It's really strange. I'll deal with them first. Then we'll talk in detail. However, since you asked, then remember one thing, your master isn't a simple person. If you really meet him, you must be careful." After saying that, the other side fell into silence. Xiao Yan said, "Di Jun." Jun Wu didn't respond. That mountain monster was hard to deal with. The 3 encirclement was even more troublesome. Previously, Xiao Yan couldn't solve it even with his inexhaustible mana and the giant god statue. Right now, Jun Wu needed some energy to deal with it alone. He gave Hua Cheng a simple explanation of the spirit communication. The two of them stopped. At this moment, they were on a wide and flat street. They looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon, and they could faintly see wisps of black smoke floating in front of the cold moon. It was like ink blooming in clear water. Those were the vengeful spirits that Bai Wuxiang sent from Wuyong Temple. They hadn't come in yet. This was because the Emperor's aura in the Imperial Palace and the various immortal temples in the Imperial City reflected each other, forming a dignified aura. A natural enchantment would block a large number of these evil spirits outside of the aura. Therefore, they could only wander high up in the sky. Almost every city had a similar aura, because no matter where they were, there would always be a few extraordinary figures and extraordinary divine officials. This was the so-called great men bring glory to the land. However, it couldn't be blocked forever. Hua Qing said, "As long as this layer is reinforced, it'll be fine." However, the problem was how to reinforce it. Xiao Yan said, "Talismans? Magic weapons?" Then he said, "I'm afraid not." This was a vengeful spirit that covered the entire sky above the Imperial City. Unless they found thousands of talismans and magic weapons, they might not be able to withstand it. Walking back and forth, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and said, "San Lang, I have a way that might be able to reinforce this layer, but I need people." Hua Qing said, "How many?" Xiao Yan replied, "A lot. The more, the better. At least 500. Hua Qing asked, "Dead or alive?" Xiao Yan replied, "Living people. Ghosts wouldn't do. I need to borrow the yang energy and drive of living people to repel those vengeful spirits." Hua Qing said, "If that's the case, then it has to be voluntary." Xiao Yan replied, "Yes. They had to be willing, and they had to have the will to fight back and defend." If you're timid or don't have enough energy, you might be taken advantage of. Hua Cheng nodded slightly and said, "It's just like how the soldiers at the forefront of the battlefield are the ones who want to win the most and have faith. If you're forced into a corner, or if you're focused on running away, without any morale, it's impossible for you to win. You're bound to throw away your armor and suffer a crushing defeat." Xiao Yan said, "That's the principle. Can San Lang find it?" After pondering for a moment, Hua Qing said slowly, "Big brother, if you want to die, I can find as many as you want. It is also easy to live involuntarily. But it's not necessarily easy to find someone who is willing." After a pause, he continued, "There are indeed many people in the human world who worship the Ghost King, but I know that one reason is because they fear me. 2. They have requests from me, so they're afraid that I'll submit to me. I can threaten and bribe them, but I'm afraid I won't be able to find the kind of person you need. I'm sorry." Xiao Yan listened attentively and said, "You don't need to apologize. We'll think of a way to find them together." Hua Qing said, "N. However, big brother, I have good news. 50 steps ahead, there's a group of living people around the corner." Xiao Yan also felt it and rushed forward to take a look. Coincidentally, there was also a group of people who were about to turn the corner. When they saw him suddenly appear, they cried out in shock, "Ghost!" Xiao Yan took a closer look and recognized who it was. He happily said, "Everyone, it's not a ghost, it's me." That group of people were monks, Taoists, Taoists, and laymen. They all looked very familiar. Wasn't that Taoist in luxurious clothes the one who opened his inner eye? Behind him, wasn't that the group of mages who had been pestering the two of them the whole way and were crushed unconscious by the roof of Qi Rong's black-hearted shop in the barren mountains? Behind Xiao Yan, Hua Qing leisurely walked up with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in the form of a child now. He was careless and smiled eerily, scaring the inner eye and the others into taking a step back. "You still say you're not a ghost? If you're a ghost, then you're a ghost. And a ghost king." Hua Cheng's fake smile disappeared and he clicked his tongue impatiently. He was too lazy to even comment. Xiao Yan was currently looking for people everywhere. He hurriedly raised his hand. "Everyone, you've come at the right time. There's something." Unexpectedly, when he raised his hand, the reaction of the opposite side was several times more exaggerated than he imagined. They all knelt on the ground and were extremely vigilant. They all said, "Be careful of hidden weapons." Xiao Yan thought for a while before he remembered what the so-called hidden weapons were. After a moment of silence, he said, "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any hidden weapons on me." The pill of clear ice and clean jade wasn't that easy to make. Just the knife skills alone would take a long time to carve it. He then said, "Moreover, last time you guys forced us into such a state, yet we didn't do anything to you. Now, we have even less of a need." Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment. It was reasonable, so they hurriedly got up from the ground. One by one, they patted off the dust and tidied up their clothes. However, they still maintained their distance and didn't put down their Buddhist staffs, treasured swords, or other magic tools. The inner eye said, "I say, Taoist priest, I haven't seen you for a long time. The ghost energy on your body has become even more serious. I think it's better for you to repent as soon as possible. Speaking of which, why is it so serious? I'm not trying to scare you, but I can't even see your face clearly." Xiao Yan simply wanted to blush when he heard this. He didn't dare to look at Hua Cheng and interrupted, "We'll talk about this later. Everyone, I've been observing the sky at night and I've seen some bad things. Have you guys seen them?" The inner eye said, "Of course I've seen them. Observing the sky at night is something we must do every day. I thought it was some kind of demon or ghost causing mischief. Could it be Hua Cheng's master again?" Xiao Yan said, "Naturally not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reminded you guys. We've also come for those things. We're currently thinking of ways to reinforce the Imperial City's aura." The inner eye said in doubt, "You guys? Thinking of ways? Would the Spirit King be so kind?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "It's not that I'm being kind. It's just that if I wanted to do something in the Imperial City, this layer of aura wouldn't be able to stop me." The expressions of the mages changed unpredictably. Xiao Yan knew that vigilance wasn't that easy to remove, so he didn't force the issue. He said, "I've dealt with those things in the sky before. They're extremely troublesome. If we let them break through the Imperial City's protective field and enter, there will definitely be chaos. That's why I'm currently looking for people to help set up a defensive array. I need 500 people." The inner eye was speechless. 500 people? What kind of array is this? You need so many people. I've never heard of it before. Xiao Yan didn't have the nerve to say that 500 people was the minimum requirement. In reality, if he were to say it openly, he'd probably need 800 people. The crowd of mages also started talking at once. "I've never heard of it either. Has anyone read about it in a book? Are those things that powerful?" I've only heard of demons eating 500 people in one bite. I've never heard of an array that requires so many people. Is it dangerous? After careful consideration, Xiao Yan honestly said, I can't say for sure. Maybe, maybe not. I'm only 70 to 80% sure. That's because I've never tried this array before. It was also impossible to find the records of predecessors. This was because this array wasn't something Xiao Yan had read or learned from anyone. Instead, it was something he'd constantly thought about over the past 800 years. He thought about what he should do if one day, the human face plague broke out again. Could it be that he could only sit and wait for death? That was how he thought about it. At that time, he didn't really think that he would face this big crisis again in the future. He didn't expect that it would still come in handy. The group of people discussed for a long time. In the end, the inner eye turned around and cautiously said, we can't gather that many people. Moreover, they didn't trust Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, they didn't know what the human face plague was or how powerful it was. Moreover, in the past, Hua Cheng had formed a grudge with them and had played them like bugs. Xiao Yan originally thought that since these people were all mages, they should have their own sects and disciples. Perhaps with a random mix of people, they could gather 300 to 400 people. As for the rest, he would think of another way. However, it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Hua Cheng said, brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's go. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He wasn't discouraged and left with him. However, the inner eye and the others didn't leave. Instead, they sneakily followed behind them, thinking that they had hidden themselves well. Xiao Yan was extremely speechless. However, when he thought that this group of mages was probably afraid that they would bring disaster to the imperial city, he felt that it was funny. He didn't care anymore. At this time, Hua Cheng suggested, why don't we go to the place where the poor people gather? There's no lack of desperados and daring people there. Perhaps we can gain something there. Thus, the two of them turned around and walked towards the dark parts of the imperial city. They walked in front of a temple that had been torn down to the point of being dilapidated. Glancing around, they saw that the inside of the temple was filled with people sleeping all the way to the outside of the temple. They seemed to be a group of tramps or beggars. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. Almost everyone wore ragged clothes. There were men and women, young and old, and they didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion. Some occupied a broken straw mat, some hugged straw for warmth. However, some simply slept on the ground. The ones who were awake were either groaning in pain from the rotten sores on their bodies or picking at the lice on their bodies. There was even someone who dragged a lame leg around the temple, as if he was delivering a bowl of water to a sick person. There's no problem with broken arms and legs, right? It turned out that this person's movements looked awkward because not only was he lame, but he also had a broken arm. It hung limply and powerlessly. Seeing that someone finally took the initiative to come out, Xiao Yan's heart warmed up and he immediately said, there's no problem at all. That person was also quite straightforward and said, that's good. Bring me along. All the beggars in the temple were shocked. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what he said? There might be danger. Yeah. Moreover, he didn't even pay. After talking for half a day, he didn't even mention a reward. Don't get involved in this mess. Old Feng, quickly come back. Since just now, Xiao Yan had always felt that this person was very familiar. However, because this person's appearance was too different from the person in his memory, and his voice was also slightly hoarse, he didn't recognize him. But the moment he heard the person beside him shout out the word Feng, he finally came to a sudden realization. Xiao Yan stared at him and said in disbelief, "Master Feng?" That beggar laughed out loud and stretched out a hand to brush the black hair off his face. "You've recognized me, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 205. Xiao Yan was so shocked that he was speechless. Shi Qingxian scratched his hair and said, "Aya, ha 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 ha, I originally wanted to pretend to be someone else, I didn't expect Your Highness the Crown Prince's eyes to be so sharp. There's nothing I can do. It must be because my charm is still unforgettable. Ha 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 ha." Xiao Yan placed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Master Feng." Shi Qingxian stopped laughing, but he still scratched his hair as if his hair was full of lice and itched. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm not a wind master anymore." Xiao Yan said, "Okay." Qingxian. After a pause, he said, "You. How did you become like this?" Shi Qingxian said, That's a long story. In short, it's like this and that, here and there, after that, it became like this." At this moment, everyone in the temple said, "What? Old Feng? Do you know these two?" Shi Qingxian turned around, he put his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulder and patted him vigorously. "I know them. This is my good friend from the past." "What? Your friend? Why didn't Old Feng say so earlier?" "Old Feng, you actually know this kind of guy who looks like he was spoiled by honey?" She actually knew this pretty boy who looked like he had been spoiled and pampered? "You actually know this kind of pretty boy who looks like he was spoiled by honey?" It should have been funny to hear everyone making a fuss, but Xiao Yan only felt uncomfortable in his heart. One had to know, among the three of them, only the Wind Master from back then was truly a fair-skinned, and pampered boy. Shi Qingxian said angrily, "What did you say?" "I'm not bragging. Come on, when you weren't well, you were talking nonsense all day long, do you think we've all forgotten?" Shi Qingxian shouted for a while and said, "I'm going to help my friend now. Let's go, let's go. Is there anyone else coming?" This time, everyone looked at each other. After a while, they said, "All right, if it's Old Feng's friend, then it's different. Let's go with Old Feng, lest he loses an arm or a leg and gets beaten to death." Shi Qingxian said, "Hey." There were still people who didn't want to give up and asked, "Is there really no reward? Even if you don't want to pay, you can at least give me a few chicken legs to chew on." Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian spoke a few words and both sides understood the situation. Shi Qingxian thought about it and said, "I understand that we can't use threats and promises on this matter, but can I give you some food? It's been a long time since we've had a good meal." As long as they weren't blinded by greed, then it wouldn't matter. Xiao Yan said, "It should be possible." "But, you said it like this." After whispering a few words, Shi Qingxian said, "I think so too." He turned around and said loudly, "After this, I'll treat everyone to chicken drumsticks and soup. Everyone will get a share whether they come or not." Remember, you don't have to go there to get a share. You have to be willing. This was a wonderful way of putting it. Everyone has a share. Regardless of whether they came or not, they would get to eat. In that case, those who chose to come were very valuable. Shi Qingxian shouted, "Is there anyone else? The more, the better. Come on, come on. Tell them that if they don't have money, they're just here to help me and save the common people. Surround the imperial city or whatever, it's up to them, as long as they're willing. After this, I'll treat everyone to a good meal." Perhaps it was because of someone's instigation, in the blink of an eye, the temple suddenly changed from deserted to bustling with activity. The group of beggars split up to inform more vagrants that they knew. Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng, and Shi Qingxian stood in front of the dilapidated temple. Xiao Yan raised his head and saw that the place where the plaque should have been was empty. He couldn't help but think of the dilapidated Fengshui temple in Bogu town, as well as the statue of the Navy Master who was missing his head and the statue of the Wind Master who was missing his arms and legs. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. He turned to Shi Qingxian and said uncertainly, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxian took his hand off his shoulder and said, "What is it?" "Your Highness, I'm sorry, my hands are a little dirty." "Your clothes, haha." Sure enough, his arm left a dirty gray mark on the shoulder of Xiao Yan's white Taoist robe. It looked like he wanted to help Xiao Yan pat it off, but he immediately realized that it would only get dirtier the more he patted. He withdrew his hand and awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Xiao Yan wouldn't care about this, he was only worried about one thing now, and said, "Feng." "Qingxian, your birth chart." Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, "What happened to my birth chart?" Xiao Yan said, "Could it be that black water changed?" Only then did Shi Qingxian come to a sudden realization and hurriedly said, "No, no, no, no. You misunderstood, he didn't do anything." Xiao Yan also felt that black water wouldn't change Shi Qingxian's birth chart in the end, and said, "Then what happened to your hands and feet?" Shi Qingxian grabbed his hair again and said embarrassedly, "This isn't him either. How do I say this? There's carelessness, and there's bad luck. Actually, I did it all myself." Since he didn't explain in detail, Xiao Yan didn't ask anymore. However, inexorably, Shi Qingxuan's current situation was still in accordance with He Xian's prophesied act of venting his anger in the Fengshui temple. He didn't know what kind of mysterious secret it was. Xiao Yan said, "That day, my mana was suddenly taken away, so I couldn't help you. I'm really sorry." Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, "It wasn't your fault in the first place. If your Highness didn't tell me what was going on first, I would probably still be in a daze in the end." Xiao Yan said, "What happened after that day?" It turned out that after He Xian broke Shi Wudu's head, Shi Qingxian was in a daze. He couldn't understand anything that He Xian said to him, and only vaguely remembered that He Xian brought him out of Blackwater Island. Later, he threw him into the Imperial City. He also didn't know why it was the Imperial City, but Shi Qingxian used to always clamor to go to the Imperial City to drink, eat tea, and hold banquets, so he was still quite familiar with this place. After being muddle-headed for a while, when he completely woke up, he simply concealed his identity and stationed himself here. Because he already had no mana left, he didn't have any identification marks, and he spent all day in dirty corners that he would never step into in the past. Naturally, the heavenly court couldn't find any traces of him. Shi Qingxian said, "In short, it's not his fault. I never saw him again. It was good not to see him again. This matter was really difficult. Such a person, should he kill or not? Moreover, before the Navy died, he even viciously disgusted He Xian." Xiao Yan really broke out in a cold sweat for Shi Qingxian. Just at this moment, the beggars brought people back. They were noisy, and they shouted, "Old Feng, old Feng. We brought so many people for you, how about it?" Shi Qingxian gave a thumbs up and said, "Well done. Everyone eat drumsticks. So many people, can you afford it?" Shi Qingxian waved his hand. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt that he was about to spend 100,000 merit points. He only heard him say, "This is nothing. Not to mention so many people, even if there were 10 times more people, we could still afford it." With great difficulty, he came back to his senses. With a rough count, he didn't know how he managed to gather more than 200 people. This was beyond Xiao Yan's imagination. He said happily, "Great Master Feng. Qingxian, you've really helped me a lot." Shi Qingxian said proudly, "Of course, no matter where I go, 100 people will answer to my call. In the future, I might even be able to form a gang or something and become a gang leader, ha 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 ha. The beggars behind him all said, Old Feng is sick again. Isn't that so? He's bragging again. Shi Qingxian said, what, I'm really not bragging. A few beggars insisted on tearing down his stage and said to Xiao Yan, this friend, you don't know, right? When Old Feng first came, he was very muddle-headed. All day long, he bragged to people that he was a deity. Shi Qingshuan's face showed slight embarrassment, and he immediately said, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, save your mouth to eat the drumsticks. When Xiao Yan heard this, his smile faded slightly, but his heart was like a piece of rice paper that was twisted into a ball and then slowly stretched out. Master Feng changed, but he didn't change. That's great. Shi Qingxian said, Your Royal Highness, what should we do next? I've found the people, I'll leave them to you. Although the number of people was not enough, it was only temporary. They would first surround the formation and then think of a way. Xiao Yan said, okay, next, find an empty space that can accommodate this many people. Just now, during their conversation, Hua Qing never interrupted. It was unknown what he was thinking, but at this time, he said, that's easy. Big brother, just follow me. Xiao Yan nodded. Shi Qingxian limped and jumped while turning his head to call out, everyone, follow me, don't get lost, ha. Xiao Yan originally wanted to help him, but seeing that no one went to help him, he didn't walk slower than the others, so he understood in his heart. A messy group of beggars noisily squeezed out of the slums and rushed onto the street. They hadn't walked a few steps when they suddenly heard a shout, stop. What are you doing? There are so many of you, gathering in the middle of the night to cause trouble. The crowd of beggars was alarmed. Oh no. It's a patrol. Xiao Yan didn't even turn his head, because Hua Qing also didn't turn his head. He said, don't mind it. Before his voice fell, the soldier fell down. The crowd of beggars was endlessly surprised and started talking at once. Shi Qingxian said, quiet. Don't attract more soldiers. Thus, everyone started to boo each other. Hua Qing stopped his footsteps and said, Big brother, let's go on this street. Xiao Yan said, this street? It's indeed the most suitable from the position, but wouldn't it attract too much attention? This street was very wide and flat. It was the main road of the imperial city, so of course it would attract attention. Everyone said, yes, it would be terrible if we were discovered and driven away. However, Hua Qing said, it doesn't matter, even if they discover us, they won't be able to drive us away. Xiao Yan nodded and said, everyone, I have to make it clear. What we're about to face next is a very dangerous thing, and it might be dangerous. And once it breaks in, the entire imperial city will fall into danger. So we must ensure that everyone is willing and not disloyal. Is there anyone who feels afraid and wants to withdraw? No one. Xiao Yan said, okay. Now, everyone please take one person's hand and form a circle. Someone asked doubtfully, what kind of formation is this? Why does it sound like little dolls holding hands? Shi Qingxian snorted, stop talking nonsense, just do as I say. Hey, Old Feng, what you said is wrong. You have to know, no one talks as much nonsense as you. Chattering and chattering, everyone obeyed. More than 200 people held hands and formed an extremely large human circle on the broad and open main road of the imperial city. Shi Qingxian said, if we pull those things like this, we won't be able to rush into the imperial city. Xiao Yan said, no. Sooner or later, they will rush down. Shi Qingxian asked in bewilderment, then what is this formation used for? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.